The Standing Committee on General Government is meeting to consider Bill food supply. Today's proceedings will be available on the Legislative Assembly's website and television channel. We have the following members in the room. MPP Mike Harris, and that's it for now. And the following members are participating remotely. We have MPP Glover, MPP Cramp, MPP Schreiner, MPP Barrett, MPP Pettipies, MPP Smith, Peterborough Kawartha, MPP Vanthof, and we have a new addition on Zoom. This is for MPP Bailey. Can you please confirm that you are present and that you are MPP Bob Bailey?
Present.
Can you confirm whether you are currently in Ontario?
Yes.
Thank you, MPP Bailey. We are also joined by staff from Legislative Research, Hansard Interpretation, and Broadcast and Recording. To make sure that everyone can understand what is going on, it is important that all participants speak slowly and clearly. Please wait until I recognize you before starting to speak. Since it could take a little time for your audio and video to come up after I recognize you, please take a brief pause before beginning. As always, all comments by members and witnesses should go through the chair. Our first item of business is the report of the Subcommittee on Committee Business, which was previously sent to the committee. Pursuant to the order of the House dated June 2, 2020, the subcommittee has the authority to otherwise determine how to proceed with the bill. The committee will not need to vote on this report, but I will read it into the record to make sure all members are aware of the contents. Your Subcommittee on Committee Business met on June 3, 2020 to consider the method of proceeding on Bill 156, an act to protect Ontario's farms and farm animals from trespassers and other forms of interference and to prevent contamination of Ontario's food supply, and determined the following. 1. That witnesses be scheduled in groups of 3 for each 1-hour time slot, with 7 minutes each for their presentations and 38 1/2 minutes for questioning for all 3 witnesses, divided into 2 rounds of 8 minutes for each of the government and the official opposition, and 1 round of 6 1/2 minutes for the independent members as a group. 2. That witnesses be arranged into groups of 3 chronologically, based on the order their requests to appear were submitted. 3. That the research officer provide the committee with a summary of witness presentations as soon as possible. 4. That all witnesses appear remotely by Zoom or by teleconference. 5. That all submissions and committee documents be distributed electronically to all members and staff for the committee. Are there any questions before we begin? Seeing none, we'll continue. Oh. Sorry, your hand was outside of the screen there. I recognize you, MPP Vanthof.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make one comment that we agreed in the subcommittee to have people appear by 3s because the government is looking to experiment with something similar to the federal government, but it will be interesting to see how it's perceived by the witnesses because it may leave some witnesses with feeling that they weren't heard. Thank you.
Thank you, MPP Vanthof. Any other questions? MPP Smith?
Just a comment on that, that by having presentations of 3 people, we can fit more people in. More people have a voice.
Before I recognize you, MPP Vanthof, I'd like to remind all members that this is a time for questions and not for comments. So, MPP Vanthof, do you have a question? Is that a no? Can we unmute MPP Vanthof, please?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. MPP Bailey, I see you have raised your hand.
Yes, I can hear the speakers like Vanthof and Smith, but I can't hardly hear you, Madam Chair. So I don't know whether your mic's not on or something. Anyway, I can hear the other 2 speakers that just went before you, but it's very, very difficult to hear you.
I will move my microphone closer. Is that better?
That's better. That's better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Our witnesses today have been grouped in threes for each 1 hour time slot. Each witness will have 7 minutes for their presentation, and after we have heard from all three witnesses, the remaining 38.5 minutes of the time slot will be for questions from committee members. This time for questions will be broken down into 2 rounds of 8 minutes for each of the government, the opposition, and 1 round of 6.5 minutes for the independent members as a group. Oh, my apologies. I already read that. I'll now call upon our first group of witnesses. From Toronto PigSafe, we have Anita Crank. My apologies if I mispronounced that. From Centennial Carriages, Inc., we have Laura Centennial, and we have Janet Fraser. You have the floor.
Hi, would you like me to present first?
Yes, we'll begin with Anita.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a few moments to acknowledge my white privilege. It's defined as being able to go about your daily work and life successes and tribulations without the added burden of experiencing systemic racism and exploitation. For example, the documentary called 13th, which I watched on YouTube this weekend, shows how systemic racism has been deliberate and planned and put to use for the economic and political gain of the ruling classes against our Black and brown brothers and sisters. We all have an obligation to stand up, listen, and act as allies and stop the cycle of exploitation, violence, and injustice. It's heartening to see how many are standing up now, and the Animal Safe movement, the group which I represent, is humbled to use our platforms to listen, learn, and act in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. My biography. I hold a PhD in political science from the University of Toronto. Years ago, I taught at McMaster and Queen's courses on social movement strategy and tactics, economic globalization, qualitative research methods, Canadian politics, environmental sociology, and other topics. I started as a peace and environmental activist and participated in civil disobedience with Friends of Clackwood Sound and Greenpeace in the 1990s to protect old-growth rainforests in British Columbia. Now I'm a full-time organizer with Animal Safe Movement, a worldwide organization with 1,000 chapters in over 70 countries. 10 years ago, Mr. Bean, my dog, and I founded the first chapter called Toronto PigSafe. Many of you may have encountered us on what we dubbed Pig Island, a traffic island at Strawn and Lakeshore in downtown Toronto, to raise awareness of the 30 transport trucks carrying 6,000 pigs to quality meat packers. We held our vigils from 2011 to April 2014 when quality meat packers went bankrupt. We now hold vigils at Toronto's cow slaughterhouses, at St. Helens and Maple Leaf Chicken Slaughterhouse, both blocks away from St. Clair and Keele in Toronto. We also hold pig vigils at Canada's largest pig slaughterhouse called Fearman's in Burlington. I was inspired by Leo Tolstoy, Mahatma Gandhi, Cesar Chavez, Saul Alinsky, Lois Gibbs, among other love-based community organizers when we formed our first Toronto PigSafe chapter. We use the following main strategies: bearing witness. Bill 156 attempts to criminalize this historic ethical method. 2, love-based community organizing. 3, vegan outreach. More recently, we added 3 other chapters to our Animal Safe movement: Climate Safe Movement, Health Safe Movement, Youth Climate Safe. Youth Climate Safe is run by a 13-year-old African-American organizer, Genesis Butler. She is related to Cesar Chavez. Follow her on Instagram at Youth Climate Safe and Genesis Butler. She has over 55,000 followers. We now have 61 chapters in 20 countries of Youth Climate Safe. In 2015, I was charged with criminal mischief for giving water to thirsty pigs, and then acquitted with the great work of my two prominent and well-established criminal lawyers, James Silver and Gary Grill, both of whom are vegan. We fought and failed to get pigs recognized as persons under the law instead of the demeaning property these intelligent, sentient beings are referred to in order to enable us to slaughter them. We succeeded in showing compassion is not a crime. That is, following the golden rule, giving water to a thirsty animal. Bill 156 attempts to overturn this just ruling. I'd like to address 6 areas: moral, environmental, health, economic, political, and legal. First, the moral. We all have a moral duty to bear witness. Leo Tolstoy defined bearing witness as not looking away from suffering creatures, but coming close and trying to help. At animal vigils in front of slaughterhouses, we face the animals. We look them in the eyes and see their scared, innocent souls. We see how dirty they are. We experience the smell. We hear the industrial sounds, they hear more acutely. Our physical presence is a moral duty similar to the Quakers and Greenpeace protesting atmospheric nuclear tests more than 50 years ago. Facing a midlife crisis at 50, Leo Tolstoy was suicidal. In the 1870s, he found a solution. He needed to align his actions with his beliefs. For the next 32 years of his life, he started taking actions including no longer sports hunting, calling it an evil pastime, becoming an ethical vegetarian, an active anti-imperialist, a pacifist standing up for conscientious objectors, and human rights advocate defending persecuted religious minorities in Russia. Do not believe in words, yours or others. Believe in deeds, he said. We all share a duty to bear witness to animals in slaughterhouses in our communities. I invite each and every one of you to join Toronto Cow Save and Toronto Pig Save at our weekly vigils. At slaughterhouse vigils, you see scared and terrified animals who don't want to die. At sanctuaries, you see the opposite. At the pig preserve, Richard Hoyle, a former Marine, has 170 pigs roaming free on 100 acres in Tennessee. The pigs form their own social groupings, not so much organized in terms of type, age, or size, but in terms of their personality and disposition. They roam the entire sanctuary in a day, foraging for blackberries, grass, walnuts, persimmons, and other foods. The pigs hate being confined. Sound familiar? The pigs smell like plants. Esther the Wonder Pig, who's a celebrity pig living in Campbellville, smells like maple syrup. Our beloved dogs smell like corn chips. Pigs in factory farms and transport trucks smell horrible and sickly. Dario Fo, an Italian Nobel laureate and playwright, writes in his book, that is what happens to them when they're locked up, animals in captivity, forced to live in a cage. That's what makes them smell like that. Normally, freedom has no stench. When they are at liberty in the forest, they certainly do not smell that way. Those of us who have been in quarantine now have an inkling of an idea of what animals experience. We need to end animal agriculture for the sake of these innocent animals and transition to a...
You have 1 minute left.
In terms of the environment, Al Gore is vegan. Dr. James Hansen, the world's top climate scientist, is vegan. Greta Thunberg said, I am vegan for ethical, environmental, and climate reasons. In terms of health, as of June 4, there have been 20,400 reported positive cases tying meat packing facilities to workers testing positive, and over 74 reported deaths in the US. In Canada, there have been a number of deaths. In terms of economics, Jim Cramer of CNBC says going against Beyond Meat is going against history. He says Beyond Meat is an answer to the pandemic. It's not a hobby. The hobby is going to end up being meat. In terms of what this committee needs to do, I think morally, we need to not only do the right thing and transition to a plant-based diet, but also we should not be hiding the truth. And I think Bill 156 is aimed at hiding the truth.
Thank you very much. That's the time that you have. We'll now turn to our second scheduled witness or presenter, Laura Centennial. Laura, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Myself, along with my husband and our family, are owners of Sentinel Carriages in Niagara-on-the-Lake. We have been operating horse and carriage services in the Niagara region for the past 27 years. Our business consists of tours on the streets of Niagara-on-the-Lake. We also provide horse-drawn carriages for weddings, funerals, parade, film, and television. We take pride in the care and condition and training of our horses. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you a snapshot of my living reality with animal rights activists. June 3rd, I received a messenger notification from a friend, an Instagram post from @War4Animals Niagara, in response to one of our fun little posts. It reads as follows. This is the actual post. This is a screenshot. Hashtag @War4Animals Niagara. Jason King. The company operating in Niagara-on-the-Lake must be hurting financially. This may be a joke, but it's very telling that they are thinking of other ways to exploit and use horses to generate profits while they cannot put them out on the streets. Why the hell can't they just stop thinking of horses as machines to work for humans as slaves? Be sure to join us when they hit them hard. Protests immediately upon the return to the streets of Niagara-on-the-Lake. be ready. While we wait, we are designing new posters, crafting new tactics, and planning for more actions to up the pressure. Even in the middle of this pandemic, under lockdown, it continues. Right now, my family and our horses are fine. We are all here at the farm enjoying the moderate security and safety of being here. For all farmers, we included, life has maintained its usual rhythm, and the realities of life stay safely at the outer edges. We take care of our horses, our farm, and each other. Sorry. We plan and prepare to restart our business as resources run low. Will be sooner or later. I'm so sorry.
Would you like a few moments?
I'm soldiering on. Then something as simple as this brings it all back, and the reality hits hard. If we can make it through this with our health and a few groceries remaining, at war we'll be waiting. This is not new. For 3 years, we have endured, we have carried on. We have explored every option and avenue that we assumed and imagined we might have had to protect our horses, our staff, our guests, our family, our lives, and our livelihood. There is nothing. I do not really worry about the grandstanding and the chest pounding, sticks and stones, if you will. What keeps me awake at night is the thinly veiled, carefully crafted threats of destruction, the pure hatred, potential violence, and harm to everything I hold dear. Now we have at war's latest manifesto and rallying cry. Now what? Based on past experiences, there is no limit to the possibilities of at war's dedication to destroy our business, my family, and our reality that once we leave the farm, we have no protection. The police have told me there is nothing we can do, over and over and over again. I don't even call them anymore. We are completely and absolutely on our own. We are farmers. Horse and carriage services is our market product. This makes us a prime target in public, on the streets, for radical AR people far and wide. This is our last avenue. We cannot continue in the same vein with an abundance of sympathy and support from our community, businesses, our Lord Mayor and Council, but no legislative protection. As other protective measures are introduced through Bill 156, we and our family become an even larger target. I would never move to interfere with anyone's charter rights. However, when the charter is used as a shield to allow behavior that would otherwise never be accepted or unchallenged, it's unbalanced, nullifying our same rights. I sincerely hope that our situation is considered as the bill moves forward, that a balance can be restored. My desire is to be able to know that my staff, my family, and horses will be safe in our workplace. I thank you so very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I understand that we have Janet Fraser on the line. Janet, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record, and you may begin. You'll have 7 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Janet Fraser. I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for allowing me to join today. While I have no special knowledge related to farming or Bill 156, I do think that my reactions and my feelings are likely representative of the feelings of a large number of Canadians and members of the general public. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not. Hello, am I still there?
Yes, we're listening.
Oh, sorry. My screen just went blank for some reason. I'm not a member of an activist group, but I did participate briefly for a period of several months, perhaps 8 years ago, in an activist group. What I learned about farming in that time was that it was very different from the images that I had come to believe that farming was. It was shocking to find out some of the truths that do have to go on in order to, I guess, provide the food supply to the large population. But I was actually grateful for the opportunity that the activists provided in learning some of the truths behind farming. And I think that activists, unfortunately, have had to turn to some acts that are deemed as trespass or other in order to expose some of the cruelties and the abuses that go on in the farming industry. I also, just to tag on to the previous speaker, I certainly recognize there are differences between industrial farming and private farming. And I also am aware that some of what I say is debatable, but just again, as a general member of the public, I am deeply concerned about the possibility of Bill 156 passing as it stands now. I strongly believe that we all have a right to transparency related to our food supply system, and this bill leaves me wondering why there would be opposition to block the exposure of abuses and cruelties that can potentially take place within industrial or private farm settings. It seems to me that this bill is seeking to punish those who seek to bring comfort and protection to living sentient beings. I can't help but wonder if trespass is the right term. When I Googled the proper definition, it includes terms such as unlawfully entering the land of another or an intentional interference with chattel, etc. So I think, although I didn't hear the entire first presentation, the previous to me, I think that the activities of animal activists are to meet an unmet need in terms of exposing and ideally preventing animal cruelties. And I think because we don't have mechanisms in place that seem sufficient in doing that, it does lead to people having to enter the land of another. I heard the first speaker previous to me make reference to balance, and I can't help but wonder if we can't find a balance to meet the needs of those who want to expose and prevent cruelties, along with protections for property owners. It seems that's the missing piece here, and I can't help but think there could be other ways of doing this or other options. As an example, perhaps a coalition of both activists and I guess government structures that can oversee this. But anyway, I'm digressing from what I wrote. So it seems to me, though, as just a general member of the public today, that Bill 156 is based on some flawed logics. It seems that it is presupposing that current farming and transportation is humane and does provide for biosecurity. Yet there's an avalanche of information available now on the web that shows us that this ethical treatment isn't necessarily a given. And so I do apologize to those who are providing ethical treatments, but the fact that there are still horrific abuses taking place is even in fact sometimes with what's deemed as being acceptable, like to a general member of the public, it was shocking. So during my brief period of activism, coming to learn and to hear the screams of pigs as they're being prodded with electrical prods to make their way into the slaughterhouse, or the fact that chickens are kept in cages and specifically bred to a certain size in order to fit into ovens, or the amounts of water being provided are calculated according to cost. So I realize that we are limited in time today and that there's many factors at play. But again, I'm speaking just as a general member of the public and my perception.
You have 1 minute left, Janet.
Oh, gosh. Okay. I want to say that we need the activists to ensure that the industry is not left to push boundaries to the limit in terms of abuses that do take place. I don't think that the trespassers are the wrongdoers. I think that there are those out there that are true wrongdoers. I also am concerned about the origins of the bill. I understand that it was prepared by Ernie Hardiman and that his nephew, John, an NDP.
John Vantoff.
Thank you. I gather that he is a dairy farmer. So I'm just wondering about some of those connections, you know, in terms of a bill being written by those who are in farming to benefit the farming industry. So because of time, I just wanted to say if Bill 156 is allowed to pass as it stands, it scares me. I think it's a precedent to punish whistleblowers.
Thank you,
in other
Janet.
sectors.
Sorry, my apologies to cut you off. That's 7 minutes.
That's okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This round of questions will now start with the official opposition. As previously indicated, you will have 8 minutes for your time. Would you like me to provide you a 4-minute mark as well, or would you just like the 1 minute prior to your time is up? MPP Vantoff, you have the floor.
The 1 minute is fine. Thank you.
You may begin.
I'd like to thank all three presenters for taking some time this morning, and for Janet specifically. I am the John Vantoff of which you speak, and my uncle is the Minister of Agriculture, but we have some deep divisions on this bill. So just for your comfort, I would, listening to all three presentations, I would say that it shows how difficult an issue this actually is, and how much emotion there is, and everyone's coming from their position. The question, and there's several parts in this bill. Everyone's talking about the trespass, and I want to ask about that. But there's also the issue about getting into a facility under false pretenses, and that's a very touchy part of this bill. But for all three of you, I'd like all. Do you believe that farm facilities, processing facilities, should be protected by some type of trespass act? And perhaps Anita could take it first.
I think we already have existing laws, trespassing laws. I don't think we need any additional ag-gag bill. So I'm perfectly happy with the existing system. In my testimony, I mentioned how pigs are in a natural setting. They roam 100 acres, forage, they love it, they hate confinement. In our factory farm system, pigs, mother sows can't even turn around. Now, we've all faced confinement because of the coronavirus. Can you imagine being in one spot, not being able to turn around? And these pigs have the intelligence of 4-year-old creatures. So they're brave activists that just show these conditions of these victims. And I think it's absolutely essential that we do it. It's called, meet the victims, or just like let people see, because people would not support this if they saw what was happening to these intelligent creatures. Would you put a dog in a crate for months, and the dog not being allowed to turn around, and then forcibly impregnating the dog, and then taking their babies away, and then doing this in a repeated cycle? This is today's farming, and it's unethical, and it's also destroying the climate, and it's hurting our health. It's processed meat is a group 1 carcinogen according to WHO. So it's insanity. Our current system is insanity. Our house is on fire, says Greta, and animal agriculture is one of the big reasons. So we need the opposite of Bill 156.
Laura?
Hi, thank you. Although what we're doing has nothing to do with food production, So I really can't speak on that particular issue, except to say I have several friends in the area that have small little farms, and the animals are treated better than I am. In our case, we do, up until this point in time, our farm was always open for anybody who wanted to come in with pleasure. Now we have to be a little more diligent and a little more careful, because my experience and my reality is that there are people out there who, although they say they're there for the horses, I've also been told that they would love to see them go to slaughter. Going to slaughter would be better for them than the life we give them. So under, that pretense, yeah, I feel that farmers, their life is invested in everything, and they should be protected from people who are not always thoroughly educated on the subject, that go more with feelings and facts. And it's our property. This is, we pay the taxes, we pay the mortgages, we pay the bills. We should be able to maintain some reasonable control over it.
Janet?
Did you say Janet?
Yes, he did.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So I guess in order to also, consider the response of the property owner, it just seems to me that there's such a difference though between the small individual farmers and some of the bigger industrial complexes, where you may not necessarily have the mechanisms in place to ensure protection from those that would abuse the animals. I think that as a whole, the system is sort of missing the sort of ability to monitor some of those bigger industrial settings, and so again, because I'm not as well informed probably as a lot of committee members, but as an outsider, it just seems to me that there's a glaring gap in the system, and it is, I think that there may be other ways of protecting property owners, but also balancing the need for protections for the animals. Like, I can't help but wonder if there were other things that were considered, like coalitions of both activists and government inspectors. I don't know how to articulate it, and I'm aware of the time, but I just wonder if there's other ways to address the what is deemed trespass. And again, I think, trying to blanket everything under just farming, when there probably are big differences between conditions like our previous speaker, like small farmers or horse farmers, not food production. But I think when it comes to food production, I'm just not sure that Bill 156 is the answer, and I don't know much about what other options are in place or have been considered. I'm sorry, that's not a good answer.
That's fine. Bill, I guess the ultimate, if this bill reaches its objectives, there will be less participation from the public. Certainly, where there are those who say that this will also be an impediment to, let's say, an investigative.
You have 1 minute left, MPP.
Investigative reporter coming into a plant. Quick yes or no, given what we've seen since COVID, do the three of you have faith that government or industry inspections are enough to protect the public and protect the animals?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Is it my turn? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, the short answer is no. I do not have faith that the government has enough mechanisms in place. I'm all for investigative reporting around industrial farm conditions, because I think this is the only way that we can learn about what actually is going on. And no, I don't have faith. No.
Thank you. That concludes this round of questioning. I know that normally I ask members and witnesses to make their comments through the chair. Given the technological limitations here today, I am prepared to be a little bit lenient. So I would just ask members when you are asking your question to please include at the end of the question who you are directing that question to, just so that we are able to properly move forward and get the right people to answer that. We'll now turn to the independent members. You have 6.5 minutes. MPP Schreiner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I really want to sincerely thank all three of the presenters for joining us today and taking time out of your busy schedules to be a part of these important hearings. And I think one of the things I've heard in the conversation leading up to these committee hearings is, and I felt that it was reflected a lot in the three presentations, is can we find some balance? There's some on one extreme that is like, you know, no reporting on animal agriculture. There's other people on the extreme of like all animal agriculture should be eliminated. And how do we find a balance that protects the private property rights and safeties of farmers with also ensuring that we have proper oversight around animal welfare issues? And so the three of you, I think, actually in your own different ways spoke to a lot of those concerns that are being expressed. So Laura, I wanted to direct my first question through the chair to you, that you read some material in your presentation, and I'm wondering if that feeling obviously was very emotional for you, if that feeling or I guess if those comments are mostly directed through like social media and those types of ways, or are you experiencing those types of comments like on your private property at your farm?
Who was that question directed at, MPP Schreiner?
To Laura from Sentinel.
Thank you. Laura?
Oh, thank you. Honestly, we haven't really had any confrontations at our farm. And in a lot of ways, I would much prefer that. It would be easier to manage. The social media aspect of it, quite honestly, I don't pay much attention to. It's, you know, it's just social media. Our biggest experience with the derogatory comments is literally face-to-face on the streets as we're working, between myself, every member of my family, all of our staff, even local people who don't particularly agree with what the protesters are saying. And, you know, our community has really embraced us and feels very protective of us and our horses. So people do become quite upset when they see them, and it's not really the seeing them. It's we found that the activists really try to provoke people. You know, they're trying to set up that perfect scenario where somebody just has had enough and steps over the line. These types of things, trying to scare our horses, trying to wear down our employees. The wonderful people that we get to work with are our staff and employees, but they're more like extended family. The things they have had to put up and tolerate are just past the extreme of what anybody should be expected to deal with in the workplace. If you would like, I'm sort of ready here with a few statements. If you don't mind the little added time, I'm happy to read you a typical statement from one of my drivers of their experience with the activists while they're out in Niagara on the Lake and while they're trying to do their job.
Maybe one, if you don't mind, just quickly, because I want to make sure I have time to ask
I
other
would have a
witnesses.
really short one off the top of the pile. This is from a young girl, Abby Moran. She's about 20 years old, which is really typical. Young girls and horses, it's just a natural mix. To quote her, one day during one of their big operations, this will be the protesters, they had 10 plus big rental trucks and other cars driving all around Niagara-on-the-Lake. No matter what way I turned on our tour, there was a vehicle waiting for me. Even when I altered my normal route, they still found me. They would follow me and turn around when they saw me to make sure someone was driving in front and behind me the whole time. They would sometimes form a line in all their vehicles behind me too. This made me feel very uncomfortable, very unsafe, and my passengers were upset too. They were unsure what to do. They could throw something out the window to spook the horse. They could drive recklessly and get too close to us. So many things they could have done while they were following me that day, which makes me feel so very unsafe. And there was nothing I could do to stop them. And while at the corner, there was a rest in between my tours. I had
MPP Schreiner, you have 1 minute left.
Laura, I'm sorry, I just have one more minute and I want to ask another witness a question. So thank you for that. Anita, I just wanted to quickly, and we only have a minute at this point, there's a lot of concern around people's charter rights being violated by parts of this bill. Do you feel like your charter rights would be violated?
Yes, I mean, we do vigils in front of slaughterhouses. We have the right to protest. This bill would try to eliminate that, and bearing witness is a moral duty. Quakers did it. Greenpeace did it. It's going to a site of injustice and trying to correct it. And I think this bill is unconstitutional.
Thank you for that. And Janet, I wanted to ask you the same question, though I may be running out of time.
I think that the activists are really seeking to address injustice. And again, you know,
My
I
apologies.
appreciate
That's all the time that we have for this round. We're now going to turn to the government. And MPP Smith, I believe you have some questions.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for Laura. First off, it's actually a two-part question. You've got how many people are currently working for you? And secondly, when do you think it's appropriate that someone intimidates or scares your employees?
I have approximately in high season about 20 people, that's drivers and support staff. You know, I think if you are, like you see yourself now, if you are doing your job, you should be afforded a little bit of respect. In what we do, there's enough challenges. You're dealing with a 1-ton horse, a wonderful, super well-trained, very happy horse. You're dealing with traffic. You're dealing with your guests. And, you know, that's manageable. But when you throw in the intimidation, the derogatory comments, and you know, the vehicles following you and all sorts of the things that we've dealt with over the last 3 years, it makes it so incredibly difficult. I've actually had people who loved their jobs have to quit because they were really suffering mental health issues because of it. And it follows when they're not working. They're followed on social media. And I had one young man be addressed as he looked like a wife beater, and he became the wife beater. You know, people are going to their job, a job that they enjoy doing, making a living, paying their bills, and to have this added pressure. And I mean, you know, they're 2 feet from your face, and our people love the horses they work with. We pair them off, you know, they're a team in every way of the term. And they're so afraid for their horses because they don't know what somebody is going to do. And it causes a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, MPP Harris.
Okay, MPP Barrett, I see that you noted you raised your hand. I will go to you after I recognize MPP Harris.
You can let Mr. Barrett.
No, it's okay. I just want to say that I'm noting everyone down. So MPP Harris.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to everybody that is participating. It's kind of neat to have everybody here collectively from across the province. Laura, I've got a more of a statement. Was kind of hoping that maybe you could finish off reading maybe one more of some of your staff members, concerns that they've raised over the years. If we could maybe find something that could only maybe take a couple of minutes. I know that Mr. Barrett also has a question as well.
Okay, sure. So just launch into a statement here.
Please do, yes.
Okay. This is from Shay. My name is Shay Vandenberg. I'm a 15-year-old student at Eden High School. I've been employed with Sentinel Carriages for 2 years. I had a very upsetting experience at work due to protesters in the old town of Niagara-on-the-Lake. This morning I arrived at the corner of King and Queen Street where the carriages are parked around 11 a.m. I was called into work early due to the presence of the protesters at the corner. As soon as I got dropped off at the corner, I immediately felt intimidated by the presence of the many protesters who were surrounding my work area, where I would normally stand to give horses water and help the drivers. Since I was not comfortable being there by myself, I went to the other drivers and went on an hour tour with her just to get out of there. So I think this sort of gives you the idea. This poor girl ended up calling me, and she was hysterical, and she is a tough young girl. Don't let 15 fool you. And she was very upset. I also have a letter from her mother, which she actually sent to the local paper and was printed as an editorial. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. And, I think it's very unfortunate that, we have to see people put into these types of circumstances and situations. I know it's certainly very tough for your employees, and just want to thank them for persevering and doing a good job and doing what's right. I'll release my time to Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. MPP Barrett. MPP Barrett, you have to unmute on your end. MPP Barrett, you'll have to unmute your microphone on your end. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee, and people at the witness table. I hope people are having more success with some of the technology than I am. I've got a person helping me here. That's why I was wearing the mask. Not that we apologize for wearing a mask these days. And again, the common ground, the commonality at the witness table, 3 deputants that have indicated their love for animals, that's people in Ontario. That's really, of anywhere in the world. All of us have a love for animals, working animals, pets, and what have you. Controversy will be on these committee hearings for several days. Very, very interesting stuff, and stuff that's not really adequately being resolved on social media or being resolved out on the street or on somebody's property. Hence the opportunity for all of us to discuss this before this standing committee representing a number of policies representing different directions. I want to go back to the question that has been raised, and I'll open it up to anyone at the witness table, perhaps someone who hasn't spoken yet. How do we strike a balance? We have the existing Trespass to Property Act. Several sides have indicated that hasn't been adequate. We have new legislation before us, and I know we're short on time. Just some comments on how can we strike some more balance. We have government for a reason. We have this committee for a reason. And as was indicated, there can be extremes on all sides. How do we strike that balance? And I'll just turn that up over to, I suppose, at the direction of the chair, whoever jumps in
Have
first.
1 minute left.
Thank you.
Who was your question? Was it directed to Laura, MPP Barrett?
No, whoever maybe hasn't had a chance to speak, maybe.
Oh, may I?
Yes.
May I?
Laura?
Okay. May I?
Oh, sorry, Janet. My apologies. Yes,
Thank
have
you.
the floor.
Okay, I would like to actually be the one to answer that because I think right now Bill 156 is looking to address these issues from a very specific perspective. But I think, though, addressing the rights and the well-being of living sentient creatures and protecting their rights would in turn reduce
My
the
apologies, Janet. I have to cut you off. This round of questioning for the government side is over. Now, before we proceed, we are running a little bit behind, and we have a little flexibility with time. However, we do have to end straight at noon because of the the House order. So my question to the committee is, we have about 10 minutes left for this. Each of you have 8 minutes left, but we have about 10 minutes left until 11 o'clock. Would you prefer to have the 8 minutes each and cut short the next round, or would you prefer to just cut it short now and have 5 minutes each? I'll leave it at the discretion of the committee. If you want to just do questioning for 5 minutes here and then go to the next one, 5 minutes? 5 minutes each and then just next one? You want to cut the next one short? Okay, Mr. Van Thoff says no. Oh, you're okay with that? Yes, okay. Thank you. So in that case, then we'll go back to the official opposition. You have 8 minutes. Who would like to begin this round of questioning? Please raise your hand. All right, MPP Glover, you have the floor.
Okay, my first question is for Laura. Laura, what you've been experiencing it sounds more like harassment than trespass, because you said the actions haven't taken place on your farm, they've actually taken place on the street. When you phone the police, have they said anything? Like, we do have, there's in the criminal code, harassment is specifically stated, and there's a definition of it. Why do the police say that what you're experiencing doesn't fall under the Harassment Act?
Well, thank you for asking that. I, of course, don't know the hearts and minds of the police, but I've been through every bit of legislation pertaining to our situation, and it is there, from harassment to following vehicles around a horse on the road. That's a provincial bylaw or law violation. There seems to be an unwillingness by the police to pursue it. And probably my best guess is they don't want to take on, a charter challenge, that sort of thing. I don't know. They don't want to make it worse. But in the meantime, their unwillingness, their inactivity to actually do anything has given our activists sort of it's widened their agenda, and it's given them sort of the feeling that they can keep moving forward with their agenda.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off there because I want to ask Anita a question as well, but I appreciate your response, and to all the speakers, I really appreciate you being here. Because we do need to figure this bill out and get it right. And so my next question is for Anita. If this bill is passed, will your group or other groups be launching a constitutional challenge of the bill?
Absolutely. We will work with lawyers at Animal Justice and my own vegan lawyers, Gary Grill, James Silver. In the United States, these types of bills were defeated on constitutional grounds. I think the same thing will happen here. I think the existing laws are in place and they can handle any cases that arise.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the official opposition? MPP Van Thoff, you have the floor.
Just a quick question to Laura. Under Bill 156, it goes into fairly detail on citizen's arrest, and that after you make a citizen's arrest, then you contact the police. Would you be comfortable with making a citizen's arrest, or would any of your employees be comfortable with making a citizen's arrest?
Absolutely not. The people that we are dealing with quite often carry handcuffs, and who knows what else. We have been warned that we have to stay away, that we cannot antagonize. We have sort of, in a weird roundabout sense, been the problem in looking for justice and equality. That is absolutely. Would you have your 20-year-old daughter try to do a citizen's arrest on some 40-year-old guy with handcuffs and who knows, maybe a knife or a stun gun? Absolutely not. This is why I do respect their right to express their feelings. We just need distance, a bit of a buffer zone so they can be over there expressing their feelings and their thoughts, and we can be safe doing what we do, running our business. Our drivers should be safe. Our horses should be safe. The public should be safe. They can feel and think and say what they want. We just need some space. We need a barrier that honestly I think would work in beautifully as an animal protection zone. That's all we're asking for. I'm not looking to shut down anybody's opinions, but I don't want ours shut down. I don't want our rights shut down. And I'm tired of my people, us, my family, myself. I've had death threats, for goodness sake. I am tired of us living with this. It's always there. It never goes away. It subsides and then it's back. This is no way to have to conduct a business in Ontario, Canada in 2020. Thank you.
No further questions.
Seeing no questions from the official opposition, we'll now turn to the government side. Who would like to begin? Sorry, MPP Schreiner, you raised your hand. Do you have a question?
Oh, I thought it was coming back to me, but it's going a different way back.
So my understanding, MPP Schreiner, is that in each round, there is 6.5 minutes for the independent member, and then there are 16 minutes for the official opposition and government,
Okay,
and those 16
gotcha.
minutes are divided into 2 groups of 8. Thank you. We'll turn now to the government side. Oh, MPP Pettipies, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank all the participants who have come and taken the time to give their deputations today. It's quite interesting to listen to all the different opinions and that we've heard, and it's certainly interesting to think about just exactly how this has affected those in the animal industry in Ontario and those who aren't in the animal industry in Ontario. I'd like to ask Ms. Fraser a question, if I could, Chair. Ms. Fraser, you used the term industrial and private farming. Could you give me a definition of what you mean by industrial and private farming?
Sure. So, as best as I understand, you have the bigger production centers, like the one that I guess I've had a chance to view from the outside, Maple Lodge Farm. That's what I would think of as an industrial setting. And then I'm aware that there may be other private farmers out there. But within these industrial settings, I guess what I'm thinking of is a large number of employees. When I say industrial, it's not the image that the old-fashioned, grassy fields that people often imagine a farm to be. Does that make sense?
I guess, most of pretty well all the farms in Ontario, no matter what size they are owned by family farms, farm families. And so I was just trying to understand what you meant by industrial versus private.
So I guess I'm just thinking of like almost, I've been trying to avoid the term factory farms. But when I say industrial, what I'm really imagining are the factory farms.
Okay. Chair, may I ask Laura a question, please?
Yes, you may.
How long have you been in this business, Laura?
Approximately 27 years. My husband grew up in Niagara-on-the-Lake. He's been doing it since he was a teenager. I grew up in a condo in Toronto.
Okay. So you've been in, so all in all, 27 years would be a proper, appropriate term.
Right.
How long have you been experiencing these threats, as you call them?
It's been about 3 years now.
About 3.
Yeah.
About 3 years.
Yeah.
And are these threats continuing?
Yes. They come at us in different forms, in different ways, and different levels of intensity. But yeah, it's pretty continual. I mean, the statement I read to you at the beginning, that was from their Instagram post. I mean, who knows what they're planning? And that was last week, June 3rd. Who knows what they're planning? And you don't know. I know they really don't care about the well-being of our horses. They certainly don't care about our well-being. I mean, over and over again, they've said and in person and in writing that, they want to get rid of us. They want us gone. Our horses would be better off going to slaughter. That's our reality, and that's what we live with on a day-to-day basis. I mean, obviously, we haven't been out because of the quarantine, but I dread going back out there. Who knows what they've got planned?
Yes, I can understand. Through your chair, the COVID crisis certainly has not been good to your business. Or a lot of other businesses in Ontario, and you've got a lot of stress that way. I can certainly understand that. But certainly, when you're facing people who threaten you one way or the other, or your employees, it certainly doesn't make life any easier. So I want to thank you for your comments today, and I would like to pass on Mike to a member chair.
Further questions? MPP Barrett, you have the floor. You have to unmute yourself, MPP Barrett. No, we still cannot hear you.
Here we go again.
There we go.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to continue my original question, and I know the deputant, we ran out of time. Again, this striking of balance that's been talked about so far this morning. We have the existing Trespass to Property Act. We get complaints because it isn't successfully dealing with some of these cases of trespassing. Secondly, and fairly recent legislation that has passed, the PAWS legislation, the Provincial Animal Welfare Services Act, which has brought in some of the toughest animal welfare protection legislation anywhere. Now we're discussing on committee the newly introduced legislation. And again, and I apologize, I'm not sure who started to answer the question, but what kind of balance are we seeing? We're now dealing with essentially 3 pieces of legislation that address some of the controversies and conflicts we're talking about this morning.
MPP Barrett, who was your question directed towards?
whoever started to answer the last time, and I just opened it up to the witness table.
Would any of
Whoever
the...
would like to address it.
Thank you. If any of the presenters would like to respond, please raise your hand. Laura, I see your hand raised.
Hi. Yes, I believe we all need balance. I mean, but it has to be in a way that farmers and people within agriculture can protect their animals and their livelihood. In my experience,
There's 1 minute left.
There's so much misinformation out there.
Can I speak after?
We need balance. In our case, we need distance, and farmers and their herds and flocks, they need protected. Thank you.
Janet, you have 40 seconds.
Sure. Just quickly, I was the one speaking earlier. So I'm not so familiar with all the legislation, but I imagine that PAWS is more intended for pets, like dogs and cats, versus farm animals. And I still think that may be where the missing link is. Protections for farm animals.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes this round of presentations. I'd like to thank all of our presenters for joining us today. Your comments were very insightful, and I'm sure the committee will have a lot to deliberate. You may step down at this time. I'd like to welcome our new participants to our public hearings here today. Before we begin, I'd just like to do a quick roll call. Do we have Miranda Deza here from Last Chance for Animals? Yes, thank you. And then for Canadian Coalition for Farm Animals, do we have Maureen Bogue? If you are here, please raise your hand or say yes if you're on the phone. Susan Cleland? Vicky, sorry, was that Susan? Susan's here. Vicky Facto, I see Vicky there. Anne Griffin? Yes, okay, thank you. And for Animal Justice, Camille Labchuk? Yes, there we go, thank you. So we'll begin this round of presentations with Miranda Deza. Please state your name for the record, and you have 7 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning. I'm Miranda Deza, Canadian Council for Last Chance for Animals, or LCA, a nonprofit organization dedicated to eliminating animal exploitation through education, whistleblowing, legislation, and media attention. LCA has been involved in a number of high-profile whistleblower exposés in Canada, which have led to numerous charges based on the treatment of animals and legislative change. I'm here today to discuss 3 things. First, our concerns with the phrase false pretenses in Bill 156. Second, the importance of whistleblowing. And third, the results of recent polling we completed about Bill 156. Bill 156 will impose animal protection zones on farms, meat processing plants, and other prescribed areas, and require consent for entry into these areas. The bill will impose fines up to $25,000 where consent is obtained on false pretenses, requiring anyone who intends to gather information to whistleblow about hygiene and safety, the treatment of animals, or environmental issues to get consent in advance to collect this information. This will criminalize whistleblower exposés into our food chain and severely punish whistleblowers acting in society's best interest. The bill will make it a crime to reveal the truth. Bill 156 would capture even established employees who decide to gather evidence to shed light on issues observed in the course of their employment. This is a severe erosion in oversight and transparency and an unjustified intrusion on freedom of expression. Whistleblowers are an essential part of our legal system regulating animal agriculture. The government should be celebrating whistleblowers and the important role they play in oversight and transparency. There are no inspections in Ontario aimed at regulating the treatment of farm animals. Farm animal welfare is policed primarily on the basis of complaints. Under the PAWS Act, there is the possibility of inspections, but no schedule or details. Plus, that's not enough. Remember when the government told us it was going to have inspections into homes for the aged? Look at how that turned out. In 2018, LCA's whistleblower expose at Millbank Fur Farm led to 14 charges being laid for animal cruelty, including sanitation issues. To help you understand the value of whistleblowers, we have put together a video showing conditions that have been exposed in recent Ontario whistleblower exposés and submitted it to the clerk and posted it in a press release today at stopontarioaggagbill.com. In spite of the marvels of modern technology, the committee won't let us show it here today, which is a real shame because it is impossible to put into words what these videos show. I warn you that the video is graphic, but I urge you to watch the video and pay attention to the cruel conditions, the unsanitary premises, the crowding, and the untreated wounds. I urge you to listen to the cries of the animals and ask if that is in line with how you believe animals should be treated in Ontario. I urge you to ask yourselves if covering this up is in the best interests of society. The current pandemic has shown us that there is a strong connection between the sanitary treatment of animals and disease. Now is not the time to shut down whistleblowing in Ontario. We need it now more than ever. Ontarians want to know about where their food comes from and how animals raised for food are treated. We know this because we retained campaign research to complete a poll among a sample of 1,042 Ontarians about whistleblowing and Bill 156. The study was conducted on June 2nd and 4th, 2020. The study showed us that 87% of Ontarians agree that animals raised for food should be treated as humanely as possible. 91% of Ontarians believe that oversight and transparency into the conditions for animals on farms is important. 88% of Ontarians believe that it is important for whistleblowers to be able to expose conditions for animals, as well as hygiene and food safety on farms and in meat processing plants. 84% of Ontarians believe that there should be public transparency into health concerns in meat processing plants. The poll showed us that 61% of decided Ontarians disagree with Bill 156 making undercover investigations into the condition of farms and meat processing plants under false pretenses illegal. It also
You have 1
showed
minute left.
that 77% of decided Ontarians agreed that outlawing undercover investigations interferes with free speech. The results of the poll are quite compelling and show that Ontarians place high value in whistleblowers, oversight, and transparency. And while I do not have time to review all the results here, I urge you to review them in detail. I've submitted a complete copy of the polling results with the clerk, and the contents of our poll have been published in today's Sun. I urge you, there is still time to revisit Bill 156 and remove the false pretenses language. And if you don't, I urge you to at least change the name from the Protection Against Trespass and Food Security Act to the more appropriately named the Animal Abuse Whistleblower Trampling Act.
Thank you, Ms. Deza. That's all the time we have for your presentation. We'll now turn to our next group of presenters. Can we please unmute everyone here who is here on behalf of Canadian Coalition for Farm Animals? I would ask that if you could all please state your names for the record, and you will have 7 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
I'm Vicki Fecteau.
I'm Anne Griffin.
I'm Maureen Bogue.
And I'm Susan Cleland.
You may begin. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting us to attend this committee meeting. My name is Susan Cleland. I'm a director at the Canadian Coalition for Farm Animals, and I'm joined today by fellow directors Maureen Bogue, Vicki Fecteau, and Anne Griffin. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the welfare of animals raised for food in Canada. Crystal McKay, Executive Director of the Guelph-based advocacy group Farm and Food Care Canada, that launched the Canadian Centre for Food Integrity, said, "There are 16 million Canadians with a question mark about our food system. Most Canadians, including those in the southwestern Ontario Farm Belt, are a generation or more removed from direct farm experience, but many said they worry about whether farm animals are treated humanely." A Canada-wide study in 2018 by the same group, the Canadian Centre for Food Integrity, suggests there is increasing uncertainty about the direction of our food system. For the first time since the surveys have been done, results show a failing impression of Canada's agriculture system, with rising concerns around animal welfare as a whole. When it comes to consumers' confidence that Canadian meat, milk, and eggs are raised humanely, 61% of respondents were unsure. I hope that you have read the document we emailed in March regarding our issues with the proposed bill. To summarize, number one, it is not clear to us why this bill is required at all. Although some MPPs have said farmers have nothing to hide, there is no question they do. Number two, there are already trespassing laws in place, and a property owner can make a citizen's arrest of a trespasser. Number three, some aspects of the bill are not clearly defined, such as interacting with an animal and animal protection zones. Our main concern, though, is how animal abuse will be exposed. It will be almost impossible for employees to record abuse. An employee of a farm or slaughterhouse could be considered to have obtained consent under false pretenses and could be arrested by the owner if he or she is suspected of being a whistleblower. Bill 156 seems to have been written solely for the benefit of animal agriculture in order to hide practices in factory farms, transport trucks, and slaughter facilities. However, animal agriculture should not be exempt from consumer oversight any more than any other industry. The very fact that animal agriculture is pushing for this law does not suggest they're trying to protect animals. Rather, it is clearly proving that they have something to hide. It is also critical that consumers, many of whom advocate for animals, be completely aware of how farm animals are treated in the animal agriculture industry. This is made possible through whistleblowers in the same way such oversight exists in other industries. Just recently, the Canadian military were brought into Ontario to help seniors in the long-term care homes, and they reported about the absolutely squalid conditions. Just imagine if the Ontario government enacted laws to silence these whistleblowers. There are so many parallels here involving beings who are the most vulnerable in our society, unable to speak out against those who are in charge of supposedly caring for them. As I mentioned earlier, the document that we submitted contains links to several undercover investigations done in Ontario. They depict scenes of extreme violence, which of course are not within the codes of practice. They are hard to watch, but they must be seen. The first investigation was at hybrid turkeys, where footage showed a worker brutally killing a turkey with a variety of objects, including a shovel. Needlessly, the bird was in a tremendous amount of pain. There were also reports of punching, kicking, and throwing turkeys. Their spines crushed, heads bashed in, one bird left to drag its exposed intestines across the dirty ground. The third video was recorded at Maple Lodge Farms near Brampton. Chickens can arrive dead from transportation in extreme heat or cold. They are roughly thrown onto a conveyor belt, then shackled by their legs, some with broken bones protruding from their bodies. They then may survive the stunning pool and have their throats cut while still conscious. Sometimes they miss the cutting knife and an employee attempts to cut its throat by hand. The employee can process 1,000 or 2,000 birds per day. A fourth video at a halal slaughterhouse shows many of the same conditions as Maple Lodge Farms. There are also additional links to undercover investigations in other provinces that were precedent-setting. An example is footage from a Manitoba pig farm, which resulted in the National Farm Animal Care Council introducing a new code of practice which bans the use of gestation crates in Canada. Another from a Chilliwack, BC dairy farm, which resulted in the first time in Canada a company being held responsible for the acts of cruelty committed by its employees. With the realities of the vast amount of inhumane farming practices, whistleblowers are clearly needed. It is only through their actions that cruel practices have been uncovered and regulatory changes have been made to protect animals. Whistleblowers are truly working to protect and safeguard these animals and put in place protections.
You have
to make
1
their
minute
lives
left
better.
for your presentation.
Thank you. There are more than 26,000 livestock farms in Ontario, 150 slaughterhouses, and 27 livestock auctions. The recently enacted Provincial Animal Welfare Services PAWS inspectors cannot possibly investigate all of these facilities in addition to other investigations of zoos, aquariums, and domestic companion animals. There is no doubt that this bill has several flaws and should be amended or withdrawn. Thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to Camille 𝐬𝐲𝐝𝐿, who's here on behalf of Animal Justice. Please state your name for the record, and you will have 7 minutes for your presentation. You may begin.
Thank you and good morning. I am a lawyer and the Executive Director of Animal Justice. My name is Camille 𝐬𝐬𝐝𝐿. We are Canada's only animal law advocacy organization representing tens of thousands of Canadians, and we work to improve laws protecting animals. Unfortunately, there's a lot to do because Canada has some of the worst animal protection laws in the Western world. And Bill 156 is about to make a bad situation far worse. This bill is what's known as an ag-gag law, which attacks whistleblowers and prevents them from exposing illegal and unethical practices on farms. This is pure protectionism for the farm industry, and it's inspired by similar laws in the US that never should have crept into Canada. Here's what's at stake. Last year in this country, we killed 834 million chickens, pigs, cows, and other animals for food. What they endure is far beyond our worst nightmares. They spend their lives in deplorable conditions, mostly in dark, windowless warehouses. The farming industry treats them like commodities instead of sentient animals who feel both physical and mental anguish. Standard farming practices include things like castration, debeaking, cutting off tails without anesthesia, confining hens in battery cages so small they can't spread their wings, chaining calves to veal crates, and keeping mother pigs in gestation crates that prevent them from even turning around. I know you're going to hear from farm commodity groups who will boast about their very high standards of animal care, but this is false. Canada doesn't even regulate or monitor animal welfare on farms. Standard farming practices are exempt from provincial animal protection laws like the PAWS Act, so farmers get to make up their own rules through this massive loophole. The fox is guarding the henhouse. When the public does see the truth, most of the time that's because a whistleblower takes photos or videos. Shocking videos shot by whistleblowing employees have resulted in hundreds of news stories and aired on high-profile shows like CTV National News, Marketplace, and W5. These investigative stories have led to animal cruelty prosecutions and convictions and policy changes. But the bill would effectively shut down those hidden camera videos. Under Section 4.6, it would be illegal for someone to gain access to a facility through a false pretense. This would include an employee who seeks a job on a farm, follows all the rules, but didn't disclose that they care about animals and intend to blow the whistle if they see illegal cruelty. This would include investigative journalists. And this would include a worker whose employment agreement says they won't film inside the farm. If that person still sees something so disturbing they feel they have to go public, they would be punished. Now, this isn't only about animal cruelty. This also goes for workplace safety violations. Canada's biggest COVID infections have all been in slaughterhouses, and slaughter workers are terrified to go to work. Some of them have died. Under 156, a person who exposes those unsafe workplace conditions or takes a photo of inadequate protective gear could be prosecuted and fined. The bill attacks whistleblowers who expose criminal conduct in the workplace. The bill also attacks people who expose animal cruelty during transport, and you heard from Anita Crimes, who does vigils outside slaughterhouses. They frequently document violations of animal transport laws, and I know this because I help them file complaints with authorities. Inspectors are seldom watching and even more rarely prosecute, even when animals are overheating, when they arrive frozen solid as hockey pucks at the slaughterhouse, or when they suffer injuries from overcrowding. Citizen complaints are essential, and the provisions in Section 5.2 of this bill that prevent people from gathering outside slaughterhouses and interacting with animals on transport trucks, those would further reduce oversight and stop people from seeing suffering inside those trucks. These aspects of Bill 156 are also clearly unconstitutional. Ag-gag laws are a U.S. import. Farmers have pushed for these draconian laws, typically after undercover footage exposes cruelty that farm lobby groups don't want people to see. When they do pass, ag-gag laws in the U.S. have been repeatedly struck down in court as unconstitutional, including in Idaho, Utah, Iowa, and Kansas. And the reason for this is because they restrict freedom of speech, which is one of our most cherished rights in a democracy. Over 40 Canadian legal experts have already written to tell the government that Bill 156 is unconstitutional too, because it attacks our chartered protected right to free expression. You'll hear from some of those experts, and I'll leave it to them to elaborate. The government says this bill is about biosecurity on farms and stopping trespass, but it's not. Trespassing is already an offense. If the government wants higher fines to deter concerned citizens from trespassing on farms to see those conditions for themselves, that could be done without targeting employee whistleblowers. The bill isn't about biosecurity either. The government has never once explained how a whistleblowing employee could pose any risk whatsoever to biosecurity, because this is someone who's legally employed at the farm, follows all the rules, and simply films illegal cruelty if they see it. There's no risk, and not a single U.S. court has accepted the biosecurity argument because it's not a legitimate concern. The bill actually makes biosecurity worse by preventing whistleblowers from exposing conditions that could lead to public health threats, like viruses or antibiotic-resistant superbugs. I remind you that COVID-19 emerged from a wildlife market in China, but that a deadly virus could just as easily have come from a factory farm in North America. And they have. Strains of swine flu and bird flu already have. Deadly strains. Warehousing thousands of genetically similar animals in filthy conditions creates an ideal breeding ground for pathogens. Animal farming needs more transparency, not less. This bill is a huge step backwards, and the unconstitutional aspects of it will inevitably be challenged and lose in court. We've seen this movie before. The lengthy court battle will waste taxpayer funds at a time when we're going further into debt to respond to the pandemic.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. The law will be struck down and whistleblowers' exposés will once again be legal. But in the meantime, the court case will be a constant reminder of the abject cruelty and suffering that the farm industry is desperate to hide. I want to close by reminding you that Animal Justice testified in support of the new PAWS Act a year before this, last year before a committee just like this one. And government MPPs quoted me on the floor of the legislature praising the PAWS Act in debates. The animal protection community and animal justice is more than willing to engage and work with the government. But this is the first chance I've had to sit face to face with anyone in the government despite multiple meeting requests about this bill. Instead, it's the farm industry's fingerprints that are all over 156. But your job as legislators is not simply to protect the profits of farmers. It's your job to protect vulnerable members of society, and this absolutely includes farm animals. Please prioritize animals, transparency in the food system, and public health. Please reject
Thank you. That's
or at least
all the
remove the
time
unconstitutional.
Thank you. That's all the time we have. You are able to comment further through questions. This round of questioning will begin with the Independent Green Party member, MPP Schreiner. You have 6.5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank all three groups of presenters for taking the time to come to committee today and speak out. I'm going to direct my first question to Camille from Animal Justice. You've mentioned the fact that this type of legislation has been struck down as unconstitutional in many states in the U.S. Do you anticipate a charter challenge to Bill 156? And do you think that challenge would be successful?
I think it's inevitable that there will be a charter challenge to Bill 156. I think that the stakes are too high to let this legislation stand, and that in a liberal democracy, we simply can't sit back and abide by unconstitutional legislation. What's at stake here, as I've explained, is the ability of the public to get a glimpse behind the closed doors of factory farms. In Canada, we have rights to freedom of expression, and that includes not just the right to gather and disseminate information, but the right to receive that information as well. And this bill deprives Canadians from very important information that helps them make decisions about food and their food choices. When people see cruelty that happens on farms, that gives them information they need to decide whether they want to continue consuming those products. When a slaughterhouse is exposed for botched killings and abject cruelty on the floor of the slaughterhouse, that gives citizens and consumers the ability to say, I'm not going to patronize that establishment anymore. And when that information is shut off by a bill like 156 that does a real disservice to whistleblowers and the public, I don't think there's any response but to challenge it. And I do anticipate that challenge will be successful. Every single time this type of legislation has been passed in the States, challenges have been filed and they have all succeeded there. You'll hear from constitutional and criminal law experts who are far smarter than I am. These are people who are professors at Canada's leading law schools who believe that Bill 156 is unconstitutional and will be struck down in court.
Thank you for the response. My next question is going to be to Miranda. I was very interested in your polling numbers. And I asked this question as somebody who actually grew up on a farm, and we raised cattle on our farm. And one of the concerns I've had with this bill is in the U.S., when this type of legislation has been struck down by the courts, it's actually undermined confidence in farming. And actually, consumers have become more wary of supporting local farmers. Do you think that concern is reflected in your polling that you've recently done?
I think that is a very, very valid concern. The results of our poll talk a lot about how people want and expect this information. And our poll didn't ask questions specifically about that, but I am aware of other polling information that has addressed that information. And I actually believe you're going to be hearing from the people who commissioned that poll. But when people find out that farms are not being, that agriculture farms are affecting the flow of information out of the farms, it actually makes people more concerned about animal welfare and abolishes and harms trust in farmers, affecting their relationships. So that affects the farmers. And in fact, there are examples of U.S. farmers who have asked for ag-gags to be removed so that they can increase their reputation and have better respect from the community. Because, laws like this only protect a few bad apples. And they protect them from things they shouldn't be protected for, because oversight and transparency are essential to our democratic governance. And, we obtained a number of polling numbers that tell us about all of the things that are important. And what's really interesting is that our cause polled well across all political spectrums. So people who support all of the political parties in Ontario believe that this oversight and transparency are essential. And this law, will not help farmers. It will harm them.
Okay, thank you for that. Just really quick, I think my time's probably running out, but I'm just going to ask Camille, do you have some ways in which you think this bill could be amended to address the constitutional charter concerns that people would have?
Yes, I do. I think the biggest problems with this legislation are found in Section 4 and Section 5. So Section 4, Sub 4 says it's an offense to interact or interfere with an animal in an animal protection zone on a farm. That could be a very clear constitutional right. You know, say
You
that
have
there's
1
a,
minute
you know,
left.
a fence delineating a farm, there's animals on one side and a neighbor or an animal advocate goes to interact or film those animals. That could capture that conduct. The provision, Section 4, Sub 6, which prohibits people from gaining access to a farm via false pretense, that's a clear restraint on speech and unconstitutional and should be deleted. Section 5, Sub 2, which prohibits interacting or interfering with an animal in a transport truck, is constitutionally problematic. And any reference to false pretenses in the bill is something that restrains speech and I believe would be struck down by court. And so that would be something on our list of a high priority to be deleted.
Great. And I was going to ask the Canadian Coalition for Farm Animals a question, but I think I'm probably run out of time. So I'll just thank you for coming to committee.
Thank you. You had
Thank
about
you, Chair.
4 seconds left there. We're going to now turn to the government side, and I see a number of raised hands. Who would like to begin? MPP Barrett, I see your hand. You may begin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you letting me know that some of my other colleagues have some questions. And I thank the people at the witness table and the discussion issues raised around whistleblowing and false pretenses and the issue of getting permission ahead of time to go on somebody's property. And as we know, during these deliberations on committee, this proposed legislation does establish, if it passes, would establish additional offenses to address some of these issues. For example, entering somebody's property without explicit prior consent would be an offense. And also, if somebody were to go on someone's property, but they give false ID or misleading information with respect to who they actually are, and I think of, and again, we have government for a reason, and we have inspectors and people who work for government. And my understanding, when they do come to somebody's property or come to the door, oftentimes they have a uniform or they have an easily identified vehicle. It may say OPP, it may say Ontario government, it may be municipal bylaw, but and this must go back for many years. They would identify who they are, and they would ask permission if they can go and, inspect the footings of a building that's being constructed. But from what I hear in the testimony, I hear arguments against that. And I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I guess we've had the British common law for, developed over 800 years or so. And my understanding is you don't go on someone's property without asking permission. It can be dangerous, especially in the evening when it's dark, for all sides, or for animals for that matter, or children that are around. And you don't lie to somebody when you go on someone's property and say that you're an undercover policeman or something like that. So again, could we just run through that again? What's the rationale to justify going on somebody's property with misleading ID or without having permission? I just want to get my head around that.
MPP Barrett, who is that question directed towards?
Oh, again, well, I know Miranda raised it at the beginning. I think I saw Camille's hand go up.
Camille?
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I'm happy to speak to that. And thanks for the question, because I think it does give us an opportunity to really clarify what we're talking about here. My concern on behalf of animal justice is not that there are people out there who are using fake police badges to try to go onto property, or that they're coming on at night and that's inappropriate. We do have trespass laws in Ontario that say you can't come onto someone else's property, and so that already exists. What I think is new about this legislation that's really troubling, it's not that it will, necessarily crack down on someone who pretends they're a police officer. I think the concern is that if somebody is legitimately employed in a food processing plant, like a slaughterhouse, or legitimately employed on a factory farm, but they didn't disclose when they got that job that they care about animals and they might film cruelty and expose it if they see it. That's what the bill would consider to be a false pretense. So this person legitimately employed, carrying out all their duties as instructed, but simply filming animal cruelty if they see it and then becoming a whistleblower. That's the type of person that we're concerned about. You could also have somebody who didn't have any intentions of filming anything when they got the job, but they started working on the farm, or let's say there's a slaughterhouse and they see botched slaughter after botched slaughter and the management isn't taking any action and they get concerned about the implications of this. And that person has maybe signed an employment agreement that has an NDA that says they can't film inside their workplace. If they take those videos and expose them, even if they reveal illegal cruelty, that's what the false pretenses provision could attack. And that type of person who's trying to act in the public interest and reveal cruelty or unsafe work conditions or conditions that could lead to viruses, that's the kind of person who could be covered and punished by that. And we don't think that's right.
Okay, thank you. I think one of my colleagues has a question. Thanks, Chair.
Do I see any raised hands from the government? MPP Smith?
Thank you very much for that. My question is for Miranda. I understand your organization has lobbied the federal government to deny COVID-19 relief funds to some farms here in Ontario. Most of those funds will be used for PPE. Don't you think it's important that those farm workers have access to PPE as well?
We put in a request and asked about specific future funding and that it would prioritize farmers who were farming for agriculture, for a transition to sustainable agriculture.
So some farmers shouldn't get PPE?
Certainly, I would never suggest that people should not have PPE.
But you were just asking the federal government not to give them funds through COVID-19 relief, and those funds would be used for PPE for those workers. So how do you align that? It seems incongruent when you're saying on one hand that the federal government shouldn't be giving any funds to some of these farmers, and yet you're also saying that these workers do need access to PPE, especially during COVID-19. So how do you align the two then when you're saying that, no, the federal government shouldn't give these farms money, and you're also saying that, yes, you absolutely believe that the people who work on those farms deserve to have protections on these things? Where's the alignment on it?
Well, in terms of the funding, our letter came after the funding that was released for PPE and was with respect to additional funding. We're also asking that funding not be provided to large agricultural factory farms and that funding prioritize smaller farmers transitioning into more sustainable practices.
So larger farms don't have anyone working there?
You have 1 minute left.
They don't need any of that PPE?
In terms of funding, there is a large need. We were asking for prioritization of smaller farms with less resources and abilities. Many of the farms out there are large, massive corporations who have access to significant resources and who should be expected to provide these things to their employees, as all other employers are required to provide PPE out of their own pocket.
So some workers are worthy and others aren't. I'll turn it over to another one of my MPP colleagues.
MPP Harris, you have 20 seconds for this round.
I think
You'll wait for the next round.
Thank you.
Probably a wise choice there. We'll now turn to the official opposition. Who would like to begin? MPP Vanthof, I see your hand. You have 8 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. I might be in conflict of interest. I was a dairy farmer most of my life, proud of it. But you bring up all three groups brought up an interesting issue, because in the legislature, when I talk to farm groups, it's all about the first part of the act, about the increasing to trespassing, the increase of the fines. and very little about the whistleblower part of the act. And specifically, very little in what I'm trying to explain to them, and hopefully you can do it again, that actually for the farmers and the farm groups who are doing everything right, this potential overreach by the government, and it's possibly be struck down, could actually hurt farmers. The farmers who are doing it right, and the vast majority are, could actually hurt them in the long run. Could you perhaps, Camille, Chair, through you to Camille, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vantoff, for that question and comment. And thank you for what you've done to attempt to explain it to farmers, because we've experienced the same thing. I think the way the bill is communicated about, especially by the government, is in terms of protecting private property and protecting biosecurity. So it's about trespass and health of animals on farms, but this sneaky provision involving prohibiting people from using false pretenses to gain access isn't something that I don't think a lot of people truly appreciate or have knowledge of. So I think you're right that this bill actually does a disservice to farmers. Here's what's going to happen. The bill is going to be challenged in court. We know exactly how these cases are going to play out because they have in the States over the course of the last decade or so. Every time there's an appearance in that court case, the issue goes back into the news, and television stations play footage of undercover investigations that have shown those bad apple farmers that have shown stuff that's untoward happening to animals on farms. And the entire farm industry gets tarred with that brush. And so I know that by the end of litigation in many of the US ag-gag states, farmers were actually begging the government to give up the fight, to stop, because it was so bad for their reputations that these issues kept getting raised in the news. So I'm concerned that the bill has been spoken of exclusively about trespass and biosecurity, and a lot of farmers don't even appreciate the negative effects that this would have on them.
Thank you very much. And one other issue, I don't know who to direct this at, so I'll, if this bill passes as it stands, and if it's effective as it stands, likely the only inspection or the only supervision will ever be government or industry of the system. And would this clause stand in the Long-Term Care Act after what we've seen in long-term care? Would this, it's crazy that it's crazy that we're actually discussing this during a pandemic, but would a similar clause, or does a similar clause like that, does it exist in any act in Ontario?
Not that I'm aware of. What we've seen, the only similar thing is in Alberta. Alberta passed ag-gag legislation just before the Ontario bill was introduced, and it covers all situations. It would cover nursing homes, daycare facilities, hospitals, other locations where vulnerable people are being kept, and that's obviously a huge concern for that province. But here we're singling out farms for this type of secrecy. And I think you're absolutely right that the public wouldn't stand for this in nursing homes. They wouldn't stand for this in daycares. They wouldn't stand for this in schoolyards. And the question is, why are we treating farms so differently from these other locations where there are vulnerable people? And, I think to your point that we're currently in the midst of a horrific crisis in long-term care homes. I know we've all read the news stories, and we're all aware at this point of how we failed senior citizens who live there. And one of those reasons we failed them is for a lack of government oversight. That lack of government oversight is exactly what we're seeing on farms. There's no inspectors who are there to look for animal welfare concerns because there's no regulations that they can enforce. So I would suggest that a better response to the situation, if there's concern over people trespassing on farms, the reason they're trespassing on farms is because they have lost confidence. There's a crisis of legitimacy in the way the public perceives farming because it's not regulated. I would suggest that a better approach, instead of trying to silence protests and whistleblowers, is to tackle the root of the problem and address those lack of animal welfare standards on farms and address the lack of oversight and publicly available information so that people don't have to go in with a hidden camera and get that information themselves.
Thank you. Maureen, would you like to respond? Sorry, Ms. Bogue, your microphone is on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself on your end, I believe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, We talk about the COVID-19 right now and what's going in the long-term home care facilities and how these are the most vulnerable, like animals are, and how we should be treating being more concerned about animals too, ones who can't speak for themselves. And I just want to draw attention to the past. There was a time when children should be seen but not heard. And then when I was young, in the 50s and 60s, there was a lot of cases of child physical and sexual abuse. And it was brushed under the carpet because they thought it would be too traumatic for children to appear in a court. And actually it happened to me. And it traumatized me and had an effect on my entire life. And then when I had my children, I thought, this isn't going to happen to my children, to that generation. And now since then, people have come forward and they've blown whistles on people like that Gordon Stuckless, the incident that happened. So we have changed our laws. We've made it easier for children to appear in court. So again, these are the most vulnerable. And if it wasn't for the whistleblowers, if it wasn't for the people like me that thought this isn't right, my children aren't going to go through this, and then the generations after them.
There's 1 minute left for this round.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I just think that ties in with the long-term care homes and the vulnerability of the seniors, children, and animals, and how whistleblowing has made a difference.
I would just like to make one comment before my time is over on this round, that of all the farmers I know, and the vast majority do a good job. I'm anecdotally, but in every sector there, and the Premier said a couple days in question period, every profession has some bad apples. And those are the ones that, and I would hate to damage the reputation of all the good farmers by trying to protect a few of those bad apples.
Thank you, MPP Vanthof. There is about 11 seconds left. I think we can safely say that's the end of this round. So because we have a hard stop at noon, what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the government side and then official opposition, and each side will only have 4 minutes. So MPP Harris, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here virtually today. Like I said to the first group of presenters, these are unprecedented times, and it's kind of neat that we're able to meet in this way and get everybody's opinions heard. I just wanted to touch quickly on something that we haven't really talked much about yet in the first couple of hours of deputations here, and that's biosecurity. I have the opportunity to represent a very unique riding where it's about 60% rural and about 40% urban. In Waterloo region, that riding is Kitchener-Conestoga. And we have about 1,400 farms, working registered farms within Waterloo region. And I would venture to say that probably over 1,000 of them are within my riding. And I've had a wonderful opportunity to get out and meet a lot of these local farmers. And some of them are larger operations, and some are sort of very small, almost hobby farms. But everybody that I've had the opportunity to get out and meet with, has really shown that they care very much about their animals and the things that are happening on their farms. And just to move into this biosecurity aspect of things a little bit here, when I go to some of the larger either processing facilities and or some of the larger farms, there's often an inspector on site, whether that be a provincial inspector or whether that be an inspector from the federal Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And I know that the member from Temiskaming Cochrane has probably come in contact with these folks through his day-to-day operations back when he was still farming on a pretty regular basis. But you're wearing lab coats, you're wearing booties, sometimes you're wearing gloves, hair nets, beard nets, etc. And I wonder maybe, Susan, I don't think you've had a chance to really have too much say in the conversation. So maybe I'll put this question to you. So farmers and food processors take meticulous care into providing biosecurity for our supply chain when it comes to food here in the province of Ontario and of course Canada. And I'm just wondering, through the action that your organization has taken over the years, whether or not people that are trespassing onto farms understand the risk that could pose to potential biosecurity measures.
Absolutely. And we at Canadian Coalition for Farm Animals absolutely do not condone trespassing onto private property. But what we are pushing for is allowing whistleblowers, when they see something, to say something. And I'd actually like to turn it over to my
There's
colleagues.
1 minute left.
Okay, I was wondering, Vicki, if you could comment on this?
Yes. As Susan said, we're not condoning trespassing at all, but someone who legitimately gets a job on a farm and goes through the training process and has all of the right equipment and clothing and so on would not be a risk, a biosecurity risk, any more than a regular employee would be.
So Vicki, just to clarify, you don't support trespassing on private property, is what you just said. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And
but there are already trespassing laws. What we support is somebody who legitimately gets a job on a farm and sees cruelty.
Thank you. That concludes the time for the government. We'll now turn to the official opposition. You have 4 minutes. MPP Glover, you have the floor.
Yeah, the first thing I just want to comment on something that happened in earlier round of questioning there. And we heard MPP Smith was talking to Miranda, and he was asking a number of questions about PPE, and Miranda stated several times that she thought that all workers should be getting PPE, but MPP Smith ended with the comment that some workers are worthy and others are not, implying that she's arguing that some workers are worthy of having PPE and others are not. I think it needs to be corrected in the record that that was never what Miranda said. In fact, she said the opposite of that during the comments. And I just bring this up. I think, I know in the legislature, there's all kinds of debate that happens and some of it, but I think here we really do need to, we can agree or disagree with the people who are coming to speak. We can challenge the facts that they bring. We can challenge their perspective, but I think we need to respect what they're actually saying. The question that I have then is around biosecurity. So, and I'll direct my question to Camille. So the government is arguing that biosecurity is compromised if somebody comes trespassing onto a farm because they could bring contaminants into that space. And on the other side, you're arguing that biosecurity could be compromised if unsanitary conditions in food processing are not addressed or not exposed. Can you just comment on these two conflicting concerns around biosecurity?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Glover. I don't see anything in this bill that addresses a problem with biosecurity. The bill addresses trespass, which is already an offense, and then it targets whistleblowers. So, addressing trespass, I'm not going to say that's not a legitimate purpose, but those offenses already exist. But when we talk about addressing whistleblowers, these are people who are trained to be farm employees. They follow all the protocols just as any other staff does. And the government hasn't presented any rationale for why they would pose a particular biosecurity risk such that they should be prosecuted and fined massive amounts of money. I would say this bill is quite unlike some other so-called ag-gag legislation that we've seen that actually does refer specifically to biosecurity. So there's a piece of legislation, a private member's bill in British Columbia that addresses this more on point. There's actually a federal bill proposed by the conservative agriculture critic that's very specific to introducing a biosecurity risk to animals. And that's quite unlike what we're seeing in Bill 156. So to me, when you look at Bill 156, it's couched in the language of trespass and biosecurity.
You have 1
but
minute
I think what
left.
its true purpose is to target whistleblowers who might expose those biosecurity concerns. And that's important. Biosecurity is something that whistleblowers could expose if they see concerns. It's the kind of thing where if somebody's working in a facility and say we're talking about a biosecurity concern or a health and safety concern for workers, like the 1,000+ workers who got sick at the Cargill slaughterhouse in Alberta. This is something that we should be relying on whistleblowers to come forward for without fear of prosecution.
Okay, thank you. I think we're almost out of time. Thank you all for being here and for your presentations.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank all the presenters for coming here today and speaking with us and answering the committee's questions. I'd also like to thank the committee for their cooperation as we operate through Zoom. At this point in time, presenters, you may step down, and the committee is in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
On va faire les audiences publiques sur le projet de loi 156, loi visant à protéger les fermes et les animaux d'élevage en Ontario contre les entrées sans autorisation et d'autres actes susceptibles de les déranger et à prévenir la contamination de l'approvisionnement alimentaire en Ontario. Liz White, vous êtes là? Andrea Jones-Bitten. Jody Lazar. Parfait. Les témoins auront 7 minutes.
At this point, I would like to call upon Ms. Liz White. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Yes, my name is Liz White. I'm a director with the Animal Alliance of Canada, an organization that has been working to protect animals and the environment for 30 years. So we are strongly recommending to Premier Ford, Minister Hardeman, this committee, and the government to withdraw Bill 156. The bill's clear intention is to muzzle employee whistleblowers, investigative journalists, and others who may observe animal abuses on farms, and in doing so violates their rights to freedom of expression under Section 2B of the Charter. The bill also lacks clarity as to who can and cannot report concerns about condition in which farmed animals are kept. This particularly is of interest regarding veterinarians who may not have the consent of owner-occupiers of farms, but are also required to report abuse, undue physical and psychological hardship, privation and neglect of animals under the PAWS Act. So whether or not that's a conflict, I don't know, but Bill 156 certainly puts a chilling effect on that kind of reporting activity. Now, with regard to trespass, the government already has a Trespass to Property Act. And as far as I can see, no trespass charges have been laid against individuals who have entered Ontario farms. Now, the minister, in an interview in February 26, 2020, with TVO Steve Paikin, said, "I think we all need to understand the present trespassing law has the same authority." So if that is true, why create a new piece of legislation when one already exists? And why not use the Trespass to Property Act to achieve some of the goals that are said to be in Bill 156? I think the answer to that question is contained in some parts of the bill, specifically Section 4 and Section 5 of the bill. I'm going to only talk about Section 4, and subsection 6 of that section is designed to prevent inspections conducted by journalists or another entity such as the group Last Chance for Animals, who I think appeared before your committee earlier today. Now, that group conducted an undercover investigation in 2018 in a goat dairy farm in Caledon, Ontario. And this investigation documented conditions of neglect and cruelty, and the video footage showed goats crawling on their knees with overgrown hooves and with lesions and infections. Now, Last Chance for Animals laid a complaint with the OSPCA, the OPP, and OMAFRA. The minister, the OPP, and the OSPCA were all seemingly unaware of the neglect and abuse documented in this investigation. And since the ministry does not conduct on-farm inspections, under Bill 156, the unacceptable conditions of the animals would have continued unreported because such investigation would be made illegal under Bill 156. In the same TVO interview, the minister said, if someone believes something is happening inappropriate behind the walls, call pause. In this case, it seems that nobody on the inside complained. It took an outside organization to document.
Il nous a fallu donc un tiers pour signaler ce qui arrivait à ces animaux. Donc pourquoi un gouvernement ne voudrait-il pas assurer le bon traitement des animaux dans ces circonstances? Et pourquoi un gouvernement voudrait-il
cover up such conditions from Ontario residents and taxpayers? Under normal circumstances, the government provides us with very little information about the conditions under which farmed animals are forced to live. Occasionally, we get a glimpse into the industry, as happened in the 2-year trial between the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Maple Lodge Farms, where both broiler chickens and spanned hens died in very large numbers during transport to slaughter in inclement weather. And now Ontario is dealing with COVID-19. The virus has exposed vulnerabilities in our society, such as in nursing homes, shelters, homeless folks, workers in slaughterhouses, and migrant workers. What is not being discussed is the fate of animals on farms, stockyards, auction barns during the COVID crisis. How many animals have been impacted by the closure of such facilities? I've not been able to find any ministry reports as to what is happening to the animals in whose slaughter dates have been suspended due to plant closings. Are there situations in Ontario where farmed animals are being killed in large numbers due to the effects of COVID-19? And if so, how are they being killed? How are they being handled on farms? Some headlines in the United States may give us a glimpse, talking about piglets being aborted, chickens being gassed, animals being culled through suffocation, drowning, and shooting, and yes, even ventilation shutdown. The fact that Ontarians currently do not know what is happening in farms is deeply troubling. The intent of Bill 156 is to further suppress information about how farmed animals are forced to live. Please withdraw Bill 156. You will not succeed in keeping the condition of farmed animals a secret. Animals have the right to live their lives free of pain and suffering. They deserve to be considered.
You have 1 minute left.
Yes, they deserve to be considered sentient beings, not production units. Ontario taxpayers have the right to know what happens to animals on farms. COVID-19 has provided us with a very real opportunity to work together to change our approach to farm animals. We have a very real opportunity to move away from industrialized animal agriculture, which we know contributes heavily to the climate crisis we face, and we know that the animals face great deprivation, cruelty, and suffering. My recommendation is let's take this opportunity to redefine the evolution of animal agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. White. I now turn to Andrea Jones-Bitten. Please state your name for the record, and you will have 7 minutes. You may begin.
My name is Dr. Andrea Jones-Bitten. I am a veterinarian, epidemiologist, associate professor and director of wellbeing programming at the Ontario Veterinary College at the University of Guelph. I've been studying farmer mental health for the past 5 years. My team and I have published several articles on the topic of farmer stress, depression, anxiety, burnout, and resilience. This research has involved a national survey of over 1,100 farmers, as well as an analysis of 75 one-on-one research interviews conducted by one of my PhD candidates. I also network regularly with the farming community via conferences, annual general meetings, and research and outreach activities. Farming is reported as one of the world's most stressful occupations. Farmers experience elevated levels of stress, mental illness, and suicide compared to other populations. Despite not specifically asking any question about animal activism, it was raised by some of our research participants in both the national survey and one-on-one interviews. In these instances, there was a strong sense of attack and vilification of farmers. Several farmers shared stories of personal attacks that they and members of their family had experienced. They reported being called things like a rapist, shill, murderer, and baby killer. We've heard stories of farm families experiencing the devastation of a barn fire and having protesters in their laneway calling them murderers while they are dealing with the tragedy. We have heard stories of farmers being goaded and provoked for response. One farmer told us about how his name, photo, and farm location was shared among an animal activist organization's global networks. Participants described the heavy mental load that these acts had, including them being an attack on their personal and entire way of life, their honor, and their personal code of ethics. They've described these stressors as compounding their already significant occupational stress. In some cases, participants described activist excursions and trespassing on their farms. In doing so, they described fear and concern around safety concerns for their families and children who live on the farm. For example, one participant shared, "I have to go around to my guys and say, is your barn locked? Are there any strangers on the property?" and that kind of stuff. And they're pretty conscious. They have families too, right? There's children and there's pets in the yard and that kind of stuff. It is completely reasonable for someone to experience fear and intimidation when strangers, particularly strangers who disagree with your entire way of life, come onto your property where you and your family live and work. Participants also described safety concerns for their animals. For example, one participant shared, "We have to lock our barns now because we're afraid of people coming into our barns and doing things to our animals," right? These participants described fears around people harming and or causing extreme stress to their animals. Biosecurity concerns were also described, being associated with trespassing and people entering the barns, ignoring or not being aware of the serious disease risks that they pose. These participants discussed the biosecurity and food safety risks associated with activists entering their barns or interacting with animals during transport. Finally, participants described a need to now be hypervigilant and constantly on guard, which compounds their already high levels of stress and adds to their occupational stressors. For example, one participant said, "I get jumpy every time someone stops on the road to take a picture of my cows in the field, or an unfamiliar car drives in the laneway. I used to embrace it." Another shared, "It's a whole other level of stress because you never quite know when it's going to happen and you never know what's going to come up and you never even Facebook, it's like, who's going to say something next? I just don't need this. With everything, I just don't need this." All of these issues related to activism and trespassing compounds the significant stress that many of our farmers are already experiencing, which can exacerbate issues with poor mental health. This is a serious issue not only for the mental health of the farmers and their families themselves, but may actually run counter to the goals of animal activists. And this is because poor mental health may contribute to decreased productivity and reduced attention to animal health and welfare. When we are under stress or experiencing poor mental health, it becomes more difficult to perform to usual standards and to take care of ourselves and others, even when that is important to us. Several published articles describe an association between major animal welfare incidents and poor mental health of the farmers that care for the animals. Actions taken that negatively impact farmer mental health could potentially lead to decreased animal welfare. The issue of animal activism, intimidation, and coercion was explored as part of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food Study of Farmer Mental Health, and was considered important enough to have its own recommendation, number 3, including, quote, campaigns and strategies to combat the growing incidence of cyberbullying, intimidation, and threats, and, quote, consider including any form of intimidation or cyberbullying targeted at any group of Canadians based on their occupation or places of residence as a criminal code offense. This reflects the seriousness of the issues.
You have 1 minute left.
To summarize, the issue of animal activism and on-farm trespassing by animal activists was raised by some participants despite not specifically being asked, highlighting the level of concerns that they experience. The on-farm trespassing events were described as a major source of stress due to the fear and risk posed to their farmers, their families, and their animals, the serious risk to biosecurity, and the compounding effect of these events on top of what is already a higher level of occupational stress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to Jody Lazar. Could you please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Jody Lazar. I'm an assistant professor at the Schulich School of Law at 𝐬𝐩𝐨𝐤𝐞 in Halifax. And I'm here today to share with you my expertise in Canadian constitutional law, which I've been teaching at 𝐬𝐻𝐭 since 2014. I also teach a seminar called Animals and the Law. I've been doing that since 2017. More recently, I've been doing research on the constitutional dimensions of animal rights activism and the question of constitutionally protected speech and the impacts of legislation like Bill 156. And I'm here specifically because I'm concerned that Ontario might be on the verge of adopting a law that would not survive a constitutional challenge. In February, I signed a letter to this effect, along with more than 40 legal experts, and I want to use my time here to flesh out some of the concerns expressed there. So I'm going to focus on two things, which are the two parts to a constitutional analysis, starting with the first question, which is whether the legislation limits charter rights. And here it's pretty clear to me and to others that Bill 156 in its current form does in fact restrict charter freedoms. So specifically Section 4(6), the false pretenses provision, and Section 5, more broadly, the transport provision. So for false pretenses, the difficulty here is that the provision dictates what someone is and is not allowed to say. It targets a particular message, a misrepresentation, and says you cannot say this. And that's a clear violation of freedom of expression. But more significant, perhaps, is the effect of the prohibition, which is, of course, as you've heard several times today, that it limits the ability of undercover journalists, for example, or undercover or whistleblowing employees to share information with the public, to ensure that Canadian consumers understand the consequences of their purchasing choices, and to ensure that the public can make informed choices about what they buy, what they eat, and what they support. So in the United States, where similar laws have been struck down, legislative reforms regarding animal farming and food safety have often resulted from pressure following undercover exposés. And the same is true of dietary choices. Research again in the US, we don't have that research yet in Canada, but to my knowledge, but suggests that the majority of Americans who change their diets to include fewer animal products, they do so as a result of what they learn about commercial farming and about the treatment of farm animals. Now, whether or not we agree with those choices, the fact is that people have a right to the information on which to base them. So the Supreme Court of Canada has been unequivocal about the fact that Section 2B of the Charter, freedom of expression, protects not only the right to speak, but also the right to listen and the right to receive that kind of information that influences those choices. With respect to the transport provision, it seems to me that it's in clear conflict with the Charter right to freedom of peaceful assembly, Section 2C. It's telling people, animal rights activists, members of the Save movement who demonstrate outside of slaughterhouses, that they cannot hold those gatherings. But I would also argue that the provision limits freedom of expression as well. So people who protest outside of slaughterhouses, who approach transport trucks with animals on them, they're carrying out a particular form of expressive activity. It's the act of what they call bearing witness. You heard about this today, to the final moments of animals' lives, and documenting and sharing what they see with members of the public. And the law, again, here is telling them you can't do that. You can't express yourself in this particular way. Last thing I'll say about the limits themselves before I move briefly on to justification, step 2, I just want to highlight the nature of the expression that we're dealing with here. The expression in question here is political activism, it's truth-seeking, it's information sharing, and these are the purposes of freedom of expression. So this is expression on an issue that's deeply meaningful to activists, and it's also a proper subject for public debate. Again, U.S. courts in the cases dealing with similar laws have recognized this. Courses on animal law are now offered in at least half the law schools across the country. I've given public lectures on this subject to full auditoriums. So all that to say that this is a subject that people care about legally and politically, which is why it's what I would characterize as high-value speech. And I'm borrowing that phrase from the Supreme Court, which has said multiple times that political speech really lies at the heart of freedom of expression, which is itself one of our most fundamental freedoms. Now, what that means in practical terms is that restrictions on that speech are going to be harder for the government to justify, as justification under the Charter is the government's burden. Now, the justification test is it's a multi-step test. I don't have time to get into all of the steps, but what I will put to you is that the provisions are not rationally connected to the legislative objective. The bill and the accompanying materials, everything we've heard, it's very clear that the objective here is to protect farmer safety, animal safety, and biosecurity, and to prevent the risks associated with people trespassing onto farms. Now, as I understand things, trespassers are not gaining access based on false pretenses, right? They're not posing as employees. They're not undercover investigators or journalists. They're protesters. They don't get permission based on truth or on a misrepresentation before they enter farms, right? They just enter or trespass. The false pretenses provision then seems to be aimed at something else, something more covert, like those who might pose as employees and act as whistleblowers. But there's nothing to suggest
you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. There's nothing to suggest that those are the individuals that threaten biosecurity. They're not the cause of the mischief being targeted, in other words, which means that limiting their speech is not rationally connected to the objective, and that's enough for a constitutional challenge to succeed. And that's also the basic reasoning underlying at least 3 of the U.S. cases dealing with similar legislation restricting entry on a misrepresentation. I would also argue that the legislation is not minimally impairing because there are other ways to achieve the legislative objective and have less of an impact on fundamental freedom. So, for example, simply raising the fines for trespassing would do the job, or expressly prohibiting the introduction of biosecurity threats like the federal private members bill C-205 would do. Both of those things would impair rights less than the current form of the legislation. And again, that's enough for the law to fail in a constitutional challenge. I would argue that there are similar things at play with respect to the transport provision, but I'm at my time, so I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our time for presentations. We'll now turn to the government side for questions. You have 8 minutes. Who would like to begin? Please raise your hand. MPP Cramp, you may begin.
Well, thank you, and welcome to all of our guests. This gives us a great opportunity to hear a broad divergence of opinion. I can certainly assure you that's just the nature of not only politics, but I guess human nature as well. Obviously, I come from a significantly engaged agricultural community, so I certainly have some strong feelings on the matter. But I've heard a lot of witnesses here so far, and I agree with some of my colleagues in that from all sides here, in which we're definitely trying to strike, as has been said, a balance. And in that balance, transparency, scrutiny, public safety, property rights, all of that do have to come into account on this. And I have participated in a roundtable, matter of fact, just a few months ago, and I've been on and around the agricultural community for many, many years, working and dealing with them. And this expression of the abuse of property rights and trespass has been non-ending. It's always been there, and quite frankly, to pull upon the comments by Ms. Andrew Jones-Bitten, this is it's really festering to a point where it's having some serious impact on some of our communities. I'm deeply concerned right now because farmers, quite frankly, particularly during this time when we do need integrity of our food supply, the pressure that they're going through, they need allies, not enemies. And I can tell you that most farmers, literally almost without exception, are great stewards of the land. They care very, very deeply. The last people that they would want to impact is the Canadian public by putting forward a product that is not acceptable, not done in a humane manner, and within basically expectations of Canadians. So obviously, I think you know my stance on this, but I've just a couple of quick questions, and I'm hoping you can provide maybe some familiarity, just a quick almost yes or no. First, Ms. White, and then Ms. Lazar. How much time and experience do you have either living or working within the agricultural community itself on the land itself? Ms. White?
Yes, that's an interesting question because as an animal rights person, I often get asked that. In fact, on my mother's side, came from a farming community. My uncle was a dairy farmer. We spent a lot of time in the agricultural community, looking at, talking about, working with the animals there. My aunt used to slaughter her own animals on the farm. So I'm pretty familiar with aspects of that, and I think that's where part of my expectations about treatment of animals came, and ultimately my work to try and protect animals in these circumstances.
Would you not also agree that literally almost every farmer welcomes people on their property to be able to see what they have, what they are, and they're proud of what they do, and certainly a very, very, very would be an exception to have someone that has not handled their responsibility well. Ms. Lazar, your background on agriculture, please.
Sure. I mean, I don't have a background in agriculture. I'm not a farmer. And I have been to a number of working farms on invitation. I used to ride horses, so I have a bit of experience around large animals. But I don't claim to have that experience. I'm here as an academic. I'm here to offer you my expertise on Canadian constitutional law, and on the impacts of this bill on the fundamental freedoms of Canadians, and how, in my opinion, a constitutional challenge would unfold in a court of law.
Okay, well, thank you for your opinion, and certainly that's why every piece of legislation we have goes to serious investigative counsel within the bowels of the legal professions that are accessible to the parliamentary process too. So I guess if that's particularly the case, we will have that balanced discussion as we move forward. And Ms. Andrew Jones-Bitten, what are your thoughts as far as you're exposed to the agricultural community by teaching and certainly instructing? Do you have any other further background beyond that?
I am born and raised a city girl, but learned about agriculture when I went through veterinary college, and have been working with producers for about 15 years now.
Cramp is muted. Sorry, MPP Cramp, we cannot hear you. Your microphone is currently muted. Can you please unmute?
Okay, we're back up. We have you now again? Okay. Where I would like to go now, of course, is we have it in place right now, the Petty Trespass Act. And quite frankly, it is just that. It is petty. I certainly served in enforcement at one particular time, and I don't know any police officer who recognizes that it is a deterrent. It's almost like going 80 in a 70 zone. It really, really means nothing. It serves as a warning. It doesn't serve as a deterrent whatsoever. Any enforcement official that I've ever dealt with said, if we need to enforce something, we actually need something that's enforceable and can actually deliver a result both in as a deterrent, but certainly as a lesson for all sides. So I'm wondering, Ms. Jones-Bitton, have you heard much as far as the challenges of trying to enforce the Petty Trespass Act?
Not specifically through my research, but I have heard it through my networking with farmers, and that it is very difficult to get a response, especially within an adequate period of time.
Any further questions on the government side? Please raise your hands. MPP Pettipies, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Chair. I would like to talk a little bit about mental health that was brought up by Ms. Bitton. I live in an agriculture community. I'm actually just northwest of Guelph is where my riding is. We're very heavily into the agricultural industry. It's actually probably our biggest industry in my riding. With the onset of COVID, has placed an additional amount of stress, not only on farmers, but on everybody to get through this. And
I have 1 minute left.
Okay, and one of the things that has been brought up to me is that some of our farmers are not getting very good prices for their animals right now, as it is. They are COVID virus is hitting them hard. They had to go to different ways for their employees to help with their business. And the other thing is they got to worry about people walking on their farms uninvited and scaring their children, scaring their families. And so this is a couple of things I hear constantly in my writing is this what's going on. I had a chap call me and said his wife went home one day and saw a strange car going up and down the road, and she didn't know who it was. She called him to get home because she was frightened. And it turned out that this person had nothing, didn't have an ulterior motive, but she was still frightened enough to call her husband to come home because...
Thank you very much. That concludes our time for the government side. We'll now turn to the official opposition. You will have 8 minutes. Who would like to begin? Please raise your hand. Mr. MPP Vanthof, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all three presenters for coming and presenting unique perspectives. I'd like to start with Dr. Jones-Bitton. Your research is very telling, as research should be. And since we're doing the farm credit, I was a dairy farmer for 32 years, so I know both ends of the cow. But farmers are under a lot of stress. And I think animal rights activists are, for the most part, well organized. And you actually said a couple, that in some farmers said they were goaded, provoked for response. Some farmers were getting jumpy. In this bill, there's the fines for trespassing are raised, but there's actually no other protections. So the bill lays out how to do a citizen's arrest and that reasonable force can be used. Now, and Member Pettipies said the same thing about farmers' mental health. And I know as a farmer, sometimes mental health, it affects us all. When people describe themselves as getting jumpy and goaded, are you a bit worried, as I am, that citizens' arrest may not work out that well in the long run for some? I hate to see the point where the first case that goes to court is actually a farmer being taken to court for assault, as opposed to the animal activists being taken to court for trespassing.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If farmers who say that they're jumpy, they're feeling goaded, they're feeling attacked, are those farmers who are feeling that, are they in the mental condition to judge what a reasonable force is if they're goaded in a citizen's arrest?
I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not going to comment on anybody's mental stability. Certainly what I've heard from farmers is more fear that they're afraid for their families, they're afraid for themselves, they're afraid for their animals. I think the idea of a citizen's arrest is somewhat absurd. If I was a farmer and had a group of people come onto my farm, am I going to feel confident enough to start a citizen's arrest? I think that's putting an absolute huge amount of pressure on farmers to respond in a way that frankly isn't their responsibility.
Thank you. And that's why I'm a bit surprised in the bill, and I brought this up in the legislature, that it actually has a step-by-step process on how to proceed. And the odd part for me is the first step in the process isn't call the police. The first step in the process is ask for their name. It's not take a picture and go to the house and be safe. And step 4 is do a citizen's arrest, either yourself or your designate. And I'm concerned because I don't see any. There's no description in the bill of how to train people for citizens arrest. No, it's citizens arrest, and I'm very, very concerned about that. I'd like to switch over now to Madame Lazar. There's two parts. This actually is two bills. In the trespassing part, which farmers like, and farmers kind of understand, except maybe not the citizens arrest part. But the whistleblower part, I'm not sure they understand, and maybe they do. But what I'm concerned about is if there is a constitutional challenge, that challenge will actually hurt the reputation of the agriculture community, because I agree with Member Kremp. The vast majority of farmers are doing things right. The vast majority of processors are doing things right. But there are bad apples in every business. And I'm worried that this constitutional challenge could impact the good name of the vast majority of agriculture. Could you comment on that, please? Through the
Yeah, hi. Yes, I agree with you completely. I mean, the research that I've done, mostly out of the United States, which has a lot of experience dealing with ag-gag bills, where they've been struck down for very similar reasons that I'm outlining. One of the real problems is that they really do erode trust in farmers and in the agriculture industry. Absolutely. We've heard earlier today that they might do more of a disservice to farmers than a service. Members of the public will want to know what it is that farmers are hiding. And if it really is only a case of a few bad apples, then we shouldn't need this kind of legislation. So, I mean, the short answer is yes, there is social science research demonstrating that ag-gag legislation does erode public confidence in animal farmers and in the agricultural system.
So if this again, back to you, I would take it, and I might be wrong, I'm not a lawyer, luckily. If the ag-gag part, basically but what you refer to as the ag-gag part was removed, the risk of a constitutional challenge to the strengthening of the trespass side would be reduced.
Yes, Ontario is within its rights to constitutionally, in terms of the division of powers. Provinces have jurisdiction over property and civil rights, so it's up to the province to deal with trespassing. The objective of this bill is to prevent trespassing. Then preventing trespassing would achieve that objective. We heard that the Petty Trespass Act is, maybe not a deterrent. Well, there's nothing preventing the government from increasing fines through the mechanism in this bill.
You have 1 minute left.
That would be less grounds for a constitutional challenge, I'd say.
Okay.
I'll just add, can I?
Sorry?
sorry, I just want to add that with the caveat that the provincial government is not allowed to adopt criminal legislation. So it would have to be clear that that the objective of increased trespass fines are really grounded in the protection of property and not as a condemnation of criminal activity.
Thank you very much. There are 5 seconds left. I'm assuming no further questions at this point. We're now going to turn to the Independent Green Party member, MPP Schreiner. You have 6.5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank all 3 presenters for being here today. It's nice to have a Griffin present as well. And I actually want to start by saying that I've heard many of the stories that Andrea Jones-Benton's testimony validates. I've heard it anecdotally from a number of farmers. I grew up on a farm, if we're talking cred. I didn't have to milk cows. I just had to deal with grass-fed beef, so and some grains as well. And I can definitely attest to the stress that many farmers face for a variety of reasons. And increasingly, those who are in animal agriculture face increased stress. But my question is actually going to go to Dr. Lazar, and it somewhat along the lines of MPP Vantoff. I'm looking at some ways that we can address the fears, the stress, the harassment, maybe the private property concerns that many farmers have that is outlined in the research that Dr. Jones-Benton has done. Can we address that without raising the constitutional and charter concerns? And with your legal expertise, can you maybe outline some ways in which we could do that?
Sure. Well, again, I mean, I have a similar answer to the last question, which is that the government could address that by drafting a bill that explicitly addresses that, trespassing, protecting private property, without making the bill overbroad by limiting freedom of expression in a way that's not connected to the purpose of protecting property, farmers, animals, biosecurity, so the government could adopt a bill that addresses those things and only those things, and then they wouldn't be at risk of a challenge for overbreadth.
And then I just want to follow up. I thought MPP Cramp made a good point about just the fact that a lot of trespass law isn't that effective. Police don't respond. It's not much of a deterrent. So would you have some suggestions of how we could make trespass law more effective in addressing these concerns, again, without entering into the charter concerns through the potential overreach of the bill?
Yeah, I'll say, thank you. I'll say I'm not extremely fluent in the Trespass Act in terms of what the penalties are. So if maybe I'm speculating here, maybe the penalties in the Trespass Act aren't enough to have a chilling effect on trespassers. So a higher penalty, for example, might deter trespassers. But whatever is adopted would have to be limited to actually addressing the problem being targeted.
Thank you. I'm going to shift to Dr. Jones-Benton for a second, just to dig into your research a little bit. We've heard today from other farmers who have talked about almost feeling some levels of harassment that have nothing to do with what's happening on their private property. And you kind of hinted at that a bit in your presentation as well. So it seems like there may be some other aspects to this issue that aren't even covered by this bill that would be worth us examining moving forward. Would your research seem to indicate that?
I would say so, yes. And when I provided witness at the federal level, that is one of the recommendations that came out of that, farmers are feeling as if their entire way of life is under attack. I mean, this isn't an occupation. This is a family history, a family legacy. Many of these farms go back generations. There's a real sense of personal honor and a code of ethics in caring for animals. Frankly, there's a lot of misleading anti-agriculture campaigns out there that are based on lies. There's a lot of good ones out there, but just like there might be some bad apples in the farming community, there's some bad apples in the anti-agriculture community as well. And so they're really feeling that they're under attack. I hear stories of kids now in rural areas being some of the only farm kids in the schools, and they're getting picked on. They're getting called names like murderer and animal abuser and things like that as well. So yeah, it's a big issue, this anti-agriculture bullying, either in person or cyberbullying, or these targeted attacks where the group
1
in
minute left,
Toronto.
MPP Schreiner.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah, no, I'm deeply concerned about that as well. And what really concerned me is a lot of research is showing that when constitutional challenges of ag-gag bills happen, at least in the context of the U.S., it's actually made that harassment even worse. And so I really appreciate you bringing that research to bear and having us think through its effects on farmers and farm families. And I know I'm probably almost out of time. Ms. White, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to ask you a question, but I just want to thank you for your presentation, and particularly the issues you brought up around a duty to report for veterinarians. And you may have a few seconds if you want to elaborate on that a little bit.
I just wanted to say, actually, that I think what this bill does is it divides everybody. And we have an opportunity to have this bill removed so that people on all sides.
Thank you very much. That concludes your time, MPP Schreiner. We'll now turn to the government side for 8 minutes. I see MPP Barrett, your hand is raised. You may begin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And again, the social isolation, I hope I didn't trump any of my colleagues on the committee. Again, maybe I'll just continue with the first testimony. Liz White raised the issue of veterinarians and the duty to report. I'd like to direct the question to both Liz and then after that, maybe Andrea. And I was just thinking, when we have committee hearings, we certainly hear from individuals, organizations, and oftentimes from professional bodies. And I don't know whether I've seen any, I'm sure stuff has come in from some of the veterinarian associations and what their position would be. What would they say with respect to duty to report? As we have so much respect for veterinarians, a very tough course. I couldn't get into OVC. I went to OAC instead, but they are there for farmers, livestock farmers. They're on the farm, they're in the barn, they're dealing with oftentimes some serious problems that a livestock person could not handle. And as a professional body, the guidelines, we talk about personal honor and code of ethics on all sides. And I'm just curious, the relevance of this debate for veterinarians and their professional work that goes back many, many years. My great-grandfather was a veterinarian, and I guess I'm not up to date on their professional guidelines or code of conduct. For example, duty to report, whether there's a law or not. What about the professional body? So, Liz, could we ask you? I think you raised that. And then I'd like to go to Andrea, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have if the bill passes, you have two competing directions to veterinarians about what they must do. Under the PAWS Act, they have a duty to report regardless. If they see some sort of inappropriate treatment of animals, they have a duty to report, and it lays out a whole specific line of things that they report, includes psychological deprivation. Then we come to Bill 156, where you're required, it seems to me from reading the act, to get permission from the owner-occupier if you decide that you saw something that needed to be reported. And so the question becomes, is there a conflict between the two pieces of legislation? And how would that be resolved should that be the case?
Could I go to Andrea, please? And I think one of my colleagues has a question as well.
And so the question is there.
I'm sorry. There's something happening with my audio. I've messaged. I'm hearing like 3 lines of voice at the same time.
Could I go to Andrea, please? And I think one of my colleagues has a question as well.
Okay, I was having an issue where I heard 3 different lines of audio over top of each other. There's something happening with my audio. I've messaged. I'm hearing like 3.
You might have to put in headphones to avoid getting feedback. So I would suggest putting in headphones if you can, Andrea. In the meantime, we'll turn to MPP Pettipies. I know you had a few questions. You may begin.
Thank you. This is addressed to Andrea. How are you hearing me now, Andrea? You're not?
Is this something that we can? Yeah, it's already paused. Do you have the translation feature turned on, Andrea? Oh, we lost her. Okay, so you're still with us. You've turned off the video. Before we resume time, do you have questions for anyone else, or is it just for Andrea? Because perhaps we could... oh, there she is. Andrea, is it better now? Can you hear us? Is everything working?
It really isn't. Should I try leaving and coming back?
You're coming in loud and clear now.
Yeah, we have no issues hearing you. Do you have questions for anyone else, or is it just for Andrea? Because perhaps we could... Are you watching the live stream? Is it open on a website, perhaps? Because there seems to be a bit of a lag. No? Okay. Perhaps you can try leaving and coming back? Okay, we'll wait for you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we figure out this technical difficulty. Is it working now, Andrea? Okay, we will go back to MPP Pettipies. Could you please repeat your question?
Yes. Hi, Andrea.
Hi.
Yeah. I think I told you before. In fact, I know I told you before where I'm located at. And one of the things we tried to promote in our region, certainly throughout rural Ontario, is the farm tourism business. And we have quite a clientele built up of people that come from the populated city areas to come out into our area. They go to farmers markets, they buy their meat, their vegetables, and they have built quite a repertoire with the farmers out our way. They know them by name, they know who's coming, and it's actually a great experience. since the COVID-19 hit, that is a lot more difficult than what it used to be. So some of our farmers are, I want to get back to the mental health part, they're worried about their future over this. And whether the farmer market, the farm to consumer business is going to be as big as what they had hoped it would be. The other thing too is that if they have strange people that they don't know come to their roadside stand or come to their farm to buy their product, they're very suspicious of who those people are. And it's getting worse. And so that's giving them a lot of anxiety as to who they should allow and who they shouldn't allow on their farm. And some of these people can be legitimate people. In fact, most of them are, I'm sure. But there's still that thing in the back of your mind that you've got somebody there that wants to create some trouble. And so that's adding more stress onto our farming community. We have already had several stories about farmers that are really suffering mental issues over this. And God forbid they do something terrible. So do you know any statistics on is there a certain percentage of people in our business that are, say they have mental issues? Because I know farmers don't like talking about it. They just soon keep it to themselves. And that's one of the biggest problems. So could I ask you if you've been talking to the farming community as to, is there a growing percentage of farmers that are having issues with the mental health issues? Is that growing or is it, pretty much what it was?
That's a great question. So the survey that we did back in 2015, 2016 used validated psychometric scales to assess various different mental health outcomes of Canadian farmers. So these are not diagnostic tools. You need a medical professional to make a diagnosis, but they are screening tools that can highlight an area of concern. And we did find that Canadian farmers, more of them scored in the high stress category. The depression and anxiety scores were higher, and burnout was higher than the general population norms that make up the references for those
You have 1
scales.
minute left.
And they were also higher than other occupations. So yes, absolutely, we've seen that our farmers are experiencing higher levels of mental illness than other occupations.
Okay. We've tried to get a message to our farming community that it's all right to talk about this, even though they don't want to do that. Do you have any? There's always helplines to call and whatever else, but it's very difficult for them to do this. Farmers, they have a higher accident rate than a lot of industries do, so they're always facing that. They're working with very large machinery, so a lot of these things can play into a farmer's life, and certainly the people that think they have the right to walk on your property whenever they feel like it is putting an added bunch of stress on that community. Thanks very much.
Thank you. That concludes this round of questioning for the government side. We'll now turn to the official opposition. You'll have 8 minutes. Who would like to begin? Please raise your hand. MPP Glover, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I've got a few questions. I'll start with, first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming. I'm taking extensive notes as we're here, as you're speaking. And I will say that the deputations we've had so far have been very helpful in clarifying the strengths and weaknesses of this legislation and achieving or not achieving the goals that it intends to achieve. So thank you very much for being here. Andrea, I'll ask my first question to you. In response to the ad hominem question, I had the privilege of living on a farm in my younger days for a while, and it was a great learning experience. But I'm deeply saddened to hear about locks on barns. When I was on that farm, I think there were locks on the houses, but I don't know that they were ever used. I don't remember them ever being used. And I'm also really deeply concerned, as an educator, I'm deeply concerned about harassment of children in schools. That's just appalling. And I want to ask, though, I would like to see your report on mental health of farmers. And I'm wondering also, obviously harassment, and I'm going to ask Jody a question about harassment, but what is the economic impact, or how much is economics a factor? I saw this study that showed that overall our GDP across all sectors had grown by 50% over the last 30 years, but farming incomes had remained flatlined. And I asked the OFA about it, and the OFA said, yeah, basically farmers, I mean, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but my interpretation of what they said was that, you know, farms are being squeezed between the corporations who sell them the inputs and the corporations that buy the products. So to what degree is economics also a factor causing this mental health stress among farmers?
Financial stress was a major stressor that was identified in our research interviews. Absolutely crushing. And people seem to think that it would depend on commodity and that the supply managed commodities are better off than not. I don't have the economic data to say it's one way or another, but I can say that across the board, regardless of commodity, financial pressures were huge. And again, tied in with that is the fact that it's not even like they're working an 8-hour day, right? It's often an 18+ hour day. They've also got the family legacy of the farm tied in with that as well. They've got multi-million dollars in debt hanging over their heads for some of them. So I would say finances were major.
Okay, great. You know what, if you could look up my office online and just send me a copy of that report, I'd like to see it. I want to ask a couple of questions of Ms. Lazar. You mentioned Trespass Act. The things that we've been hearing about seem more like harassment. Online harassment, harassment of farmers near their property, harassment of a woman this morning. One of the deputants runs a horse tour, like horse-drawn carriages through Niagara Falls, and she gets harassed all the time. What about harassment laws and those not being enforced? Do you know any, can you provide any insight into that?
I'm limited in what I can say at the level of criminal law. I do think that there are recourses in there. If something amounts to criminal behavior, then there are offenses in the criminal code. So
okay,
that's one response. I'll add as well that with respect to children, a lot of bullying and harassment takes place online, and there are certainly statutes that deal with things like cyberbullying, where children are concerned.
Okay, the other legal question I have, it sounds like if this bill is passed as is, there's going to be a charter challenge. Could the government, they've done it once before, they used the notwithstanding clause to pass through legislation that was going to be challenged, you know, for violating people's charter rights. Could they use the notwithstanding clause to get this through in spite of, you know, the potential challenge on, or to overcome the challenge on the freedom of speech?
So Section 33, the notwithstanding clause exists. It's not entirely clear, and there are many who would argue, I think myself included, that Section 33 does not immunize legislation from a court challenge. It allows the legislation to operate. That doesn't mean that it can't nevertheless be pronounced on by a judge. That's what's happening in Quebec with the religious neutrality law. It also expires. Section 33 needs to be renewed every 5 years. So, I mean, it can be used. Yes, I don't know that it's a solution to a court challenge.
Right. Thank you for that. And the other question I have is, somebody mentioned, I think it was Ms. White, that there was a conflict between the duty to report under pause and the duty of, you know, and this legislation and reporting, people reporting what they're seeing if they're seeing animal abuse. Can you just comment on that? Is there a conflict between those two pieces of legislation?
I'd have to take a closer look at pause, but my understanding is that while it is strong animal welfare legislation, there is an exemption in there for agricultural practices. So I'm really not sure that it would be of any use to a veterinarian or someone else who witnesses cruelty on a farm.
Okay. And the other thing that we've heard about this morning in the States, when this legislation was challenged for being against, I think it's the First Amendment in the States, the First Amendment rights, it actually raised the profile of this issue to the point where farmers were saying, you know, forget this legislation, it's actually harming our business more than it's helping. Could you foresee something like that happening here?
I mean, certainly a challenge is going to bring attention. It's going to bring media attention. You know, especially in the days of social media, people can live tweet and get everything out there immediately. So a core challenge would probably include evidence about agricultural practices that animal rights activists are opposed to, would put those on public record. And it would draw a lot of attention, not just to the fact that that the legislation enables the agricultural industry to hide their practices, but also about practices themselves that not everybody agrees with. So it would certainly bring attention, yes.
Okay. That's great. Those are all of my questions. Thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you. There's 30 seconds left if anyone else on the official opposition, no? All right. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to thank all the presenters for coming here today. It was a very informative discussion, and I know the committee certainly appreciates your time. You are now free to leave, and at this point we'll like to call upon our next set of witnesses. So first I would like to confirm, is Crispin Colvin here? Please raise your hand if you are.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And from the Chicken Farmers of Ontario, do we have Rob Duggins? Okay, thank you, Rob. And Ed Benjamins, if you're here, yes?
Yes, I am.
Ed. Thank you. And do we have a Chandra McKinnon? Please, yes, I see Chandra on the screen right there. Excellent. So each group of witnesses will have 7 minutes for their presentation, followed by questioning from the committee. At this point, I'd like to call upon Crispin Colvin. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Crispin Colvin, and I am pleased to be here today to speak in support of Bill 156. Farms have come under increasing threat from activists and trespassers who illegally enter property, barns, and buildings. This places the farm family, the livestock, and the trespasser at risk. In some cases, they've seized private property, which in turn threatens the health and safety of the farmer and their property, and their family and their employees and the livestock. These acts of trespass can also cause mental health issues for the farm families who don't know the threat, the level of the threat that they may be under when such invasions occur. They not only threaten the health of livestock and crops, but they are a breach of biosecurity protocols as well. And that can put the entire food system at risk at a time when food security and sustainability are government priorities. We are looking for provisions that can respond to the threats we face on our farms, in our homes, and in our livestock buildings, and to the threat that these people pose to our property and our personal safety. Bill 156 addresses these concerns. But protection needs to be extended beyond the farm, to farm animals at fairs and exhibitions, as well as other events and businesses, such as the horse-drawn carriage trade. The personal space of animals, their owners, and their caretakers must be respected. In 2019 in Iowa, animals had halters cut, setting them loose on the fairgrounds, as well as cutting tail hair on animals, thus disfiguring them. This is why the bill needs to provide protection to animals beyond the farm. Anyone, whether hired under false pretenses or under legitimate employment standards, has a duty to report animal abuse. The report should be immediate. If we see abuse, be it child abuse, elder abuse, or animal abuse, there is a duty of care to report this immediately. Under the PAWS Act, it's an offense to permit animals to be in distress. Activists who engage in undercover investigations and tardy reporting are not interested in animal welfare, but have a specific agenda to end all animal agriculture. The current Trespass to Property Act sets a 6-month limitation from the date the offense occurred to when charges can be filed. Activists break and enter and take videos of a barn and then wait for the 6-month period to pass before publicizing their actions, thus avoiding charges. If the abuse is as activists claim, why wait to make it known? The length of time prevents a distressed animal from receiving care. By not reporting the abuse immediately, they are aiding and abetting the very abuse they purport to prevent. Bill 156 is not, as some would believe, a gag law. In fact, quite the contrary. Bill 156 proposes to protect farms and families from illegal invasions. We need legislation to protect our farm animals from the risk of disease and undue stress that illegal invasions of our homes and barns causes. The PAWS Act and the Criminal Code of Canada include protections and penalties should abuse be taking place. Officers may enter the place where the animals are kept, including the farms, when concerns are raised about distress. In the case of the supply managed sector, agricultural commodity inspectors also have the authority to enter buildings to ensure compliances with standards of care. Access to buildings and barns is restricted for a number of reasons, and first and foremost, minimize the introduction of disease. This is one of the greatest threats to livestock. Farm staff who are in direct contact with animals do not visit other farms unless they adhere to the strict biosecurity protocols. This includes different clothing and footwear. Simply putting on little booties does not constitute biosecurity. This is why trespass creates a great risk to livestock and the biosecurity of the farm upon which the trespass takes place. To go to another farm and trespass again increases the risk of disease transmission and jeopardizes the health and security of another farm business. Movements between farms and properties can introduce new disease, and that impacts the farm operation. Without observing biosecurity protocols, animal health is at risk, as well as the safety and security of the food supply. Farmed animals become familiar with the people who care for them. Unfamiliar people cause undue stress and possible death. Transparency is another issue. Activists want the right to enter barns, abattoirs, and food processing facilities to ensure that animals are not subjected to abuse. They assume that farmed animals housed in barns and outside of public view are subject to abuse, and this is simply wrong. As stated earlier, biosecurity is taken very seriously by the livestock industry. Simply because you cannot see inside a building does not mean that animals are stressed or in distress, and it doesn't justify breaking and entering and trespassing. When an activist steals an animal from a farm, they take them to a sanctuary. There, the animals are confined, fed, housed, and cared for in an allotted space, the same as when they were on the farm from which they have been taken. So the goal of the activist is to bring an end to livestock agriculture and not animal welfare. We need animals for food and fiber.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. As a result, it's critical that people have a ready access to and sufficient access to safe, nutritious food. Animal raised on farms uphold the standard of care and they're part of that choice. Livestock agriculture is only one aspect of our food and security and sustainability. And I'll end it there and wrap it up quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to Chicken Farmers of Ontario. If the witnesses could please state your names for the record, and you may begin. You'll have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the members of the Standing Committee for hearing us. My name is Ed Benjamin, and I am Chair of Chicken Farmers of Ontario today. On behalf of the 1,300 family farms across this province, Chicken Farmers of Ontario strongly supports the Ontario government taking action to address the increasing risk of trespassers on our birds and on our family farms. Successful family farms are a crucial building block to Ontario's communities. Ontario chicken industry supports over 22,000 trusted.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Benjamins. I've just paused the time. You seem to be cutting in and out and lagging a little bit.
I apologize for that. It may be my internet connection,
Okay.
Chair, and I apologize for that.
That's okay. But before you resume, because I have your time saved here, if the lagging continues, what we might do is ask you to disconnect and possibly dial in and join us by telephone. But let's see how it goes.
And
Please
if
continue.
it continues, I could defer to Mr. Duggins, who would be able to finish this, and he may have a better internet connection than I do here in rural Ontario.
Okay, well, let's see how it goes. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. So I know that our farmers. Is it still continuing?
No, it's good.
Okay, thank you. So with those 330 communities across this province in which our family farms operate, we are the premier provider of trusted, family-farmed, safe, high-quality chicken. We support and encourage the passage of Bill 156, the Act 2019, which, if passed, will provide greater protection for farm animals, farmers, and more importantly, our food supply here in Ontario. The proposed legislation provides a balanced approach to protecting our birds, our farms, while still recognizing a citizen's right to protest. Trespassing for any reason, including animal activism, puts the safety and well-being of our birds, businesses, our families, and our employees at risk. Our farms are places of business, but they are also our home. Our farms are where Ontario chicken farmers raise their family and play with their children. Disturbing trends have increased the risk of unwanted trespass, illegally entering people's properties, their barns and buildings, seizing private property, and threatening the health and safety of farmers, their families, employees, and more importantly, the birds in our care. Existing laws have not been strong enough to protect our farms and our homes from the risk of invasion. Ontario chicken farmers expect that the same level of protection that is be afforded to their homes as are enforced for homes in urban and suburban Ontario. Illegal trespassing and stealing private property from any other business wouldn't be acceptable, and it wouldn't go unprosecuted. Ontario chicken farmers are looking for the same consideration to be applied to our business. The new legislation will allow farmers to finally operate their business without the fear of trespassers threatening their family farms, their families, and their way of life without any legal repercussions. I'm going to ask Rob to continue with part of the presentation, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Hopefully you can hear me, Chair.
Yes, we can.
Great. Our priority is protecting food security, protecting our farmers, and protecting the health and welfare of our animals. Healthy, safe farms are important for the animals and consumers, as well as the people who live and work there. Our families, our farmer families, live and work on their farms. Ontario chicken farmers follow high standards of animal care. These standards of care include biosecurity protocols designed to protect animals from disease and safeguard Ontario's food supply. Anyone entering barns or farms, handling animals, or moving between barns without following proper biosecurity protocols puts the health of animals, the safety of food, and the livelihoods of farmers at risk. Now, our farmers work closely with veterinarians, nutrition specialists, regulators, and other experts to monitor and maintain the health and safety of all of their animals and their property. CFO strongly supports the regulatory stewardship and leadership role of the Ontario Farm Products Marketing Commission. And through the Responsible Supply Management Framework, CFO, as the regulator, has the ability to regulate and enforce compliance with high standards of animal welfare and food security. Animal welfare is of paramount importance to CFO and our farmer members. Ontario chicken farmers are required to comply with national standards, and 100% of our farmers are in our animal care program and fully certified, and in our on-farm food safety program and fully certified. And to provide verifiable assurance to consumers, all CFO farms are audited annually, and all auditors are third-party certified through the Professional Animal Auditor Certification Organization. Incidents of trespassing jeopardize our farmers' ability to meet strict biosecurity protocols required through these national standards, and they put the health and the safety of our birds in our care at risk.
You have 1 minute left for your
As
presentation.
well as our food supply at risk. Back to the chair.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now turn to our final witness, Chandra McKinnon. You have 7 minutes. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Chandra McKinnon. I reside in rural Ontario. I'm very disappointed. In the time of the mass uncertainty and in the middle of a pandemic, this government felt this particular bill was a priority over bills such as 191, the Workplace Safety and Insurance Amendment Act, that was brought by Wayne Gates of the NDP. In Ontario, with a population of 14.57 million people as of 2019, the priority appears to be protecting corporate farming interests. This bill is taking precedence over the essential workers and other people in Ontario. To be clear, trespass is a criminal offence under the Criminal Code of Canada, and the Provincial Trespass of Property Act, RSO 1990, applies to both rural and suburban. For further clarity, Bill 156 is a reverse onus bill. The presumption is guilt, and the accused must prove their innocence. It is a known fact that proving a negative is a restrictively high bar. Further, as we are all aware, if an employee reports abuse, they can be punished and accused of being on a farm under false pretenses. Then there's the 2-year limitation period. What happens to biosecurity over a period of 2 years? The bill as drafted violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and whistleblower legislation, which is federal. This has been expressed by experts in the field. It was made clear to all parties on the floor of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, and lay people among the community are aware of this as well. The current government has already wasted multiple millions, possibly billions, of dollars on litigation as a result of poorly drafted legislation, the result of which is my taxes go up. There are 14.57 million people in this province. They're not all farmers, and they have a right to have a protest. In reviewing the data regarding biosecurity failures in Canada, it appears that almost every single incident recorded has been a failure at the agricultural level, not a trespass by the public. Included in that is feed that has animal renderings in it, the import and export of animals. I can state without reservation that biosecurity protocols are not regularly followed in the community that I reside in. Farmers do go from farm to farm in the same gear, even going so far, some of them, as to hide livestock that was banned in Canada due to the fact that it makes the link to mad cow disease. That farmer, Suzanne Atkinson, was convicted in 2015 in the Ontario Court of Justice for hiding scrappy sheep in her dairy barn. In fact, if one took the time to review the leaked coverage from various people that have trespassed, which is aired usually live, not delayed, they usually follow biosecurity protocols better than most farmers in rural Ontario that I live near. I've taken the time to look at the impact of this bill on our legal system. As you are all aware, or you should be, because I sent you all 122 of you, an email months ago, sex offenders are wandering our streets. People who have prohibited firearm offenses, people who have shot and injured others are walking free right now, even after conviction, while the Crown was trying to obtain a dangerous offender designation due to delays in our court system, and yet you want to add this to the court system we have. We can't keep sex offenders against children in jail, but we will prosecute people who give water to pigs. By the way, the court has already proven animal activists don't harm animals. It's not their nature. They also don't harm people. It's not their nature. What are you hiding is a question that's always brought up. Christian Farmers Federation of Ontario wrote a letter to the government, which was copied directly to Ernie Hardman, which I forwarded many months ago to every MPP in Ontario. It was forwarded specifically to Mike Schreiner because that group is in his riding. The organization specifically requested to remove psychological from the definition of distress to an animal and, pay attention, that farms be exempted from the animal fighting prohibition of paws. Farmers want to be permitted to fight dogs? With Bill 156, they will be explicitly permitted to run dog fighting rings as, under Bill 156, the reporter of that offense would be convicted of being there under false pretenses. And yes, the chair received that email. Robert Bailey made comments regarding the liability issues farmer may face if someone became injured on their farm while trespassing. I'm befuddled by the fact that so many MPPs are lawyers, and there's Mag, all of whom should be aware that the Occupiers Liability Act clearly sets out trespassers have no claim. Further, this specific act was amended in 1980, specifically to deal with rural property issues and farmers. Today, Mr. Smith asked a carriage farm operator, when is it appropriate to intimidate people? I would ask the committee the same as it relates to protesters. Laura was clear that she is upset that there are protesters and they make comments to others that they don't like what they do. Laura seemed to recognize Bill 156 impedes protests. She wanted to go so far as to increase the agricultural zones to public streets. Farmers are their own overseeing body, a foxes and hen arrangement, and the code of conduct is not legislated to animals. They have been transported with egregious injuries to the point where a vet has recognized and stated clearly this was a horrendous example of the lack of oversight. The farmer knew of the injuries. They were aged injuries. The vet should have seen them when signing the health certificate. The driver that loaded the animal would have noticed these egregious injuries. But again, there are no laws that protect the livestock or those people if Bill 156 passes. I would like to take this opportunity to point out that I'm also concerned that a lawyer that's represented the dairy farmers of Ontario as a client prior to election is the sitting chair at this meeting.
You have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Barrett accused the organization represented by Miranda of lobbying the federal government not to provide funds for PPE to farmers. She was clear. Do not give it to corporate organizations. Give it to the smaller farmers. That was a jab at protesters. It fell flat. If this government intends to pass this bill, the public will fund the charter violation claims. For clarity, you can't disrespect people who are only trying to help animals. And they don't harm you, and you shouldn't have more rights than I do. That's the end.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now begin our round of questioning, and we will begin with the official opposition. You have 8 minutes. Who would like to begin? Please raise your hand. MPP Vanthof, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. Once again, as has been raised in each of these panels, a wide variety of opinion, and shows how divisive this issue is, both on farm and off farm. My first question I'd like to go to Mr. Benjamin's, and I think it's become apparent that there's actually two bills in this Bill 156. There's the trespassing bill and the anti-whistleblower bill. And they're being, for convenience or for whatever, they're being married together. But in the trespassing bill, the only change that's actually being made is that there's two changes being made. The deterrent is higher because of the fines are higher. And if there is damages, the trespasser might have to pay for those damages. Chandra raised a good point. This all has to go through court. Nothing has changed there. One thing the bill talks about, though, is there is no more funds for policing, so the police aren't going to come any quicker. It talks about how to do a citizen's arrest. Are you prepared for your members and their employees to conduct citizen's arrests with the liability that much?
Happy to respond. Chair. And forgive me if I don't get the order correct, Mr. Vantoff. I'm going to respond to your second question, which is, I believe, are we able to inform our farmers about citizens' arrest and how to do that? And the answer would be that if this legislation is passed and it actually comes into being, and I understand that there have been cuts to different budgets from OMAFRA, et cetera, we would certainly look at how to inform, educate, and lead our farmers through that piece very quickly and in the best time frame possible. So the answer is yes, we would look after that piece and inform our farmers about how to do that. So that would require some education and time, but we would be willing to do that. Your first question, if I could, can I have it repeated? Was there a question there, and is it about the timing, John, or I'm sorry, I didn't quite get it.
And thank you for that direct answer. The first question was more that this is actually two bills. There's a trespass bill and the anti-whistleblower bill, like they're married together. But getting back to the, and I really appreciate your direct answer regarding informing your members how to do a citizen's arrest. And what about reasonable force? Because what we're concerned, and reasonable force is in the Criminal Code of Canada. And the minister told me, well, you know, it's in the, but I'm not sure that your members, if they are facing a very organized, we heard other deputants say that they provoke farmers, they goad them. What, and you can't answer this, but that's the issue. What's reasonable force? What we're worried about is that the first person going to court will be a farmer having to defend himself against an assault charge, as opposed to an animal activist defending themselves against a trespassing charge. And I would hope your organization takes that very seriously, because that is an issue that is going to come up. The second, getting back, so biosecurity is very important. And no one does that more than you do. But on the second part, where you where you get in under false pretenses. So I'll give you an example. So someone is hired in a processing plant or on your farm. I'm assuming your farm had, like my farm did, we checked references, we did all these things, and we hired the person. A year from that date, the person identifies something. The person could very well go to pause, but it's not addressed. If that person then leaves the farm, and I know you wouldn't do this, Mr. Benjamin, but the farmer could, or the processing plant could, threaten to charge that person under this act. I'm not sure that the public, when this is challenged, that the public will accept that, and that public will look at farming and will say, despite all the work that you have done, and as a farmer, I know the work that's been done to protect your reputation. I'm not sure that the public will accept that. If that same clause was put into our Long-Term Care Act, and it said that, you know what, government inspectors have got this all under control, and if you have an issue, just talk to a government inspector and everything's going to be fine. You know what? When this bill was first proposed, people might have bought that. Right now, I'm not sure people are going to buy that the government inspecting, and I'm not knocking the inspectors. They're doing everything they can. But I'm not sure people's perception of what the government is capable of has changed. And I'm wondering if you, and you don't have to answer this right now, but if your organization has thought about the prospect of losing the second part of this act in a constitutional challenge and as a result, losing the issue, the trespassing issue. We haven't heard much argument. There will be some people against it.
MPP Vantoff, you have 1 minute left. Can we please unmute him? Thanks.
Is a legit.
Sorry, you're MPP Vantoff, you're muted. Okay, there we go. Nope. It keeps on muting. Okay. I've paused the time here. Let's just make sure MPP Vantoff is unmuted. Okay. Nope. What's going on? Are you clicking anything?
I click and then the host clicks. I will give you the floor.
I'm still paused on the time here, but I'll let Mr. Benjamin's answer in the 1 minute that's left.
Well, I guess I would offer the opinion that as far as when it comes to hiring people, John, and doing things in a very trusting environment, I would look to whoever we hire. If they're on that farm under false pretense or under some other assumed thing other than working for and looking after my farm and doing that work, I would say that the establishment of trust between that individual and the person hiring them is already broken. And I think that's a bad precedent. And to suggest that that's not relevant, I think it is, because our family farms operate on those principles. So I have thought about it, and I guess we'll deal with it. But I think having
That's all the time we have for this round of questions. We'll now turn to the Independent Green Party member, MPP Schreiner. You have 6.5 minutes. You may begin.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask my first question directed to Ed and Rob from the Chicken Farmers of Ontario. But before I do that, I just want to say, Ed, it's good to see you again, and just want to thank you for your donations to so many food banks and charitable organizations that feed hungry our neighbors who may be struggling to access food. And so just thank you for your work in that regard, and just wanted that to be on the record. Following up a little bit on MPP Vantoff's question, one of the concerns I have, and I really ask this as somebody who grew up on a farm, and we raise cattle on our farm, and I've spent most of my pre-political career promoting Ontario food and farmers, either through my businesses or nonprofit marketing organizations, is that we've seen in the United States that when organizations have challenged what's, quote, the ag-gag portion of the bill, and it's oftentimes then gone through the court process. And most of the time, the courts have ruled that as being not unconstitutional. And there's concerns that we'll see a charter challenge here in Ontario. And, you know, who knows how the courts will rule, but it'll be a very contentious, high-profile litigation. That it's actually meant that farmers who are doing great work, and I would argue most farmers are doing great work and treating their animals well, etc. But it ends up, at least the research has shown, damaging the reputation of all farmers, even the farmers who are doing great work. And so I'm just wondering if you're concerned about that and the potential, I guess, unintended consequences this bill might have on the good reputation of Ontario farmers.
So thanks for that, Mike, and thank you for acknowledging our work around the CFO Cares program as well. I appreciate that. The health and safety of our farmers and their families and the employees and the birds in our care is our number one top priority. So when we talk about making sure that as a regulator, we make sure that all our farmers comply with those high standards of animal welfare and the on-farm safety program. So there is zero, and let me emphasize, zero tolerance for animal cruelty on our farms. So I think, when I look at this, and so ag-gag or whistleblowers, stopping them, private citizens, I don't believe, are trained or equipped to collect the evidence that's needed on a suspected violation. So anyone that has a concern about animal welfare on a broiler farm should simply notify CFO or the Ontario Chief Animal Welfare Inspector immediately. And those authorities have the power to investigate suspected animal abuse, collect any relevant evidence, and also to file charges. So those animal welfare inspectors are appropriately trained in animal husbandry and handling, biosecurity protocol, the collection of evidence, and they too adhere to a code of conduct. So this is in no way trying to limit or stop people from coming forward. In any way do I see this as stopping whistleblowers or looking to gag anyone from coming forward. I don't believe that exists.
Okay, so I'm
thank
going to
you for
ask
the
a
question.
follow-up to that, Ed, and I'd actually like Mr. Colvin to jump in and answer this question as well. So it's really to both of you. And partly because Mr. Colvin had talked about the duty to report that an employee has if they do see abuse or inappropriate activities. And so one of the concerns I have is, so I'm a legitimate employee. I was hired. I love working for the farm, we'll say chicken farm in this case. I work there for a year or two, things are all good. And then, I don't know, something happens maybe, and I see something inappropriate happening. And then I go to report it to the appropriate authorities. The potential exists, at least from what legal scholars have told me under this bill, that you could actually be accused of false pretenses, even if that wasn't your intention ever at all. Like, you had no intention whatsoever to do that, but you felt like you were just adhering to the duty to report. But then you get sort of accused under this bill. So are you concerned about that in any way? So yeah, Mr. Colvin, why don't you start with that?
You have 1
Thank you.
minute left.
Thank you, Mr. Steiner. The duty to report, I think, is pretty straightforward. If you see abuse, you report it. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts. If somebody's concerned about their employment because of that or repercussions, they could go and they lose their job. There's certainly wrongful dismissal. They can go through the courts for that if need be. So agriculture, farmers, whether it's chickens, beef, dairy, it doesn't matter, pork, it's animal care, animal welfare, and there's a big difference between welfare and animal activism. And I think sometimes they get muddied up quite a bit. Welfare is paramount to farmers. And if somebody on my farm were to come and visit, even if it was just a guest, if you came out and said, boy, those calves look terrible, they're undernourished, there's something wrong, and you reported it.
Thank you very much. That concludes our time for this round. We'll now turn to the government side. Who would like to begin? Please raise your hand. From the government, MPP Smith, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Mr. Colvin, and it's following up a little bit on the false pretenses. I came from the software industry before I got into politics, and we carefully reviewed everybody's resumes. If somebody lied on their resume to make themselves look that much better so that they could be hired by us, and we found out that they were incompetent, we'd let them go. I've never experienced a situation, though, where somebody lied on their resume, did something to get hired simply because they wanted to take pictures or do something with us. I would suspect that all of our farmers do their due diligence. They check the resumes, and someone being brought in on false pretenses, to me, suggests that they did something wrong or something that they shouldn't have to falsify their qualifications to actually get hired when they had no interest in actually working. What we're trying to do here is deal with people, anyone who is a good employee who comes in to actually do their work. As you said, if they see something wrong, they should be reporting it.
I think this legislation is supposed to be dealing with those who falsify their resumes and do things in a way so that they could get hired. Do you think that most farmers actually do look at what people have put on the resume and trust that they're not lying to them?
I think for the most part, sir, yes, they do. Farmers tend to be a very trusting group of people. And as we've seen in Ontario, there's a real shortage of labor, and even more so now. And as a result, I think farmers tend to give more leeway to let's get somebody in here working than they do necessarily to looking into the depth of the resume and the qualifications of the person. So it's a challenge. Farm labor has always been a challenge, and perhaps more so today than it has been in the past. So labor shortages create those variables, if you will. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. And before I hand it over to one of my other colleagues, Mr. Benjamin, I want to thank the Chicken Farmers of Ontario as well. Tim Klompmaker, local chicken farmer in our area, made a huge donation to the Kawartha Food Share during COVID-19, and we greatly appreciate the support that the Chicken Farmers of Ontario has given to us.
You're quite welcome. Thank you very much, and I'll pass that along.
I'll turn it over to MPP Bailey.
Thank you, MPP Smith. MPP Bailey, you may begin.
Madam Chair, I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, you are.
All right, good. Thank you. And thank you to the presenters today from the agricultural community and Miss McCrimmon, I think it was. McKinnon. Anyway, one of my questions was, I found this very interesting all morning and this afternoon to hear both sides back and forth. I'd like to know a little bit more about, I guess I should give a shout out to Scott Helps from my area, who's well known, I think, in the chicken and egg business, very prominent down here, and does a great job for the chicken and egg farmers as well. I want to know a little bit more about the biosecurity, and I don't know whether Mr. Benjamin or Rob Dugans, maybe Mr. Dugans, you might have a better connection. If you could speak a little bit more about the biosecurity and the risks to food, I think maybe to get it on the record, about the risks to food if someone like someone that's unaware of the biosecurity issues was to go from one barn to another, or could that ruin the whole crop? Could you just explain the ramifications of biosecurity and the damage to those birds, or in this case? That question was to anyone there. That Mr. Benjamin?
I'd be happy to take that as well. And so the risk of contamination, not only from a biosecurity aspect, is great because transporting disease or anything else is for sure a concern. And there are many diseases that can be transported. So biosecurity is top of mind for all of our farmers. And it extends everywhere on particularly poultry farms. In terms of what the outcomes could be if biosecurity is breached, the outcomes can be very severe. And you have the risk of not only losing that crop, but having that disease spread to others as well. There's also the very real aspect of food safety, because I don't know what people would do, or when they illegally come onto my farm. I have no idea. My buildings are locked, so if they would come in, they would have to be let in by me. So for sure, that's a concern. It wouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. So food safety is another element of this for sure. And whether it's avian influenza or something else that can be put into a farm can easily be transmitted, and it can come in on your boots. So, I mean, we change our footwear, we change our clothing, different coveralls. Everything is done on my farm and everyone's farm to prevent contamination anything from the outside. So everything, you've got a controlled access to the farm, and then you've got restricted access. So you're taking off your boots, your clothes, etc., and then you're going into a restricted area. And if those are breached, the effects of that can be catastrophic.
Okay, I just a little follow-up. Just so I understand, not being a farmer myself, have raised in the rural community, but not a farmer. So would you have to assume, you or any of your colleagues, would you have to assume that if someone breached somehow, get into that barn, that could you determine if some of that crop, your chickens, are at risk, or do you have to assume that the whole barn's been contaminated? Is there a way you can tell, or do you have to go assume for the worst?
You have 1 minute left, MPP Bailey.
The whole barn is contaminated.
I guess the effects of that would be known fairly quickly. And so if you, let's take avian influenza. So if that was transmitted to my flock, the results would be catastrophic, and you would see it in 1 or 2 days after it occurred. And I mean, you've got an incubation time, and it would take time to incubate, etc. But the results would be almost immediate after that, and they would be horrific. And so you wouldn't need to do much studying to see whether or not there was an impact. It'd be there, and the birds would be dead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes this round of questions. We'll now turn to the official opposition. MPP Glover, would you like to begin? All right,
Sure.
You have 8 minutes.
Okay, that's great. You know, the deputations this morning and today have been very informative, and I thank you all for being here. So far, I've got a summary. I'm taking notes as we're doing this, and I've got a summary. It seems that everybody would agree on 3 different principles that we want to achieve with this legislation. One is we want to stop harassment and trespass on farm property, harassment of farmers and trespass on their property. We want to ensure animal welfare. And the third one that keeps coming up again and again is we need to protect the charter rights of the people of Ontario. And so the second point, the ensuring animal welfare. One of the challenges that's been brought forward by some of the deputants today is that there's a conflict of interest between the industry investigating their own, their complaints against themselves, especially since the industry players are the ones who are funding it and funding the organization. And there's, we've got lots of examples of third-party investigation and the benefits of having a third-party investigator. So I would ask then, perhaps Mr. Benjamin, you or Mr. Duggins, how would you respond to those issues? And I would just say, Mr. Benjamin, you've made an excellent case for broadband across the province today. Thank you.
Well, and so I'm going to defer that to Mr. Duggins then to answer, because obviously it isn't working as I had hoped. So, and I appreciate the comment. So
Mr.
I'm going to defer that to Rob. Yeah.
One thing you could do, Mr. Benjamin, is if you turn off your video and just have audio only. So don't disconnect from the chat, but there should be a button at the bottom left of your screen. Sorry, I'm just pausing the time here. If you disconnect the video, that might help with the lag, and we'll just have audio in that way. Can you just please let us know if you're still here? Yeah. Okay. So we're just gonna restart. Yep. You're still with us, so it's all good. As long as you can hear us, then it works. So I'm gonna restart the time here and get back to the NDP or official opposition.
And so I'm going to let Rob handle the answer to this one. That's fine. So thank you.
Thank you for the question. And let me see if I can challenge your assumption. And that is that as a regulator, a supply management leader and steward of, in this case for us, the chicken business, that we are at conflict or have a preferred position in this. I think as a regulator, we're looking to continually improve our business to ensure that our farmer members are aligned with practices and standards which are going to deliver a sustainable business, safe, high-quality chicken. And they work within a regulated system where they understand the requirements for animal health and welfare. We audit all of our farmers. We verify that they are meeting a number of national as well as provincial programs, which I mentioned earlier. So it's very much in the role as well as the ambition of the board to ensure that our farmers do the right things, that if there are any deviances from that, we're going to deal with it from a compliance and enforcement standpoint. And we're also going to continue to work towards what we call the next level of performance as we move into the decade of the 2020s.
Thank you very much for that. Let's see, the other thing that's been brought up is this could potentially, like this bill, and there's been a few deputants already who said if this bill passes as is, there will be a charter challenge. And I know Mr. Schreiner already asked the question about, what will that do to confidence, public confidence in the food industry if this is being run through the courts and the media at the same time. The other question about the charter challenge is investigative journalism. So we've all seen the benefit of investigative journalism. We've seen it, in the long-term care homes. It wasn't investigative journalism, but the military went in there and they released this report. And finally, decades of abuse of seniors in our long-term care homes is being exposed. And hopefully, we've got the momentum to get it addressed. Investigative journalism is, the media is the fifth estate. It's a big part of a cornerstone of our democracy. This legislation, as is, chokes that off. It means that a journalist could not go in and say, I'm here to work on the farm or whatever, investigate, abuse and release a report. How do you respond to that criticism?
It's Rob here. If I can respond. One is I can't. In the reality of if there is a charter challenge, there's a charter challenge. We support this bill. We support our government. We support our farmer members. And if we're doing the right things, we'll let the courts will decide. But it's important, we think, that this bill in total has the right parameters. It has the right support of our agricultural community. With regards to the press, hopefully, and I can again only speak for Chicken Farmers of Ontario, we strongly believe in transparency. I'd encourage you to look to our website and or our other communications internally as well as externally. I think generally it's better if folks know more about our business, then they're going to see that the business is running well. So I take that forward as, again, the way in which we should be operating.
Thank you very much. The next question I have is, let's see, I guess actually Mr. Colvin, did you want to respond to that as well?
Thank you. Very briefly, confidence in the food industry will not be, I think, hurt because there's a charter challenge to a specific piece of legislation. Legislation gets challenged all the time. It doesn't mean that there's a breach of confidence in how our food is produced and the quality of our food. In terms of investigative journalists coming on to a farm or coming in to investigate, I think Mr. Duggins replied very well. We want
You
to be
have
open
1 minute left.
We are not trying to hide anything. We want people to see what we do. And if we can improve, we want to improve because we want you to have confidence in what we do. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, there's just 1 minute left. I will say, I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate that you've come here today. Thank you. There was a question asked in the last round about, farm experience. I had the privilege of living and working on a farm for a while. My uncle owned a pig barn. I'm interested in both perspectives, and I do appreciate, this discussion, because it really does point out the strengths and weaknesses of this bill. Ms. McKinnon, I think there's probably 30 seconds left. Would you like to respond? Do we have any time left, Madam Chair?
We have 5 seconds.
Okay, we'll let it go at that. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes time for the official opposition. We'll now turn to the government. You have 8 minutes. Who would like to begin? Please raise your hand. Do I see any hands raised on the government? Okay, MPP Pettipies, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for coming today. That has been stated by all members of this committee. This has been very informative. A lot of information has crossed around, has been shared around, and certainly it's going to help us with this bill. I would also like to thank the chicken farmers for their service to the community. Mr. Benjamin is in my riding, and I see him from time to time in the local newspaper taking a load of chicken to food bank and things like that. So I really do appreciate what you guys do, and certainly what all farmers do in our areas in Ontario, whether it be chicken, hogs, beef, grain farmers, whoever, vegetable farmers. They do support their communities and certainly help out those who are less fortunate. I guess uninvited guests to your farm is a community. There is something that's been argued about all day here, and who should be allowed, who shouldn't be allowed. And it's a real concern to the farming community, not only certainly with the spread of disease, which it has the potential of doing. And I think we all know how that can devastate a farm. Chicken farmers with avian flu went through that a few years ago, I think now, where it caught on. The hog farmers went through that with a strain of a virus that came through 2 or 3 years ago and are still dealing with it. So disease can spread very quickly. As far as the investigative journalists and all this type of thing, the unfortunate thing about that is often it is done and they don't take the precautions that are needed on some of these farms. And I'm talking about the biosecurity end of it. They probably won't, if they're sneaking around or try to get into a barn without being supervised by the owner, they likely don't have preventative equipment on or clothing on them. They don't have clean rubber boots or, what I'm talking about. So there's always a danger of this type of thing when it happens. I do know that certainly the bill has its pros, has those who support it and those who don't. I think when you look at the whole picture, though, we are trying to provide, and we do provide, a safe product for our consumers. That's what we do as farmers, in all those in the rural Ontario. And it's more difficult when you're under stress, when you're under the stress of having people come onto your farms who aren't invited and who may cause serious harm to your farmer operation. I wonder, and Mr. Benjamins, if I could address, you could address this question. We talked about the mental health in rural Ontario, that it's, COVID-19 certainly hasn't helped. But I wonder, sir, in the community where you live, whether you've experienced or heard of those that are going through some real difficulties in the farming community.
Thanks for the question, Randy. Absolutely, I would say that for sure COVID-19 has added to the anxiety that our farmers face today. because the lack of certainty, the lack of clarity about the future, the lack of what's going to happen, the fact that you are social distancing, you're already on a farm, you're fairly isolated to begin with in many cases. So now that's taken away as well, so that anxiety is felt. I want to thank the government, particularly the Minister Hardeman, for some of the work that he's done around that. And I know that on our website, and we've got everything available to our farmers in a digital platform. Our website carries those links. And for sure, we're asking our farmers that if they feel that pressure, if they feel that need to talk, to come forward, that they do so. And so, as Rob mentioned earlier, we will be starting meetings. So we're going to be attempting and we're doing this for 7 nights in a row. We're going to be hosting regional meetings. And by all accounts, I haven't heard of any individuals come forward. But those are the types of things that we raise with our farmers, and we make sure that they're aware. So very much COVID-19 has added another level of anxiety and stress in the farming community, not just amongst our farmers, but just the uncertainty, whether you're a vegetable grower, whether you're planting asparagus, it doesn't matter what, if you're needing seasonal workers, all of those are stressors that have just been multiplied exponentially. And then you add to that the whole risk of people trespassing on your farm and unwanted guests. Yes, there's a lot. And I think this is the type of assurance that our farmers are looking for going forward. So thank you for the question.
Well, thank you for that response. I do know that we live in unprecedented times right now with this virus, and certainly some of the issues that our farming community has faced with other issues. Certainly, I'm sure you're aware that there are those commodities that are experiencing low prices and things like this that are having a difficult time. Fortunately, the crops went in pretty good this year, at least they did around us. I think most of them are planted. There might be a few beans to go in yet, but I think the spring has turned out fairly well. Hay crops starting to come off. On the issue of inspections,
You have 1 minute left.
On the issue of inspections, I was pleased to hear how the chicken farmers of Ontario are doing their inspections and how they audit their inspections. To me, this is one of the best way or the best procedures that would certainly help our consumers understand that we do take you take your business seriously, and you want to have a product that gets to market safely and with good quality. And I know that some of the other commodity groups do the same thing, where they have auditors come out and make sure the premises are clean and they're doing things properly. And if they're not doing things properly, can at times have their operations suspended till they do things properly. So that gives the consumer a lot more.
Thank you very much. That concludes the time for the government. At this point, I'd like to thank our current presenters for joining us today. It's been a very informative discussion, and I'm sure that committee members will have a lot to take back and think upon. At this point, you may step down and we'll have no further questions for you. I'd now like to call upon the following witnesses. If you are here, please just raise your hand so that we can confirm. From World Animal Protection, Lynn Kavanagh, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. And we have Robert McNeil. Can you please raise your hand? Thank you, Robert. And from Rose's Law, Jenny McQueen, please raise your hand. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So at this point, each witness will have 7 minutes to present, and following that, we'll begin our round of questioning. At this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Lynn Kavanagh. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Thank you.
Whoops, one second. I'm just trying to. Thank you. Yes, my name is Lynn Kavanaugh. I'm with World Animal Protection. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to speak on this important matter. Your government's leadership in keeping Ontario safe during these difficult times with regard to COVID-19 is also appreciated. As I said, I'm with World Animal Protection, and I'm here today to express our concerns about Bill 156, in particular, the false pretenses section, and its implications for silencing and criminalizing whistleblowing activities. I'd like to offer some background about World Animal Protection to start. We're a registered Canadian charity and a global organization with offices in 14 countries. We have more than 165,000 supporters across the province, and we work on a range of local and international animal protection issues. In Canada, our work focuses on increasing protections for wildlife and farmed animals. World Animal Protection is a member of the National Farm Animal Care Council, also known as NFAC, and we value the opportunity to work with representatives of the various animal agriculture sectors to develop codes of practice for farm animals. The open dialogue, trust, and transparency is key to understanding the problems, the barriers to change, and ultimately our success in improving standards for farm animals as much as possible. Bill 156 threatens to undo the good work that can be achieved by having animal welfare organizations and industry bodies together at the same table. We believe if passed, Bill 156 will erode consumer confidence in Ontario animal agriculture, as more people will be asking what are farmers trying to hide when people are prevented from speaking out about abuse or wrongdoing on Ontario farms. This outcome does not benefit farmers, and it erodes public trust and engenders suspicion in the system. In fact, research shows that this type of legislation has the opposite outcome than what the government desires. Research at UBC, looking into public perceptions and responses to ag-gag laws in the US, found a significant decrease in public trust in farmers and an increase in support for animal welfare regulations. And you'll hear more about this research, I think, during these hearings. But these are important findings that should not be ignored by the agriculture industry or the government. We would expect many farmers would also oppose the legislation for these reasons. Animal protection is an important issue to Canadians. According to an August 2019 national poll that we commissioned, 73% of Canadians said it's important that the government pass stronger legislation to protect animals to ensure they do not experience pain and suffering. This means the public looks to the government to protect animals. If passed, Bill 156 could prevent witnesses to animal mistreatment and abuse from coming forward to report these crimes, and it would also make pictures, videos, and reports of animal cruelty concerns inadmissible in courts. In short, this bill does the opposite of what Canadian citizens expect from its government. And this is particularly concerning given the fact that there's a lack of existing legislation to protect farm animals in Ontario. Because of this, exposés and whistleblower activities are needed to fill the gaps that should be covered by government oversight and adequate legislation to protect farm animals. Exposés over the past 10 years or so have revealed repeated situations of severe animal abuse on farms, such as the case in Chilliwack, BC, of the dairy farm where workers violently kicked, punched, and hit animals with chains, metal pipes, and other weapons. We're left to wonder, is this really the behavior and the activity the Ontario government wishes to hide? And we would ask, how does this help farmers or the farming industry who are doing the right thing? World Animal Protection represents a growing constituency in Ontario, Canada, and around the world that is increasingly concerned about farm animal welfare. And this is indicated by a growing public discourse on these topics and changes in the marketplace. Consumers are demanding more information and public transparency about the treatment of animals raised for food. There's also a growing concern about how farm animals are raised and how this links to food safety, including the overuse of antibiotics. This information is important to consider in the context of this proposed bill, since the bill claims to have both the protection of farm animals and food safety in mind. And we're also seeing a significant rise in animal welfare interest and attention from grocery retailers, quick service restaurants, and investment companies. This really speaks to a cultural shift and the fact that most people believe animals deserve legal protections in a just and compassionate society. And I'd like to state for the record that World Animal Protection does not condone trespassing or any other illegal activity. However, trespassing is already a provincial offense, and stiffer penalties are neither warranted nor effective. However, it's very important that farm workers or anyone else who witness animal cruelty or mistreatment of animals on a farm, have a safe place to report it to the appropriate authority. Whistleblowers have long played a vital role in society in exposing unfair, unethical, and illegal activities, and this includes situations of animal abuse and cruelty on farms. Protecting an individual's right to speak out about injustices and wrongdoing without the threat of persecution is a hallmark of a democratic and just society. And in fact, some industries have dedicated and explicit policies outlining protections for those who come forward to expose immoral or illegal practices. The Ontario Securities Commission.
You have 1 minute left.
The Ontario Securities Commission, for example, they have a formal whistleblower policy and program in place that not only protects individuals who come forward, but they encourage employees to come forward if they have knowledge of misconduct. And at this morning's hearings too, we heard also people refer to recent example of whistleblowers as integral to exposing the horrible conditions in some long-term care homes in Ontario. These are examples the Ontario government should be following in the case of animal protection. Stronger legislation to protect animals and those who speak out on their behalf, more transparency and more accountability in the industry. This would protect both animals, one of the most vulnerable groups in our society, and farmers who are doing the right thing, and would increase public confidence in the system as a whole. In closing, we urge you to remove the false pretenses and the interaction with animal sections from this bill for reasons of both human rights and animal protection, which will increase public trust and benefit both animals.
Thank you very much. That's all the time that we have. I'd now like to turn to our next presenter, Robert McNeil. You have 7 minutes. You may begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me speak to the committee today. My name is Rob McNeil. I immigrated from New Zealand 30 years ago, and I'm proud to call Ontario home for the majority of my life now. I have a shared life experience with animal agriculture. I milked dairy cows in the summer for many years as a teenager in New Zealand. I also had a younger brother, Patrick, who was a slaughterhouse supervisor in New Zealand and who very recently took his own life, in part, I'm sure, due to the violence involved in that role. Studies show that many slaughterhouse workers deal with depression, alcohol and drug use, and increased violence in their homes. I'm also a full-time financial controller for a multi-million-dollar construction company in Ontario. I've been an activist for over 3 years now and worked with a variety of animal rights organizations. I'm a co-host for the weekly Liberation Hour radio show, a show which focuses on the horrors that animal agriculture impact on animals, the climate, and human health. I also co-founded the Stop Maple Leaf Violence campaign, a campaign fighting a massive maple leaf foods project that, along with Cargill, will crown London, Ontario as the slaughterhouse capital of Ontario. I take my activism seriously. I lend my privileged white male businessman voice for the benefit of the most exploited and numerous species on Earth, farmed animals. But make no mistake, I'm just like each of you, just another Ontarian who wants the best way forward, the best peaceful, non-violent way forward. I know that positive change for animals is coming, but rest assured, regardless of unjust laws, I and my fellow activists will not stop. In fact, I want to thank you in some ways for parts of this legislation, for Ernie's Law, Bill 156. When we look at the animal rights movement, broad goals include rescuing animals who go on to become ambassadors to change hearts and minds, raising public awareness of the exploitation of non-human animals, and court challenges to alter public policy and laws. I can tell you this law won't stop activists rescuing animals. That's a life or death issue for activists and especially for the animals. Ernie's Law will only increase the risk of violence against activists by empowering farmers to make arrests, unprecedented, undefined, and dangerous arrest powers. And this bad law will flood the court with cases and raise public awareness. Bad laws lead to legal challenges and become focal points and rally cries, just the attention the industry doesn't want. So in some ways, thank you for Ernie's Law. It's a poor bill in so many areas that it will advance the cause of fighting for animal liberation for years to come, and activists will not stop. I'm not here to beg for change or minor amendments. I'm here to urge you to reconsider passing this divisive bill at all. Ernie's Law increases the urban-rural divide. The legacy of Minister Hardeman will be sowing more division between farmers and animal rights activists. Just please go back to the drawing board. Listen to all your voters, not just the lobbyists. Go around the province and this time ask what the people of Ontario want in general. Less subsidies to animal ag, more transparency on farms, more programs to transition farmers away from harming animals and towards plant farming. Activists have tried things the right way. We even attempted to meet with Minister Hardeman, but were rebuffed in December. So we've tried dialogue, we try system change. Nation Rising is a political advocacy group that seeks changes in federal laws and policies and in different provinces. We are non-violent and we're always ready to talk. But Ernie's Law has been pushed forward and rushed without our voices at the table. It's hard to imagine that in the midst of a global pandemic and now massive and awesome Black Lives Matter protests, that passing this ag-gag law to silence us is the best use of government time. We've tried to talk and the government has refused to listen. Whistleblowers are an essential part of any democracy. Consider the recent report about conditions in some Ontario rest homes. Would the government pass a law banning whistleblowers in those facilities? Yet Maple Leaf Foods killed 23 seniors from listeria in 2008 due to poor hygiene practices. This new law criminalizes the kind of whistleblowing that could prevent these kinds of things happening. Some of the largest outbreaks of COVID-19 have been connected to slaughterhouses. And again, eliminating whistleblowers is not the answer. So welcome to the new wave of activism. We're organized, strategic, intersectional, and still committed and relentless as ever. Activist Amy Serrano of Meet the Victims says that the problem is not civil disobedience, it is civil obedience in the face of unjust laws, and activists will not stop. We are all earthlings here. This is the only planet we have, and Mother Earth is throwing us a bunch of huge hints lately. Bushfires in Australia, a plague of coronavirus, climate change. Time is running out. If you look down on the Earth from space, you'd see 77 billion earthlings, 7 billion humans, and 70 billion farmed land animals confined and exploited. Never mind the fishes. If you could see pain from space, you would see massive centers of death and exploitation in slaughterhouses and factory farms. Speciesism is discrimination based on biological difference. We should treat all species as we ourselves would like to be treated. Madam Chair, if you step on your lovely dog Baxter's tail, I know that you know he feels pain. Can this committee make the connection to the billions of non-human individuals exploited just for our human wants? Is every animal not worthy of the love and care that Baxter has shown? Activists feel that connection, and activists will not stop. Look at the numbers. The Ontario Federation of Agriculture asked farmers and Ontarians to show support for Bill 156, and were able to get just a few thousand to support. Yet 40,000 plus humans signed the petition to stop Bill 156. Plainly put, there are far more, 10 times more at least, votes in helping animals and encouraging transparency.
You have 1 minute left.
Pandering to industry. By giving the animal ag industry what they thought they wanted without considering the consequences, you just toughen our resolve to work harder and shine even more light and save even more animals. You also highlight the hypocrisy of an animal agriculture industry that says they have nothing to hide, but begs for a law to help hide it. Activists will not stop. I would encourage any of the MPPs to come on the Liberation Hour radio show and discuss animal ag, speciesism, and Bill 156 with me. Thank you for letting me speak today. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. McNeil. We'll now turn to our final presenter today, Jenny McQueen. You may begin. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jenny McQueen, and I am one of the animal activists that has been featured in the readings of Bill 156. Yes, I entered a pig farm uninvited. Yes, I rescued a piglet who needed medical treatment. I faced 10 years in prison, but the Crown dropped my charges, deeming it not in the public interest. What I and others have witnessed would turn your stomach. This is why I'm speaking up against the ag-gag bill, which wants to silence citizens, whistleblowers, and even journalists. I believe I'm a respectable citizen. For over a decade, I was an analyst in the Ontario government. I'm also an animal rights activist with Direct Action Everywhere. We are fiercely non-violent. I've worn full biosecurity gear when I've entered farms. Regarding food safety, we need to stop thinking of animals as food. It's time to transition to plant-based proteins and defund animal ag. The world is in crisis with COVID-19. It's another virus from the animal world. SARS, swine flu, avian flu, MERS, Ebola, all come from animal use and exploitation. Animals in Canada are confined in filthy conditions. The perfect breeding ground for the next pandemic. It's a travesty how the animal ag industry is deceiving the public and politicians about food safety. Animal protection zones? A real animal protection zone would be where animals are free to live their lives without being mutilated, artificially inseminated and transported to their early deaths. Farmers do care about their animals, but in reality, they are mere commodities for them, dollar signs. Perhaps dairy and beef farmers form relationships with their animals, but pig and chicken farmers? Nope. These farmers are not bad apples. They're just struggling to work within a system that is morally corrupt. It's time to transition to growing plants that do so well in Canada, such as yellow peas, a delicious ingredient in vegan meats. Nation Rising, a Canadian organization, will help you transition. Children's toys and books still portray farm animals as having a good life. An industry coloring book has pigs frolicking in the grass, with chickens pecking at the dirt around them. Deceiving children too, this is criminal. As an animal rights activist, I've personally witnessed the reality. Huge white sheds are the new norm in the Canadian countryside. Pristine from the outside, but filthy and stuffed full of animals on the inside. Hidden from the public view, hidden from the sunlight, and denied any basic natural behaviors. The pig barns and chicken barns I've been inside are a nightmare. There's rats scurrying around, flies everywhere, dust and cobwebs. Strong ammonia attacking the electrical systems, no reasonable fire protection. One upstanding farmer who took the stand in the Anita Crines case was in the news in 2018 after 3,000 pigs burned to death in his building. I can't let my mind go there too much. It's devastating to think about. We hear pig gestation crates have been banned. They haven't. Existing farms are exempt. Mother pigs are literally unable to turn around to nurture their young. They give birth in the dead of night, no one to take care of them. There's miscarriages with dead piglets in the afterbirth. And workers are expected to do this awful cleanup? I filmed a piglet discarded in the corridor, obviously rotting for days. Their stomach was blackened from the inside out. At Adair Pork, there was a female pig, heavily pregnant, with a massive bloody prolapse, obviously in pain. Last Chance for Animals discovered a nasty term in another investigation called slash and grab, a procedure where they slash open their stomach, remove the babies, then kill the mother pig. How is that allowed? Another bold-faced humane lie was exposed at King Cole Ducks earlier this year. Animal justice lawyers are now able to lodge a formal complaint for false advertising following Rose's Law activists exposing the horrors inside. 3 of them are now facing jail for their action. Animal rights activists are only concerned about exposing the conditions that animals endure. Farmers' homes are very rarely near any animal ag operation due to the strong stench of ammonia from the sheds. Bearing witness is an essential form of activism, which allows the public to see how animals arrive at slaughterhouses, for example, suffering in the extreme heat of Canadian summers. I have a message to the public. Before they fine you thousands of dollars for wanting to see the truth, join an Animal Save Movement vigil. Look an animal in the eye. That's what ignited my passion. That's why I stopped viewing animals as food. I have a message to farm workers. Now is the time to become a whistleblower before they fine you thousands of dollars. Message me. Canadian citizens, please.
You have 1 minute left.
Canadian citizens, please, continue to challenge unjust laws. Civil disobedience is a valid tactic. The women's suffragette movement proves my point. It can be difficult and it can be challenging, but it's something that we must stand up for. It's something that we must do. This is how laws change. We must continue to put these awful industries on trial. It has to be said again, animals are not food. Finally, compassion is not a crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now begin this round of questioning, and we'll begin with the independent member, MPP Schreiner. You have 6.5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank all three presenters for coming here today and being part of the conversation. My first question is going to be for Ms. Kavanagh. Lynn, you talked a bit about how you believe Bill 156 undermines confidence in farming. And can you elaborate on that a bit more, given some of the research that we've seen, particularly out of the U.S., but also I noticed I've seen some from from UBC as well. Could you just express? I'm somebody who supports farmers. I'm not opposed to animal agriculture, but I want to make sure that we're not undermining confidence in farming.
Yeah, so the research I cited, I believe the researchers will be giving a deputation at this hearing, and so they will most definitely speak to it in more detail. But essentially, they conducted some research where they interviewed people. They had two groups, a control group and a group that was informed about the ag-gag legislations, different pieces of legislation that had gone through in the US. And when that legislation was passed, it really, in essence, eroded public trust in the whole farming system and farmers. It made them question, why is there a need to pass this legislation to prevent people from speaking out about what goes on inside farms, what they might see, or even for people to have a window into what goes on behind your conventional farming systems today. And what that did is it aroused suspicion, essentially. And it made the public question, what is the industry trying to hide? They had more trust before the ag-gag rules went forward. So that's it in a nutshell. It didn't do the farmers any good. From what I understand, I saw a presentation by these researchers from UBC, and in one state, the dairy farmers were actually asking the government to withdraw the legislation. It got so bad because whenever the legislation was reported on in media, what would go with it would be showing undercover footage of egregious situations on farms, and that didn't do the farmers any good either. So the public backlash and the media, what they were showing didn't do any favors for the legislation or the perceptions of farmers. So it really isn't. It's not good for animals. It's not good for the industry.
So in your presentation, you talked a little bit about let's look for ways to bring farmers and consumers together, maybe work to bring farmers and people who believe in animal welfare together. Are there some amendments to this bill that you think could help bridge that divide? Because most of the testimony today has been like people at two different sides of the spectrum. There hasn't been a lot in the middle. And I'm trying to figure out if you have any thoughts of how we can bridge that divide.
Well, I think one of the most important things is to have more transparency and accountability, as I said. And so it's true, there have been a lot of exposés that show horrible conditions on farms. Some of the standard practices that are permitted, the public would not approve of, they would consider inhumane. But even in cases where there are farms that are trying to do better and phase out some of these cruelest systems like crowded conditions, confinement, painful procedures, maybe making the conditions a little higher welfare, there's no public disclosure. There's no showing the public what is going on behind the scenes, and even the more conventional systems where farmers are trying to transition away from those, show the public what's going on and talk to them. And we've heard, we sit on NFAC, our organization, the National Farm Animal Care Council, and there's codes of practice, but they are voluntary. They're largely industry-led. Yes, there's been some progress through the codes, but there's still a lot more that needs to change there. Some of the codes are better than others. Some codes still endorse situations or conditions that we would consider humane, and the public would certainly as well. And so there's some changes that could be, there's changes that could be made at that level. But even once those codes are in place, the industry says that they are audited, but there's never any information that is shared around those audits. What happens if a farmer doesn't meet the code? What happens in a case where there's a violation? And this is why the whistleblower activity is so important, because it really holds the industry accountable where there is no accountability. So I think that that's the first step from the industry. They need to be more transparent, not trying to hide further what is going on.
Great, thanks. And so my final question, and I don't know how much, I probably
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, so Rob and Jenny, really quick, we've had a number of farmers express concerns about people trespassing on their private property. Do you, I mean, I guess, are you concerned about that and feel like that's a valid concern that farmers have?
Personally?
Go ahead, Jenny, yeah.
Personally, no, because we only enter the barns where the animals are. We do not need or want to see any human when we're going into these places. As I said, the farms are not next to any houses, and if the houses are nearby, then we choose not to go there. We are only interested in the animals. We wear full biosecurity gear. We are not harming anyone.
Rob, there might be a couple seconds left if you wanted to have
1 second,
a chance.
actually.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
There's
That
1 second.
concludes our time. Thank you. We'll now turn to the government, and I believe MPP Harris has some questions. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to everybody who has been here to participate in the deputations today. I had a question for Ms. Kavanagh, Madam Chair, if that's all right. We heard earlier that the Canadian Coalition for Farm Animals and also yourself have stated that they don't support trespassing on people's farms and their private property. I'm happy to hear that you say that. And I'd like to, maybe kind of pick your brain a little bit on what you think, outside of trespassing on people's property, what some of the best ways are to get, the message across to folks if you think there might be maybe some improprieties or mistreatment of animals happening on a specific farm or at a specific location, i.e., working with the previous OSPCA or the new provincial inspectors that have been put in place in regards to the PAWS Act. I'd just like to get a little bit more feedback on what you think some of the best practices are going forward.
Yeah, so I think, what many animal groups or animal welfare rights and advocacy protection groups have said during these hearings is that this bill will essentially hush any kind of whistleblower type activity. So I think quite the opposite would be beneficial. Instead of this bill being passed, I gave an example of the Ontario Securities Commission, where they actually have, if you go to their website, they're a really good example, which is why I cited it. They actually have a policy in place that supports whistleblower activity and arms people with information about how they can speak out and ensures that their rights will be protected. And so I think that is a first point, is that letting workers know that they not only won't be persecuted, but that they should speak out in cases of animal cruelty. or animal abuse or any concerns whatsoever on the farm. So that is one approach, certainly. And I think, again, that transparency piece is really important because it then would arm or encourage industry folks to do better. Sometimes the exposés that we've seen across the country are workers that have been left to their own devices to harm animals. If they know that there are serious repercussions in place, that there are people watching over them, like some slaughter plants putting in video cameras, then I think that, and then also good training. I think in essence, there's some of a philosophical element here. I won't deny things like what Robert and Jenny have been speaking to. The underlying view that animals are commodities, I think, can help to fuel, in some cases, the way people think that they can do what they will with the animal. So I think that there's a change in value system too that needs to be as part of that education.
Have you had any interactions with the OSPCA or the new provincial inspectors, over the last few years? Just, I'd be curious to get a little bit of your feedback as to what those interactions have been like, and whether or not you are supportive in the job that they are out there trying to do.
Well, yeah, certainly we need inspectors. I mean, that's who would go in and view. People can't go in. I mean, we need inspectors to see what's going on inside farms, for sure, as we do in other areas, just like we would go into someone's home and, if there's an issue with a dog or cat, companion animal. I've not had any interactions, though I'm hoping to be able to have some say and input on the regulations that are going to be a companion to the new PAWS Act.
Okay.
For what good standards would be for on-farm animal care.
Thank you. I'll pass my time over to one of my colleagues.
Yeah.
MPP Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My question is for Ms. Kavanagh as well. I've got a couple of dairy farmers here, and actually I have a lot of dairy farmers in my riding, and one in particular has transitioned over to Smart Farm. The cows actually milk themselves. They have free run of the entire area. It was about $1.5 million for him to switch to that. He's come to me with concerns about people coming on to the property and serious concerns about trespassing. He's obviously doing it in a very ethical way. As he described it, happy cows produce more milk. He's milking about 95 cattle at any given time right now, and producing the same amount of milk with these cows as what he had been doing manually with about 140 milking head at any given time. Like I said, they milk themselves. They go into the milk machine themselves. What do you say to him about stopping trespassing? Because he's come and said that this bill addresses all of his concerns with people coming onto his farm unauthorized. He's concerned about his young kids, concerned about his wife. What do you say to him about this?
Well, again, trespassing is already a provincial offense, so I'm not sure what this bill offers that's any different. He might have concerns, but people have different concerns around those. I mean, people have concerns about coming onto their home property in the city. I don't know how to respond to that other than to say that there's already existing legislation for that. What our concerns are here in the groups of people who have the interest of animal protection in mind is being able to share information about what goes on farms and how farm animals are treated.
So his concern around trespassing is that you can protest out front on municipal property, but you don't have to come onto his property to do it. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, freedom of, we live in a democratic society, so we should be able to protest wherever we want on public property.
He's not against, and this law doesn't prohibit anyone from protesting on public property. It's that the protesters come onto his property, come up to the barn, and they protest on his property. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, no, it's trespassing. As I said, our organization doesn't support trespassing.
So what this law does is it strengthens the trespassing to put in more of a deterrent for it.
You have 1 minute left.
I don't think that's
the deterrent is more. Sorry.
I don't think it's inappropriate then to make sure that we're doing something that protects the health and welfare of his family as well.
Well, look, as I said, trespassing is already illegal. And if there's this bill is also symbolic, right? So if you add that piece, I mean, it's symbolic. It tells the public that there's something to hide. So it doesn't do him any favors. He can defer to the existing legislation. Passing this legislation just arises suspicion in the public, as I said. And it's got all these other elements that don't protect animals and don't do farmers any good. And animals are a constituency, they don't have a voice, but they are a vulnerable member of society, and we owe it to them to protect their interests, especially if we're going to use them for food, as we do by the billions. So I think that needs to be a consideration here.
Thank you very much. This concludes our time for the government side. We'll now turn to the official opposition. MPP Glover, you may begin. You have 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you everybody for being here today. Let's see, I'll ask my first question of Ms. McQueen. You said that you trespassed on a farm, you were charged, but the charges were dismissed. Could you explain?
Yeah. I filmed myself inside a pig barn as I was undertaking open rescue. So I'm completely clear and honest and open about my actions. I reported to the OSPCA, to the Fire Authority, to the Electrical Safety Authority the very next day, all the terrible, terrible things that I witnessed. And then the police came about 6 months later and banging on my house at 6 a.m. in the morning, put me in handcuffs, and the charge was break and enter. And through the extremely slow Ontario justice system, eventually, my lawyers and the Crown were talking and they dropped the charges. And I would have really preferred the charges not to be dropped. I wanted a time in court. I wanted to put this industry on trial. What I've seen inside, the public need to see.
Okay, and were there grounds for dropping the charges?
The explanation was that it was not in the public interest. What we take from that is perhaps there was influence from industry, or they just don't feel the waste of money, the waste of public money on taking someone like myself to trial is worth it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, my next question is for Ms. Kavanaugh. You said that in the states where where bills similar to this have been passed, that it actually eroded trust in farming. Can you send us the report or look me up online and send me the report on that, please? Because I'd like to see that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
There's a published paper about it, actually.
Okay, and you also said that there's, you seem to be looking for a systemic solution. You said that there's one thing that should be done is that there should be stricter legislation protecting animals on farms. Can you explain that a bit?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, the previous OSPCA Act, for example, they excluded what was considered accepted practices on farms. So anything that would be considered, inhumane by the average person, things like confinement housing, sow stalls, or battery cages for laying hens, or painful procedures that are done to some farm animals. So I think that we need legislation to have a minimum standard of care for farm animals and how they're treated. But other things that could go into that as well, such as what we're talking about here today, is that there needs to be more oversight and accountability and training of workers and all the kinds of things that the average person who may not be in this community of animal protection and animal rights and welfare activism expects animals should be treated on farms. And so that's the kind of legislation we need. In some places in Europe, animals are considered, it says in legislation that they're sentient beings and they have interests that need to be protected. In Canada's federal cruelty laws, they're still considered property. So we have a far way to go, the way we protect animals in general, but in particular farm animals. So I think that's really what's needed. We need good standards for how animals, at a bare minimum, should be treated on farms. And then on top of that is the transparency and the accountability stuff that we're talking about here to ensure that there's good oversight and they are not harmed. And even, we haven't talked about transport. transport regulations, again, need to be vastly improved, even though the CFIA just put out new regulations, they're not strong enough.
Thank you. The other thing that, you're talking about system solutions and you're talking about changing values in society. And, that's something that obviously you're working towards. But the farmers are also part of a system. And one of the things that struck me, and I mentioned this earlier today, is that, farm incomes have been flatlined for the last 30 years. And the only way that they've been able to survive is to get bigger and bigger. Like the demands of the market and, the corporations that sell them the inputs and the corporations that, buy their products, they're constantly being squeezed and their margin keeps getting more and more squeezed. And so they have to sell for the lowest prices. And so they end up being, getting bigger, like the family farm with the chickens running around and the pigs and, outdoors that just, you couldn't survive with a mixed farm like that anymore. You couldn't have survived 30, 40 years ago, even with that. What do you say to the farmers, though, that are, love farming, want to continue farming, have been in it for generations, but are squeezed with these forces that are beyond their control, but do the best they can to, support, take care of the animals that they have.
Well, I would say it also first depends on what type of farm. Maybe not so much dairy farms, but perhaps the pig farms, yes, have struggled in the economic sector. But look, the government can do a lot there. They give a lot of money to the agriculture industry in Canada. Why not redirect some of those subsidies to improve the conditions on farm to help the farmers get rid of sow stalls? Let the pigs be in open barns with straw. I mean, there are things that the government can do rather than just trying to prop up the industry and increase trade. Redirect some of those subsidies as well. I mean, we're moving forward, and one of the other speakers here today said, talking about plant-based food. I mean, I haven't mentioned that, but really the way to support the highest welfare farming systems is having far fewer consumption of animal foods in favor of plant foods. And then when there are those animal farms, the earth's capacity can support higher welfare, and farmers would get a good payment for their for the food, the animals that they're raising, because the government would support that kind of ecological, healthier system. But I think in the short term, the farmers that are struggling now to get rid of sow stalls because of the economics and the financial costs that it costs to refurbish their barns, the government has a role there, absolutely. And of course, the marketplace does too. It might be costly, but really, to date, cheap meat has come at a cost to the animals. And it's because animal welfare is
Let me just ask one more question.
Yeah.
To what degree do you, there's a lot of activism around farms, but to what degree are you actually working on the consumers? Because the farmers, one businessman said to me, tell us what the rules are and we'll figure out a way to make money. And farmers need to make money, and so to what degree are you working with consumers to change their consuming habits to support the kind of farming that you would like to see?
Absolutely. Our organization does that too. We engage at all different levels. So not just trying to push farmers to do better, but talking to grocery retailers to get them to have higher standards in their supply chain. And that will encourage farmers to make those changes. In some cases, they might get more money, but in some cases not. It's the way the system works. But we also educate consumers around, eat less meat, but if you do buy meat, buy the higher welfare stuff so that, and it costs more. But there's a reason it costs more. Animal welfare has been externalized.
Thank you very much. Time is expired for questions. We'll now move over to the government for the next round. 8 minutes allotted to the government. Who would like to start? Going once, going twice. Okay. Moving back over to the official opposition, please. Who would like to start? MPP Vantoff. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Second, there we go. Okay, okay. Thank you for taking the time to come, and to Robert and Jenny. I've been a farmer my whole life, and I am completely opposed to a lot of things you said. But But I really appreciate you coming here, and we need to find a balance. And one thing that really intrigued me, Robert, is you like this bill because it gives you a platform. And if I could do one thing on the agriculture side, I would want to take your platform away, right? But by making it more transparent, as opposed to, I think the ag-gag part of this bill, there's the trespassing part and the ag-gag part. And I think the ag-gag part gives you a bigger platform. I really believe that. Would you agree with me?
I would agree that this law is so badly written that it is definitely going to raise awareness of animal agriculture. I suspect it was conceived with an attempt to hide bad actors or just to deny the public access to what's there. And I think that lack of transparency is not what the farmers ultimately want. They're getting something that they weren't expecting. I note that the dairy farmers of Ontario, I don't believe, joined the support for certain aspects of the bill, and I suspect that's because they believe they have less to hide. But more transparency is definitely a good thing. There's no denying that I would like to see the end of animal agriculture, but more transparency. If there's nothing to hide, why are they trying so hard to hide it?
Thank you.
And I would love to talk more to this about you. If you wanted to come on the show, we'd have a good old discussion. You can set the rules. Why not Zoom? We'll make it a family party. Why Zoom?
Yeah. I think, and to Ms. McQueen, I was a dairy farmer, but I think farmers in general do feel violated when you come into their space, which they believe is their barn. I think that is an issue. But one thing that you brought up, and I think that this bill, like it or lump it, does not address at all, is that at the end of the day, and I'm presuming that the people that have your beliefs aren't going to stop what they're doing. You're still going to be put in a court system that's full of other issues, and likely these cases could very well still be ignored, and actually in the end could make farmers and yourself more frustrated because, correct me if I'm wrong, you wanted this case to go to court.
Yes. And I'm also facing criminal charges for an investigation in Quebec, in Canada. And I'd like to speak actually against something that Lynn said from World Animal Protection. We went inside Quebec into Port Greg. They are an upstanding family. They are on all the organizations for their industry. And yet we go inside there and the place is broken. That's the only way I can describe it. So if someone like myself doesn't go inside, then how is this industry going to be put on the stand? It's a really valid question.
So now with the if the fine, basically on the trespass side of this bill, there's two changes, right? The fines are increased, and there is a provision where the court could, if someone like yourself breaks into a barn, could be charged with costs incurred. But those are the really only two changes in the bill. There is no more protection per se for farmers. There's no increased funding for one of the things that farmers were frustrated with is that they call and no one shows up. Well, that's not going to change. Their answer in this bill is citizen's arrest. Are you concerned about that part of the bill?
You know, I'm concerned that no one shows up for the animals. When I reported to the OSPCA as it was, and to the Fire and the Electrical Safety Authority, I don't get any feedback whatsoever that my concerns have been addressed. I really do not believe that there's any humane way to have pigs or chickens in today's society walk inside any of these sheds. You'd be horrified. Your senses are overwhelmed. The animals are just miserable inside. There's no humane way to provide meat for the population who want it in a cheap form. Look up documentaries such as 73 Cows or The Last Pig, and you'll see that animal farmers absolutely want to transition away from their industry too.
No further questions from me. How much time do we have left, Chair?
You have about a minute and a half left.
Would you like some time, Chris, or you done?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your participation. You may all leave the meeting now. And I believe we've got everybody here for our 4 o'clock deputations. So we will we'll just get started if everybody's ready to go. Starting with Humane Society International. You've got 7 minutes starting now. If you'd like to start, please state your name for the record, and then you may go ahead. Just put your hand up, whoever would like to speak first, and we'll make sure your mic's unmuted.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Rihanna Topan, Campaign Manager for Farmed Animal Welfare with Humane Society International Canada, which together with its affiliates is one of the largest animal protection organizations in the world. We represent tens of thousands of supporters in Ontario and hundreds of thousands of supporters nationwide. HSI Canada strongly opposes Bill 156 for 3 key reasons. It would reduce transparency regarding animal cruelty, it likely violates the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it poses risks to public health. These concerns and others are detailed in our written submission, and I will summarize our key points here. First, this bill would make it virtually impossible to expose animal cruelty. Across Canada, whistleblowers have exposed egregious cruelty to farmed animals. Within Ontario, they have documented baby chicks being ground up alive, chickens freezing to death during transport, turkeys being kicked, thrown, crushed, and violently beaten, and other horrendous acts of animal cruelty. Some of these exposés have resulted in criminal charges. All have been a critical source of information for the public about animal mistreatment in the food system. In the words of Dr. Maureen Harper, a vet and former Canadian Food Inspection Agency inspector who was unable to testify today, quote, "There are no regulations, either federal or provincial, providing required animal welfare standards for Ontario farms. It is imperative that there is both oversight and transparency with respect to the proper, humane treatment of all animals," end quote. Second, this bill represents a wholesale assault on our fundamental values. Aspects of Bill 156 would infringe on the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, violating the Charter. By making it an offense to gain access to a farm or slaughterhouse under false pretenses and restricting the public's ability to peacefully gather near trucks transporting animals, this bill would curtail civil liberties. In a free and democratic society, individuals must be able to expose unethical or illegal activities to empower consumers and encourage open dialogue. It is also unacceptable for the government to fast-track this bill while the ongoing pandemic demands the full attention of our leaders and citizens. This bill is largely redundant to Ontario's Trespass to Property Act. It would give special treatment to an already under-regulated industry and set a dangerous precedent for this and other sectors. Finally, Bill 156 poses severe risks to public health. Whistleblowers often shed light on food safety issues. They have shown unfit animals being loaded for transport, dead birds being left to rot next to eggs produced for human consumption, and Canadian Food Inspection Agency inspectors turning a blind eye to blatant contraventions of federal animal welfare and food safety laws. Similarly, biosecurity issues often arise due to questionable agricultural practices, the very thing that whistleblowers often expose. This has been revealed by recent studies on the biosecurity practices of Canadian poultry, dairy, and rabbit farms. COVID-19 is a sober reminder of the risk of zoonotic diseases. Factory farms subject hundreds of millions of animals to inhumane and unsanitary conditions every year, creating a perfect storm for the next global pandemic to emerge. Whistleblowers must be able to expose poor biosecurity practices to protect public health. Consumers want to know how their food is produced. This bill suggests that farmers have something to hide, and it will undermine consumer confidence in Ontario's food system. Recent events have proven the dire need for transparency in places like slaughterhouses and long-term care homes, and the value of peaceful protest. It is especially critical now that we do not silence whistleblowers. My colleague will now share his experiences with similar bills in the United States. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for voting against Bill 156.
My name is Chris Holbein. I am the Public Policy Director for Farm Animal Protection at the Humane Society of the United States. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to provide testimony. I have analyzed and addressed dozens of measures similar to the bill before you now. Many of the ag-gag measures in the United States shared provisions similar to the false pretenses component of Bill 156. These bills have been rejected repeatedly by lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. In fact, we've helped defeat more than 30 ag-gag bills across our country in the last decade. Of the bills that have passed, several have been challenged in court and struck down because of the profound infringements on free speech rights. Much like how Bill 156 prohibits entering an animal protection zone under false pretenses, Iowa's 2012 statute criminalized making a false statement on an application for employment at an agricultural facility. However, a district court struck down this law, holding that it violated the First Amendment right to free speech. In 2017, a separate court struck down a nearly identical Utah law for the same reason. In addition to the free speech concerns, the false pretenses section is extremely vague. If someone, for example, omits an old job from their resume, is that false pretenses? If someone arguably exaggerates their role in a previous work project when applying for a job, would that set off penalties under Bill 156? I think if we're going to make embellishment or omission on a resume or a crime, we better start building more courtrooms. Yet another concern with the false pretenses provision is the discriminatory nature of it. Bill 156 targets animal agriculture workers, but remains silent on the issue in other industries across Ontario. If we really believe that misrepresentation on a resume really should be a crime, why should only agricultural workers be singled out for punishment? In addition to the fact that legal challenges are costly to defend, wasting taxpayer money, when laws similar to Bill 156 are struck down in the United States, taxpayers have to pay even more in judgments to cover the plaintiff's legal costs. For example, Idaho is forced to pay $250,000 to plaintiffs. Utah paid roughly $350,000. Legislation like Bill 156 has been widely unpopular with the public in the United States. Several of our largest newspapers have published editorials against these bills.
Thank you very much. That concludes the time for presentation. We'll now turn to our next witness. We have Mr. Brian Brophy. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin. You'll have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for inviting me today. My name is Brian Brophy. I'm a private citizen speaking on behalf of myself, my wife Stephanie, and our dog Willow. Bottom line, parts of Bill 156 are legally indefensible, and none of it is necessary. It should not be passed, not as is, and not even with amendments. This bill should not be taking up important legislative time and attention when we need to figure out how to recover from a global lockdown and economic disruption. The animal agriculture industry has said that current laws against trespass are not sufficient, that the problem is growing. but they have not offered any statistics or proof of that assertion, just identically scripted claims and references to a tiny number of specific incidents. My wife and I have attended the vigils organized by Anita Kreintz's Save movement. You heard from her this morning. I can tell you that the slaughterhouse truck drivers behave recklessly and threateningly near these legal protests. I don't see the government proposing new laws to prevent this conduct. They simply would say that there are already laws against dangerous driving. So for some reason, the concerns of protesters are ignored, while the unsupported claims of animal agriculture operators are taken at face value and justify draconian new legislation. The hypocrisy of Bill 156 can be summed up by its defined term, animal protection zone. To call a slaughterhouse an animal protection zone is an offense against logic, reality, and the English language. The operators of a slaughterhouse want to protect animals for the 5 minutes it will take before they can cruelly kill and dismember them. Let's be honest, it is not the animals that are meant to be protected, but the profits of the slaughterhouse. I think the acronym APZ actually stands for Animal Profiteering Zone. Note also the ridiculous idea that the bill is meant to protect the health and well-being of the animals from the trespassing animal rights activists. No farm animal, not 1% of the total, has ever suffered or died from activist trespass-induced illness, as far as I'm aware. But 100% of the animals in a slaughterhouse APZ are killed long before their natural lifespans. Basically, biosecurity and food safety are just pretexts for the bill's punitive attack on animal rights activism. No problem with these issues has ever been traced back to animal rights activists. Even the biosecurity problems mentioned by the minister on the floor of the legislature, he admits were caused by agriculture workers themselves. So how long will the animal agriculture industry be allowed to misdirect our attention and concerns? When I wrote my original submission back in March, I barely mentioned COVID-19. But since then, it has become clearer that this pandemic and most pandemics throughout history are zoonotic and can be traced back to the proximity of animals being exploited by humans. The Spanish flu, SARS, MERS, swine flu, AIDS, HIV. This time around, slaughterhouses have become epicenters of infection due to the bad conditions and close quarters that the employees are forced to work in. Employees who, of course, are often immigrants or minorities. The government says that it's okay that Bill 156 clamps down on whistleblowers and undercover investigations of animal agriculture. But we have been reminded recently of the importance of whistleblowers. For instance, long-term care homes have also become epicenters of COVID-19 infection, and recent articles, such as this from the Globe and Mail, June 3rd, point out that, quote, whistleblower protection could have averted the terrible conditions in long-term care. In short, in June 2020, when it is so clear how important whistleblowers are to publicizing and preventing police brutality and all manner of social ills, now is not the time for the Legislature of Ontario to put itself in the position of passing a law that chills whistleblowing and exaggerates, demonizes, and restricts legitimate peaceful protest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now turn to our final witness. We have Kolom Nadoshi. You have 7 minutes. You may begin. Please state your name for the record as well. Thank you.
Yes, hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kolom Nadoshi. Pretty good there on the pronunciation. And I'm delighted to be speaking to you today in strong opposition of Bill 156. Mercy for Animals Canada, which is the organization that I represent, is a Canadian not-for-profit corporation working to create a more compassionate food system. A large part of our work involves exposing some of the worst forms of cruelty on industrial farms by conducting undercover exposés. Currently, the Canadian government minimally regulates the treatment of animals on industrial farms. In the absence of government oversight, exposés serve as the only way to expose harmful industry practices. many of which do not only hurt animals, but involve unsanitary conditions that could impact public health. To date, Mercy for Animals has conducted 12 exposés in Canada. 2 of these exposés have led to criminal charges, while others have prompted corporations to make changes essential to animal welfare, worker safety, and public health. Most of my testimony today will shed light on some of our most impactful exposés, as well as the legal and corporate policy changes they have prompted. Prior to addressing this, I would like to highlight that our goal is not to target farmers, but to protect animals, workers, and public health. In fact, Mercy for Animals has made many unlikely allies in the meat industry and has partnered with many farmers to find viable income streams outside of animal agriculture. In the US, for instance, we are in a pilot year of our transformation program, which aims to get contract poultry farmers out of debt and into growing plant-based foods. I will now go into detail about our Canadian exposés, highlighting what they have revealed about welfare conditions of farmed animals, worker safety, and public health, in that order. As a warning to those listening, many of these exposés display egregious abuse, and the content of my testimony may be upsetting to some. Addressing animal welfare. A Mercy for Animals exposé of Chilliwack cattle sales documented workers kicking, punching, and beating cows in the face and body, using chains and tractors to lift sick or injured animals by their necks, poking and squeezing wounds, ripping out cows' hair, and punching bulls in their testicles. This exposé led to a raid by law enforcement and recommendations of criminal charges against 8 workers on 20 counts of animal cruelty. 6 individuals, as well as the company, were convicted on 10 counts of animal cruelty. Another exposé of Western Hog Exchange showed that Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, representatives were complicit in abuse, handing prods to truckers to shock pigs. It also showed workers shocking downed animals with prods and beating them to get them to walk, and animals kept in overcrowded pens and suffering heat stroke, heart attacks, broken necks, and broken legs with no veterinary care. The exposé resulted in an internal review of the CFIA to determine whether federal rules had been broken and whether suitable inspections had been conducted. Worker safety. Meatpacking is notoriously hazardous. Often, precautions that ensure occupational health in meatpacking plants reduce profitability on the part of the employer. In recent years, Canadian meatpacking industry has seen an intensified labor process, marked by increased mechanization and production pace and a documented rise in workplace injuries. Whistleblowers also play an important role in protecting workers' rights and ensuring that their places of employment are safe. Public health. Mercy for Animals' Puritone exposé documented thousands of pigs in gestation crates unable to turn around or stand up. It also showed pigs suffering from large open wounds and pressure sores from being confined in these crates, and pregnant pigs with bleeding, distended prolapses. Additionally, undercover video taken at egg farms supplying McDonald's Canada revealed hens crammed inside wire battery cages and dead hens left to rot in cages with live birds. Whistleblowers at Delimax Veal documented calves crammed into crates barely larger than their own bodies, as well as sick and injured animals left to suffer in their own filth with no veterinary care. This revealed egregious instances of abuse, and indeed the Delimax Veal exposé led to criminal charges for animal abuse. But I would also like to highlight the consumer health risks inherent in the industry practices I've just highlighted. Studies have shown that animals raised in confinement suffer increased stress and disease. Likewise, the European Food Safety Authority has found that salmonella is more prevalent in cage egg production than in cage-free, and pigs confined in crates have constant contact with excrement, increasing their risk of infection and disease. Consumers also deserve to know the conditions that animals they consume are raised in, and it is clear that once they know, they demand change. As a result of the exposés outlined above, Canadian retailers agreed to phase out cruel gestation crates from their pork supply chains. McDonald's announced a commitment to phasing out battery cages from its Canadian and US egg supply chains, and the Quebec Veal Producers Federation and Canada's top grocery chains committed to ending the sale of veal from crated calves by 2018. In conclusion, as stated previously, a lack of adequate government oversight ensures that undercover exposés are paramount to enacting much-needed change within the industry. Criminalizing the actions of whistleblowers who expose animal abuse would shield industrial farmers from accountability and protect abusers. Instead, Ontario should codify measures that require routine inspections of industrial farms and that regulate acceptable animal welfare conditions. Mercy for Animals Canada urges the Legislative Assembly of Ontario to vote no on Ontario Bill 156 and instead put legislative measures in place to ensure animal welfare. Thank you, and that's all I have today.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to the government side for this round of questions. Would anyone like to raise their hand? MPP Pettipies, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to direct my first question to the last speaker, Ms. O'Shea. Is that, or do you say the two together? Nadeau
O'Shea is preferable, but I will answer to O'Shea.
Nadeau O'Shea.
Yes.
Okay. What's your definition of an industrial farm?
Industrial farming is any large-scale farming operation.
How large is large?
That I don't have a specific answer in terms of what we would consider a small versus a large farm.
So can it anywhere from 100 animals to 1,000 animals?
Sorry, can you? I missed the first part of that question.
The 100 animals to 1,000 animals?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a personal definition of what's considered an industrial farm versus a non.
You cited some examples of stock prods being used on animals in your presentation. When was that?
So I am a member of our development department, and as such, I don't have every single detail on our past investigations. I believe the one that mentions the prods, I can go and double check for you. But did you have a question specific to the use of prods or?
Well, I know that they haven't been allowed to be used in Ontario for years. So,
okay, so it's possible that this was an older investigation.
I'm sure it was. It happened years and years ago. So I just wonder about, farmers of their own, because they want to, at least in my experience, and I grew up on a farm, like Mr. Vanoff did of the official opposition, want to take care of our animals and use best practices for our animals when we were taking care of them. So it got to be years ago, I'm talking 20 years ago, it got to be known that the use of these types of things, stock prods in particular, were cruel. And so their use was discontinued in loading and unloading pigs and animals and all this type of thing. So I just wonder if that's a valid thing to be bringing up all the time. We've heard this all day about this incident that happened with the stock prods, and I think farmers, by and large, have changed their practices and don't use those practices anymore.
Yeah, and that's really fantastic. And, this is a specific example of, this was actually our Western Hog Exchange expose, and it was CFIA representatives handing the prods to truck drivers. And it's fantastic that this is no longer allowed. And unfortunately, this is, we're talking about one specific instance of cruelty, and that extends, up till today in various other ways. So while, prods may no longer be legal, a lot of these other practices are, which is a problem.
What other practices are those?
Well, as I have mentioned, no, I do know. In every expose that we've done, serious neglect and abuse has been uncovered in every single expose. So unfortunately, these aren't necessarily, one-off instances.
Oh, I see. So, but these are all old stories, like the one with the stock prod?
They're all what stories? Sorry?
Old stories, like the ones with the stock prod?
Bold stories?
Old
stories.
Yes.
That was a 2014 expose. Every expose that we've released since then has uncovered abuse, cruelty, and the like. So this is not, an incident that only happened once 6 years ago. Unfortunately, these are systemic issues that continue to happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And
I will also add, if that's okay, that it's exposes like this that have actually led to things like prods being banned. So that just further highlights the importance of these exposes.
Well, I think as how are we getting this? Okay, I had an echo here. I think as over the number of years I've been around a fair amount of time with the animal industry, practices change as technology changes and all this type of thing. So I would suggest that like you say, we've heard these stories all day about the same stories. You should have all got together, and maybe you'd only say it once, but and these technologies have changed, animal behaviors changed, all this type of thing. And I'd certainly like to show you our industry that we have out here, where farmers, barns are clean, they don't smell, animals are content, and all this type of thing. So because of farmers' ability and want to treat their animals fairly and in a humane way. So anyways, those are my comments.
Great. And the last thing I'll just say again is I just want to reiterate that, a lot of these practices have changed over the years because of exposés like the ones that we've been mentioning all day. And there's a reason why we're all mentioning the importance of these exposés. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw MPP Barrett, your hand was raised. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and the other people at the witness table. Maybe if I could go up to the first two presenters, Humane Society International, Rihanna, and Chris with the Humane Society of the United States. And I found that interesting. I don't think we've heard much on this with the committee, what has been done in various states in the United States. I think Chris mentioned Utah, I think perhaps North Carolina. There was possibly a court challenge that overthrew this. Just for information of the committee, what other states has similar legislation been overthrown by the court system? I guess that'd be directed to Chris.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, so we have seen laws struck down in Iowa, Idaho, Utah, and there are currently cases pending in Arkansas and North Carolina.
There's 1 minute left.
And just one other quick point I want to make. You asked about the scope of this in the United States, and it has been defeated in red, as we call them here, states and blue states, and it's been opposed by a large variety of nonprofits, including the ACLU, but also the conservative think tank R Street, Amnesty International, the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, the Center for Food Safety. So it's garnered tremendous opposition. And I think, one of the reasons that so many in the agriculture community have spoken out against ag-gag bills, and we've gotten dozens and dozens of farmers, is because it sends a message, especially the false pretenses clause, that these farms have something to hide, and it casts a potential negative light. Our former Undersecretary of Agriculture, he said, the industry needs to stop defending the bad actors that are in their business, and needs to stop clamoring for ag-gag laws.
Thank you very much. That's the time for this round. We'll now turn to the official opposition. MPP Vanthof, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for coming here to present today. And I would like to go back to Chris and talk about, if you could expand a bit further on was there a difference in farm perception when the ag-gag laws were first introduced? Did it evolve, or were there, because here farmers seem solidly, quite frankly, farm organizations seem pretty solidly on side. And I wonder, in your experience in the States, was that also the case, and that they slowly came the other way, or did they come the other way?
It's a great question. Thank you. The opposition to these ag-gag laws came from many individual family farmers who highly value animal welfare. HSUS is proud to, we have a wide variety of stakeholders from vegans to cattle and pork farmers. Many of the dozens of those folks have spoken out. In terms of the large, groups, that represent more of what you might call factory farms, those groups did this all very kind of quietly. We knew they were lobbying for these measures, in kind of behind the scenes discussions with lawmakers, but they wouldn't really defend it very publicly. And, we suspect because public opinion, when they learned, what the true intent of these bills were, was so firmly against it. And a lot of people, Dr. Temple Grandin, perhaps the world's most well-known meat industry consultant, she said that ag-gag bills were, quote, the stupidest thing that ag ever did, unquote. And she said that because, she believes that the way to build trust of the agricultural system is to be transparent and to not find ways that are meant to cover up undercover investigations.
Am I on? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And I'd just like to continue. Was there any, the customer is always king. So grocery chains, did they pay any attention to this in the state?
To ag-gag in particular?
Yes.
Yeah. So, the corporations were, hesitant to speak out either way, for fear of, maybe upsetting their suppliers. But we definitely heard, in private conversations, some members of retailers and grocers that were saying that they had a lot of concerns about ag-gag and what it was doing to the reputation of the food industry in general. And also, it's worth noting, as was discussed by Colomb, that investigations have been a big part of the reform of the American egg and dairy industry. And for the positive, we still have a long ways to go. By far, I just, want to make, we don't have it all figured out. We've got a lot of issues here. But, more than 200 companies in the United States have pledged to convert to exclusively cage-free, and similar numbers in terms of converting away from gestation crates for sows. And that is certainly, us animal groups advocated for it, but they wouldn't give us the time of day if they didn't know their customers weren't firmly behind it. And so it's critical that investigations be allowed to occur, so that the public can make an informed decision about what kind of products they want.
Okay. I'd like to switch to Colomb, please. So one of the responses we get from, and I'm a farmer, so I'm pretty married to animal agriculture. But one of the responses we get is, well, we don't need whistleblower, really. We don't, because we have the PAWS Act now. So, that is all going to be solved by one call to pause. And I would like your comments, especially now. I think that people, certainly in Canada and Ontario, have lost quite a bit of trust in the government's ability to react to serious situations, as we've seen in slaughterhouses and in long-term care.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Firstly, I would like to clarify that prods are still legal and able to be used. Just leave that clarification. So and then in relation to your question about the PAWS Act, so the PAWS Act, while laudable and a good start, is far too vague and still requires mandated regulations before we can determine its true efficacy. So more robust laws and regulations on animal welfare are needed to ensure the welfare of farmed animals specifically. If the government were properly regulating farmed animal welfare, there wouldn't be a need for exposés by organizations such as ours.
Yeah. Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Thank you for that. And when the prod discussion was going on, I wasn't 100% sure, but I stopped milking 7 years ago. And the last time that I walked with that, when I was still milking and I walked into the co-op, there were prods for sale. So we didn't use them in our place. But so I really like the issue, and we've heard a lot of great presentations today on both sides, and so a few in the middle, but mostly on our people are picking sides. But and I've said this before, there's two bills, or there's two thought processes wrapped up in this bill. And the one thought process is the farmers need stronger protection from trespassing, and obviously the old trespassing bill, maybe the fines weren't strong enough, or maybe but then the bill veers into the whistleblower part.
You have 1 minute left.
Can we, going to Chris, if the whistleblower part was taken out, could this bill go ahead successfully without a challenge, in your opinion, based on your American knowledge?
I would like to say that I am not an expert on Canadian trespass law, and I have not analyzed it sufficiently to know that the trespassing side of the issue. But I would say that the false pretenses sections is a profound concern for free speech rights and whistleblower rights because of the free speech components. Also, why is it just targeting one sector as opposed to the entire sector? And in the United States, it's been repeatedly struck down by courts. I obviously don't have the expertise on Canadian courts.
Thank you very much. That concludes this round of questioning. We'll now turn to the independent Green Party member, MPP Schreiner. You have 6.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank all the presenters for coming in today. Your viewpoints are valuable as we consider this bill. I think I'm going to pick up where Chris left off a little bit, just to learn a little bit what's happened in the U.S. So when you've talked about certain farmers and farm organizations, once they've sort of had to deal with the negative public perception of agriculture because of these, quote, ag-gag laws, and they've come to you, did they discuss what the negative implications were? Did it reduce sales? Did it lead to more headaches and aggravation than they had before? What was it that prompted them to say, hey, we were asking for this, but we don't want it anymore now?
Yeah, great question. It's very hard to, with something like this, a stimulus, to directly line it up with a downstream effect, like on sales for any particular producer. But I think these farmers have told us that, they're getting that after an ag-gag bill is pushed in their state, that they just feel, from talking to the community, more distrust of animal agriculture, because it sends the message that industry has something to hide. If you are aimed at, punishing people who conduct exposés on factory farms, that is a major red flag to consumers. So, it's very hard to give really discrete examples of times that they felt the downwind impacts of these, but they did sense a greater public distrust of their industry, which was very distressing to them, because so many of them are trying to do the right thing for animals, aren't afraid of an expose of their farm because they're working hard to do the right thing. So that's why so many of these farmers have really spoken out against ag-gag bills.
So one of the things we hear from farmers here in Ontario, and I hear it in meetings with them, we've heard it today a bit, is that some farm families feel they're being harassed. Sometimes they feel their private property rights are being violated. Sometimes they feel they're upset that their kids see people trespassing on the farm property and they feel afraid. Has there been things that the U.S. has done to address those kinds of concerns while at the same time protecting people's, in our case, charter rights, I guess in your case, Bill of Rights?
Sure. So, in the United States, we haven't seen many of those trespassing bills because they're redundant. Like Canada does, we have anti-trespassing laws already. And if someone did perform an action like that, there would be methods to prosecute. And, we could debate separately the merits of whether somebody should be prosecuted. But regardless, I think, and again, I'm not an expert on Canadian law, but I think, experts like Coulombe and Rihanna, and others have argued convincingly that the existing Canadian law already covers trespass. And then when you get beyond that and beyond just making even harsher penalties, that's, you get to the false pretenses section. And, whether it's the intention of that section or, just the effect of that section, it really, the end result is a silencing of whistleblowers.
So yeah, I'm probably close to running out of time, but
You have just over 2 minutes.
Oh, good. So I'm going to direct this question to Coulombe or Brian, either one of you, or both. So maybe I'll start with Brian, since you haven't had an opportunity to answer a question. What would you say to those farm families who have some pretty emotional feelings of harassment at times, private property violations, etc., who are looking for ways to sort of protect the safety on their farm? Do you have any thoughts about how you would respond to those concerns, given, your role as an animal activist?
Thanks for the question. I am an animal rights activist. I would also say my mother was born on a farm in northern Saskatchewan that I visited frequently as a kid. So not an expert on agriculture or anything, but lots of cousins still out in Saskatchewan in agriculture. Used to have animals as well. Now they happen to all be in crops instead. But as someone else said before me, I mean, far be it from me to hint or think at all that farmers are bad people or deserve to be harassed. That is not the issue here. We want to express our opinions in a legal way, and certainly if activists do trespass, they can expect that the people they are trespassing against are going to phone the police and so on. If the police are not responding appropriately, that's not the fault of vegans or animal rights activists. And I suppose you should have a discussion about the police budget or police priorities. We certainly don't mean to terrorize, harass, or scare farmers or their children. And that's certainly a regrettable side effect if it occurs.
Thank you very much. That concludes this round of questioning. We'll now turn to the government side. MPP Barrett, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to just finish the questions with Chris with the Humane Society of the United States. And I just found that interesting. And thank you. You listed some of the states. Some of them are pretty big farm states. I think Iowa, Utah, and places like that. So the legislation, was that defeated by lawmakers, or was that defeated by the court system? And would it be at the state court level, or was it under federal law, like their version of a Supreme Court?
Yeah, thank you. So Iowa was defeated by a district court, was overturned by a district court, which is part of our federal court system. And that is also the case for Arkansas and Idaho, Utah and Idaho. And then in terms of, but a lot of other conservative states and big ag states have rejected these in the legislatures. We've seen them rejected by Kentucky and Mississippi and New Mexico and Tennessee, some of these repeatedly. And, these lawmakers, both conservative and progressive, as we call them here, saw this as all of these legislatures are pro-agriculture virtually, but they saw this as a bad mechanism to try to help farmers, because ultimately it does the opposite. It increases public distrust in animal agriculture, and if the public feels in a conservative state or a progressive state that the truth is being hidden from them, and that the public and that the government is giving an unfair protections isn't even the right word, helping cover up concerns to a specific industry, that's why we've seen voters and lawmakers as well as courts reject them.
Thank you very much. Further questions?
Continue, Chair, and the various state, and I have a lot of respect for U.S. farmers and U.S. agribusiness, and much of it. I have a farm. I mean, we run the same equipment and livestock, and product moves back and forth across the border. They have a very sophisticated system down there. In many ways, they feed much of the world. Good, clean, healthy, safe operations and high quality food, in my opinion. I know so that we are integrated. Now our laws are different. They have trespass laws. We have trespass laws. That goes back probably several centuries. One difference we have here in the province of Ontario, fairly recent legislation, the PAWS legislation, Provincial Animal Welfare Services Act, which is a very transparent system where the province of Ontario has basically taken over responsibility completely for the protection of animals. And you use the word progressive. I think it is quite progressive legislation. So there's some differences there. And I find in talking about this proposed bill, it's always important to talk in the context of that PAWS legislation and the intent behind that. So I guess my question is, do you have any idea? Like, I don't think the farm practices are that different, but are the laws that different at the state level or the federal level? I mean, we don't have the Fifth Amendment and things like that in Canada, but I guess we have the equivalency. So I'm just trying to learn from the American experience or your American experience.
Sure. Well, unfortunately, and again, regarding how it compares to Canadian law, not my area of expertise, so I defer to Rhiannon or Colombe or Brian. But in the United States, in the federal level, it's very weak protections, thanks to we have an extremely well-heeled agricultural system that has ensured that virtually no meaningful protections on the federal level for farm animals, at least when they're on the farm. There is the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act, but it covers a tiny portion of animals used for food. Where we're really seeing robust interest in reforms is on the state level. And especially around extreme confinement, battery cages for hens, crating for breeding sows, mother pigs. And, we're seeing states, including ones that are traditionally conceived of more agriculturally friendly or sometimes more conservative, states like Arizona and Colorado and Florida pass laws. And to crack down on those things. And they're making those decisions in part because exposés have revealed to the public what those conditions look like in reality and how disturbing they truly are, and also enough farmers have testified that they're needless, that animals can be raised in better conditions, profitably. And so exposés have really provided an important source to help move animal agriculture forward in those states. And I think those states that are doing it, we are working at this moment. I'm waiting for my boss to give me an update. We are working with Colorado egg producers to pass a law to require cage-free conditions in the state. And they are excited to work with us because they know that the public wants these reforms. The public wants these reforms in part because of the courageous people who have risked their own safety.
1 minute left.
And, we are, so we're very proud to work with these folks, including some who are considered industrial animal agriculture. Do we agree on everything? No, but we agree on a lot. And we all agree that consumers want kinder treatment for animals. And I see Rihanna has something to add.
Thank you, Chris. I just wanted to quickly add one clarification as well, which is that most provinces in Canada, their animal welfare legislation overlooks farm animals entirely. And unfortunately, Ontario is no exception to that. So even though we've talked about some of the benefits of the PAWS Act, it includes an exemption for generally accepted animal practices on agricultural properties or in the agricultural system. So it's not actually a resource we can look to here to protect farmed animals.
If there are no further questions, that would conclude this round of questions. Thank you. We now turn it to the official opposition. Who would like to begin? Please. All right, MPP Glover, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you. The picture keeps getting deeper and deeper here with all the presentations. So thank you all for being here. Let's see. I'll start with Chris. And you were talking about the Humane Society is now working with egg farmers in Colorado to develop legislation. Can you expand on that?
Sure. So and this isn't the first time, we have already worked hand in hand with egg producers in Washington State, Oregon, Michigan, and Colorado is currently, it's already passed one chamber of the Colorado legislature and is in front of the Senate right now. And so basically we come to them and say, cage-free is better for animals. And they say, hey, this is where our customers are driving us. And both individual customers, like down to the individual consumer, but also companies like Walmart and Target who are responding to their customers are saying, we want cage-free. So the egg producers are saying, our research also indicates animal welfare benefits. There's food safety benefits to that as well, lower rates of salmonella. And we all give, like, HSUS, and Mercy for Animals. We know cage-free doesn't provide, a utopia for hens. And, we would like a faster timeline than what these bills are done. Egg producers might want a couple of years longer, but we come together, we've found common ground, to give a variety of improved conditions for the hens. And we set a time frame, and they accord with our national egg producers, which is called the United Egg Producers, their cage-free guidelines. So it's, they really appreciate the business certainty that it provides, that they know that they're going to have a specific set of standards by a specific date that they need to accord to, and we appreciate the improvements for animals.
Right. Okay. So I'll ask. There's 3 Canadian deputants here too. So what's being done? Because as MPP Venthoff was saying, the customer is king, and farmers, for the most part, the farmers that I've spoken with just want to stay farming, and they're trying to figure out ways to do that and to survive in an incredibly competitive, cutthroat industry where not cutthroat against each other, but just being squeezed between corporations on all sides. So are you working with Canadian farmers to change, or with Canadian consumers and farmers to change the landscape so that, legislation to protect animals is not going to be punitive to farmers.
Is this a question thank you for the question. Is this for Colomb or Rihanna?
Rihanna, why don't we start? She put up her hand.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Absolutely. We engage with every stakeholder in this process to help drive forward the humane treatment of farmed animals. So that includes consumers, that includes companies, whether it's restaurant companies, retailers, and that includes people within the industry as well. So industry groups that represent the different sectors of the animal agriculture industry or individual farmers wherever that opportunity arises. And I think there's a lot of opportunity here, as you mentioned, for us to make sure that things are a lot better. There's so much room for improvement. And as a millennial, I can speak to the fact that my generation, we're the largest consumer group globally. And what we are looking for when we make purchasing decisions is our values reflected in those decisions. We want to make sure that we know how things are produced, we understand where our food is coming from, what labor practices are involved, how the animals are treated, how safe everything is. And so being able to see all of that and know that it is well regulated and that there is good oversight is incredibly important. And that's why this bill in particular would be so damaging for consumer confidence in the system.
Okay, and Brianna or Brian, do you want to?
I'll just jump in briefly. I know most of your agriculture sector deputants have been spoken in favor of Bill 156, but if you Google, I think as recently as 2013 or 2014, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and I think it may have been in reaction to the American developments, the OFA came out and said, we don't want ag-gag laws because they destroy public confidence and they make us look bad. And so we don't want them. Now, I don't know what's happened since then that they've changed their mind, but it does speak to the issue that has been brought up about consumer confidence.
Okay. And Chloe?
Yeah, thank you. I think Rihanna said it really well. I'll add just a few things. Mercy for Animals, our vision is to create a compassionate food system. That includes, of course, the animals that live in our food system, the workers who work for our food system, the farmers, the consumers. So we take a really holistic approach. And to give you an example, for the last 2 years at Mercy for Animals, I worked on corporate welfare policies with organizations as large as RBI across the country on adopting animal welfare policies. So we really do try to work, across the aisle throughout the entire industry with all stakeholders. I mentioned in my opening testimony that in the United States right now, we've just launched our pilot program for the Transformation Project, in which we work directly with contract poultry growers. So we understand this is a very holistic issue, and we really do try to kind of reach across the aisle, work with those that we might consider unlikely allies to help move the system forward in a positive way. And I think that's all I'll add for now.
Okay. And is there any other lessons? So in the States, this seems to have had a negative impact on farmers when this was introduced. Are there any other lessons that we should be drawing from the States when we're considering this legislation here? Chris?
I think the main ones are that consumers want transparency, not what they perceive as cover-ups. And there are a variety of different ways we've seen that some in agriculture have tried to suppress whistleblowers, some of which are quite clever. But we would group in the false pretenses, clause in with those types of vehicles for trying to pass undercover investigations. But I think trying to suppress undercover investigations. But I think, once American voters have really kind of are explained why these measures are so damaging, they oppose them. And I think we have seen a significant decline in bills like the false pretense types of bills over the past few years. And I really believe it's because animal agriculture is really tired of taking a pummeling in public opinion. So, I respectfully, I'm grateful to you all for having me as an American come on here. And it's, of course, up to Canada to decide its own laws. But I humbly suggest that especially the false pretenses clauses.
Thank you very
not a
much.
good
That
long-term path for agriculture.
concludes this round. I would like to thank all of the presenters for coming here today and speaking to the committee. It's been a very insightful and informative discussion. At this point, you are released and you may step down. I'd like to now call upon the next group of witnesses. My understanding is that they are all present. So at this point, I would like to ask Alexandra Pester to please begin. Please start by stating your name for the record, and then you'll have 7 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Pester. I'm a criminal defense lawyer here in Toronto. I was a law student at the time of Anita Kreintz's trial where she was charged with mischief and ultimately acquitted, and I worked on that case with Mr. Silver and Mr. Grill. I also have extensive experience with animal advocacy. I share the concerns highlighted by a lot of the witnesses that have already testified today. Specifically, I want to adopt Ms. Labchuk's concerns and Professor 𝐬𝐸𝐨𝐤𝐞's concerns. Professor 𝐬𝐸𝐸𝐶 has outlined beautifully the charter issues and the analysis that I expect to take place when this legislation is ultimately challenged. But there's some additional issues that I'd like to talk about as well. If I can just start briefly, there was a couple of things that came up during the discussion earlier. Someone was asking, I think it was MPP Glover, about criminal harassment in the criminal code. This is an offense in the criminal code if it raises to the level that's captured by the section. It's section 264 if anyone's interested in reading it, but it is a law that exists to protect people from criminal harassment. I'll also point out that there was some discussion about pause and the duty to report. I just want to clarify that pause actually doesn't put a general duty to report on anyone. It applies to veterinarians and not others. So there's 3 main issues that I want to talk about in addition to that. First, vagueness. One of the examples of vague language used in this bill is the word interact under section 5.2 and 4.4. The former prohibits interference or interaction with an animal being transported without the prior consent of the driver, and the latter prohibits interference or interaction with a farm animal in or on one of the listed areas in the legislation without the prior consent. The word is undefined in the legislation. It could capture and will capture broad amounts of activity. It will impact on currently lawful activities, including protesters that attend public property outside of slaughterhouses and other potentially otherwise innocent activity. It could capture and will capture speaking to animals through the holes of the transport truck, waving to them, potentially taking photos and videos of them. And it will have huge impacts on protesters' freedom of expression and assembly, as Professor 𝐬𝐸𝐶 noted. What about a non-protester who's driving alongside a transport truck? They have passengers in the vehicle and they decide to roll their windows down and wave at the animals or say hello to the animals. That would be captured in this legislation. Or what about an employee who is not an undercover investigator but already works there and decides that they need to capture an image of something that they think is unacceptable, and they start taking photographs and videos? Are they going to be captured by this law because they didn't get consent from their employer first? If there is a deficiency in the method of treatment of animals, even that raises to the level of what's in the criminal code, will these people be prohibited from taking photos or videos or coming closer to see what's going on? Legislation must give citizens notice of what the law prohibits. It cannot be worded in a way where a charge necessarily results in a finding of guilt. The Supreme Court has told us time and again that legislation cannot also be arbitrary. The activities the legislation prohibits cannot bear no relationship to the purpose that it purports to have. This legislation runs a very real risk of being struck down and not in compliance with those principles. A lot of the witnesses have talked about the purported biosecurity purposes and protection of farmers and their families and their staff, but there's no evidence that the way that this bill is worded is going to do anything far and above what is captured already by existing laws to protect farmers and their employees, as well as biosecurity issues. This vagueness, the second issue I want to talk about is the delegation of powers to people that are untrained. So the vagueness becomes more troubling when taken together with how the bill delegates power over enforcement to private citizens who aren't trained to use that kind of authority. First, it does this in providing the power to a transport truck driver to determine when somebody is stopping, hindering, obstructing, or otherwise interfering with a motor vehicle transporting farm animals, or when someone is interfering or interacting with those animals. It gives truck drivers the authority to stop protest activity that they deem to fall within those vague terms. It requires protesters and anyone else to comply, and it's an offense not to comply. Second, the legislation delegates power when it provides the right to owners and occupiers to arrest individuals where they're of the view that the activity is captured by Section 4.4 among other sections of the Act. So back to the truck driver piece. As stated, the potential meaning of interact is expansive. Truck drivers may take one position about what the legislation means, and protesters may disagree about what's captured by that legislation. The bill makes it an offense not to comply. What the law does is it gives truck drivers the power to decide what expressive activity is permissible and what is not. This creates a serious risk of escalating conflict on the ground. What about situations where protesters are picketing on a roadside and wave to the driver or ask him to stop, or are conducting a peaceful picket in compliance with the law, with the other laws, and the driver takes the view that it's obstruction? In Anita Krines' case, she gave water to pigs in distress. The truck driver was already at a light and got out of the vehicle and called her a derogatory name or an offensive name and asked her to stop.
1 minute
these the
left.
kinds of requests that protesters are required to comply with? Farmers similarly are going to be given the ability to decide what is captured by this legislation in order to effect citizens' arrests. They're already given the ability to effect citizens' arrests under the Trespass to Property Act, but this law is a lot more expansive. It doesn't require reasonable and probable grounds, and because they're private citizens, the charter is unlikely to apply in most cases. These are things that the police are specifically trained to do, get tons of guidance from the court, and they still get wrong. I'm concerned about this also escalating conflict on the ground. With respect to Mr. Van Thoff's comments earlier about the concern over citizens' arrest, this is a real concern. I'm afraid that if farmers are feeling such pressure and stress about their citizens' arrest provision, there could be real problems. Finally, Section 16 of the bill creates a mandatory...
Thank you very much. This concludes your time. We'll now move to our second presenter, Marina von Keyserlingk. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin. You'll have 7 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm just sharing my screen.
Yes.
Hold on a second, sorry.
We can, there we go. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Marina von Keyserlingk. I'm a professor of animal welfare at the University of British Columbia. And thank you for allowing me to speak. I've been asked to just present some of the research that we did that came about because of the implementation of the ag-gag laws in some of the US states. I am not a lawyer. I'm an animal welfare scientist, but I'm very interested in public trust of farmers. And so we were really interested in whether or not there was counterproductive effects of reduced transparency. So essentially we asked the question, does awareness of ag-gag laws reduce the credibility of farmers and perceptions of farm animal well-being? Oops. So we did this using Amazon Mechanical Turk, which is an online crowdsourcing platform through Amazon Prime. We surveyed, we did sort of sciencey language. We did a power analysis in order to see how many participants we needed based on our prediction. So we surveyed 716 Americans. This was done, I think, about 2014. So just when the US was really, I mean, there was a number of states that were dealing with the ag-gag legislation. Participants were randomly assigned into either the law treatment, which I put in parentheses as ag-gag, or to what we call the control treatment, which, and this will make more sense in a second, the hay treatment. The control subjects, basically we were looking at providing an information capsule. So We wanted to know what the awareness of the ag-gag laws were, and then when we told them about this, did they change their perception about the law? In the control treatment, we gave them an information capsule, but we just simply told them about hay. And we had edited the informational capsule on the hay so that it was approximately the same amount of words and had the same cognitive load requirements as the ag-gag law. With those that were in the ag-gag treatment, and I should be very clear here, we never used the word ag-gag because we wanted to avoid any negative connotation. So we continually talked about the law. But they were also given common arguments used on both sides. And then we asked them, those that were just in that treatment, whether or not they supported the law or not. So of the participants that were in the law treatment, only 9% said they had any previous awareness of the law, but when they were made aware of the law, and when we asked them their level of support for the proposed legislation, the majority, 64% stated that they opposed the ag-gag legislation. We then, all participants, whether or not they were in the control hay treatment or whether they were in the law treatment, then were put through a previously validated 12-step inventory that assessed their level of trust in farmers as sources of credible information regarding farm animal welfare, farm animal care, and a series of questions about controversial farm issues, including but not limited to the animal welfare. And I can get into the other things that we asked them about farmers as credible sources for protecting the environment and things that are sort of outside of the scope of this right now. Anyways, ag-gag legislation negatively impacted the perceived credibility of farmers and perceptions of farm animal well-being. So here on the y-axis, we have the level of trust from 1 to 4, 4 being basically neutral. The control group were those that got hay, were told about hay. The law treatment had been told about the proposed legislation. And so it tracked really well. We would expect those that had been told about the law to be more negatively impacted in terms of trust. And this tracked really well across political affiliation. So generally speaking, regardless of whether or not we got all the demographics, whether or not they self-identified as Republican, Democrat, or Independent, those that were told about the law were less trusting. And indeed, here you can see that, a Republican who read about the law reported was less trusting than a Democrat that hadn't read about the law. So it tracked really well. And this also tracked across dietary affiliation. So omnivores, generally speaking, we expect them to be more trusting of farm animal agriculture than vegetarians. But even within the group, those that had been informed about the law were less trusting than those that had been told about hay. And again, it tracked really well in terms of place of residence. We expect rural people, citizens to be more trusting of agriculture than those living within urban, with suburban sort of in the middle. But again, even within that demographic, those living in the country that had been told about law were less trusting of farmers than they were, than those that had been told about hay. We then asked a lot of questions and where they had to agree or disagree. And this is one where we asked participants about whether or not farmers were trustworthy sources of information. And here again, you can see those that were told about hay were much more likely to agree that farmers were trustworthy sources of information compared to those that had been exposed to the law treatment. This tracked also in terms of—
1 minute left for your presentation.
Sorry?
Sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Farmers provide factual information about farm animal welfare was again the same thing. Those that had been given access to hay were more likely to agree that farmers provide factual information. And also that farmers, participants exposed to the ag-gag laws were less likely to agree that farm animals have good lives. This is a bit disconcerting, this slide, because generally speaking, even in the control treatment, we didn't find that they were very strongly in agreement with that statement. Lastly, the take-home points: most people were unaware of ag-gag laws, and learning about them led to the decrease in trust in farmers and an increase in support for animal welfare regulations. This study also provides evidence that awareness of ag-gag negatively impacts perceptions of the current status of farm animal welfare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to our third and final presenter from the Meat and Poultry Ontario. If we could please unmute all the participants, and if you could please state your names for the record, and you may begin. You'll have 7 minutes for your presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Franco Nacarado, and I'm the Executive Director of Meat and Poultry Ontario. We're an industry association that represents Ontario meat and poultry processors. Ontario is home to over 700 meat and poultry processing plants that produce $10 billion to Ontario's economy and provide work for approximately 20,000 Ontarians. We are grateful to be here today to support this important bill for our sector, yet it's disappointing that such a bill is required to protect the businesses and employees who play such an important role to protect in providing food for our province. Despite being an essential service that feeds Ontarians, Canadians, and people around the world, we do not have the necessary level of protection that any Ontario businesses should expect. Many of Ontario's processing plants have been targeted by special interest groups with malicious intent to slander businesses and damage their reputation and image in their communities using misleading videos and information that has been obtained under false pretenses. Meat processing plant employees have been harassed, attacked, physically assaulted, and intimidated by trespassers in their workplace. Unauthorized access to processing facilities by activist groups have put animals in direct danger and pose a serious threat to the safety and security of Ontario's food supply chain. During some of these intrusions, property has been damaged and stolen with little recourse to deter repeat behaviors at the cost of the businesses that have been attacked. To give you an example of what it's like to be a victim of trespass, I'd like to introduce Debbie 𝐈𝐧𝐝𝐲𝐻 from King Cole Duck to speak specifically about an incident on her farm and processing facility.
Hi, I'm Debbie 𝐈𝐧𝐝𝐲𝐻, CEO of King Cole Ducks. On February 18th at approximately 5:30 a.m., 15 animal rights activists trespassed onto our property and broke into one of our barns while the flock was sleeping. Video footage showed the activists running through the barn, shining flashlights into the frightened flock, causing them to stampede, flip over, and overcrowd. These actions caused undue stress and injury to our ducks and violated essential biosecurity protocols. These activists broke the law. They trespassed onto our property, broke into a barn, stole ducks, and caused stress to our flock. They hope to showcase a business that has no regard for animal welfare. Nothing could be further from the truth. Duck farming is our specialty and passion. The well-being of our flocks is paramount importance to us. In nearly 7 decades, we are proud to have had no animal care or animal welfare infractions. We are intensely proud of our protocols, our animal welfare program, and our dedicated, trained staff. Collectively, we have 1,987 years of experience amongst the ownership and staff who work hard to ensure our birds are well cared for and that best practices are followed. We are regulated from 4 different departments of CFIA, as well as OMAFRA and our company veterinarian. We have been transparent in our practice for years, and we will continue to be proud to share the details of how and why we do what we do. The invasion of these activists not only compromised flock health and farm security, but also created a great deal of stress for our staff. People should be able to go to work and know they are safe. Many of our staff live on our farms, and after this event felt threatened not only in their workplace, but also in their homes. We considered this a personal attack on our family, staff, and business. An incident such as this is not over in one day. We now monitor social media to manage the slander and malicious attempts to damage our reputation. To date, only 3 of 15 intruders have been charged. Break and enter, theft, and mischief are all federal offenses. They have not been charged with the provincial offense, trespassing, which obviously they did. This is why we feel it's so important to pass Bill 156. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other witnesses as part of the third group? Do we have a Carol or a Daphne?
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Carol.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Goriup, and I'm the president of Meat and Poultry Ontario. And I'm here today to say why the bill is so important to Ontario's meat and poultry processors. We need this bill to protect our workers from harassment, assault, and intimidation from trespassers on company property. We need this bill to protect farm animals from unauthorized intruders who are untrained in the care and handle introducing stressors and contingents into their environment. We need this bill to protect our small business owners from slander and malicious attacks of special interest groups using information that is often misleading and obtained under false pretenses. We need this bill for the protection of the protesters who are often putting their own lives in danger by stepping in front of moving vehicles and entering buildings where there are workplace dangers. We fully support the right of others to peacefully protest, but have to remember that the Charter does not protect gatherings that disturb the peace and infringe on the rights of others. I'm sure you're going to hear many opinions opposing this bill. There are certain groups whose only intention is to slander and hurt the businesses that oppose their own personal beliefs regarding animal welfare. If there are legitimate concerns regarding animal welfare, the government has in place many regulations and layers of protection for the humane treatment of animals in Ontario. Ontario's meat and poultry processors are proud of the work they do to feed our province and take great deal of care in upholding the highest possible standard of animal welfare in their facilities. Any person or group with legitimate concerns about the welfare and treatment of animals in processing facilities have several channels to register a complaint to uphold accountability to processors. Taking it upon themselves to trespass on to private property without the proper knowledge of or understanding of the animal care, to harass business owners and employees, disrupt business operations, and cause undue stress and harm to the animals, which they're concerned about, is not the proper channel. There are several pieces of legislation and been put in place, most recently the Provincial Animal Welfare Services. Also, CFIA and OMAFRA have regulations on the treatment of animals both in transit and while in the care of their businesses. In addition to the regulation,
that concludes the time that we have for witness presentations. We'll now begin our final round of questioning, and we'll begin with the official opposition. MPP Vanthof, you have 8 minutes. You're muted.
There. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the presenters. And this has been a very interesting day, and all the presentations have been, there's been lots of opposing views, but they've all been in depth, and I'd like to commend everybody for that. I'd like to start with Debbie. I was on King Cole Ducks with the OFA Field Day, really, a couple of years ago, really appreciated the tour. It's interesting that what happened, and so to me, that was an example of trespassing, obviously. So why isn't the province going after them for trespassing under the current legislation? Or have they told you?
Unmuted. Yeah, so I believe that they're not finished with the charges yet. It's the police that lay the charges, and certainly trespassing was one of the options for them. But I feel like what I got from the police officer was that because it was provincial versus federal, it was kind of like extra work to go through two different processes. So they were going with the one that had the more options, like more charges affiliated with it. That's the feedback I had.
So that potentially might not change under 156, because basically the bill is on that side, on the trespassing side, the bill, well, the penalties are bigger, and also there is a part where you could seek compensation from the trespassers. So that would be a difference. Is that the part that you're looking for? Why?
I think that would give us more strength in supporting a situation like what we had, and I think that the police would have considered that if that had been an option.
Okay. I'd like to switch to Franco, with your indulgence, Chair. So you mentioned trespassing, and I would like to get a bit more on the false pretenses. So we've heard from others, legal experts, that the false pretenses part of the bill could hamper investigative reporting, could hamper, and in the current situation we are now, in I think almost all other sectors, that would be frowned upon very strongly. If we mention something like that in long-term care right now, people would be very, very leery of putting in measures that could hamper something like investigative reporting. Could you expand why it's so necessary in the meat and poultry side?
Sure, absolutely. And first of all, I want to say that we're very supportive of whistleblowing. We think that every company should have a policy on animal rights and procedures on how to report animal rights abuse. We think that's extremely important. The challenge we have is where people come in on a temporary basis to get employment in jobs and record things under the pretense that they're there for employment, when their only job is to really get highlight footage of something that looks bad, so that they put it on a video and put it on Facebook. That's what we're looking for protection from. It hinders our progress and procedures. There are plenty of layers of government regulations and processes that if there is suspect of abuse, of reporting it, there's pause. You can report it to the CFIA. You can report it to OMAFRA. If there is this level of abuse that people think there is, why are they not reporting it to the Ombudsman? Why is it not being brought up with the Auditor General? Our government has multiple layers of ways of investigating these types of places legally and properly. Why are we not using those instead of subjecting people to amateur videos of people that aren't untrained and don't know anything about food safety going in there? We have government employees who are trained to do this every day in every single plant. If they can't identify that there's a problem there. Not with, and the answer isn't getting private citizens to do the work of a government employee. Fix the problem, not introduce creative ways of coming up with highlight reels.
I respect I respect that response. I appreciate it. But if the same thing would be said today by someone who runs a long-term care home, it wouldn't be very positive, the response. I'm searching for a way to come at this that is actually going to satisfy the needs of everyone. But the whistleblowing thing is, so my question is, do all your members have a whistleblowing clause? A publicly, that all their employees feel safe right now? Is there a mandatory whistleblowing component to be a member of your association?
No, there's no government mandated laws on that. We do have a clause that if somebody is out of regulations with the government, they cannot be a member. So if they did something against animal welfare, they would not be able to. We would have to disqualify them as a member.
Okay. So in your opinion, the part of this legislation that is raising some concerns regarding whistleblowing that might be challenged constitutionally, it is a necessary part of this legislation going forward.
No, I disagree with that statement. I would say whistleblowing is encouraged, and I would say we would promote it. The false pretenses is what we have the part that we really need in this act, because it's people coming in with no intention of getting a real problem resolved. Their only interest is their private interests. That's what we want to protect our employees.
1 minute left.
Okay, so you would make under that. An investigative reporter from the Toronto Star would fall under that. And you would agree that they should not be allowed to do an investigation?
I would say he could obtain information through proper government channels and with the employer themselves. There's no reason. I don't think there's any meat plant in Ontario that would refuse an interview to discuss their treatment.
Thank you. No further questions.
We have nothing to hide.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to the Independent Green Party member. You have 6.5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to all the presenters for coming today. I really appreciate your insights and your views. And my first question I'm going to ask Debbie. And Debbie, I had heard about the incident at your farm, and it must have been a pretty difficult experience for you and everybody on the farm. That I'm worried that the Bill 156 may not solve your problem because, as MPP Vantoff said, it does offer higher penalties, which is good for trespassing. It does allow you to access damages. But it seems to me that if the province isn't going to legally or enforce existing laws, what's going to make this situation with Bill 156 any different? And so what we may need to do, what I'm hearing today, is we may actually need to look at the way in which trespass laws are enforced or not enforced in this province and figure out a way to actually enforce them. And I'm worried that Bill 156 isn't going to solve that problem. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or maybe you could talk about where you are with the laying of charges right now.
Yeah, so as I said, we actually, it's not us that lays the charges. We worked with police to provide the information. So it's the police that actually do that. But I think where we're coming from and why we're supportive of this is that it's a deterrent. It's not going to stop this from happening. We've had protesters in the past, and honestly, we have no issue with protesting. Everyone has the right to their opinions, and we don't tell people how to think or how to feel. But when they break in and they do illegal things, it's not okay. So for us, having this extra bill, it's a deterrent. The people that maybe aren't as aggressive or aren't professional protesters may think twice before breaking into someone's property and doing something that's illegal if there's a very, a more significant penalty to them.
Yeah, that's true. I'd actually agree with you on the higher penalty, hopefully being a deterrent. I would just say that I'm going to actually reach out and talk to some legal experts to see if we can address this problem we have in Ontario with trespass law and see if we can actually fix it. I'm going to go to Franco for a second. Franco, it's good to see you. We've worked together for many years over the years. I have a little concern about potentially misunderstanding between like a whistleblower and false pretenses. And so one of my concerns is one that there'll likely be a charter challenge the way the bill's written right now, and we may lose the charter challenge, which then we get into the issues that Marina brought up in terms of just eroding trust in food and farming, which is something I absolutely do not want to see happen. And so one of the potential issues is, let's say you've been working somewhere for 2-3 years, you're a good employee, things have gone well, you see something that you know is not appropriate, you report it to the authorities, but then you're charged with having been employed under false pretenses, and you're actually legally charged under this bill for essentially almost doing the right thing, and what I think any of us that wants to support Ontario agriculture would want you to do. And so I think I'm a bit concerned that dilemma may present itself in the way the bill's currently written. And I heard you say that you're fine with whistleblowers. You just don't want people who are activists inappropriately entering the facility. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, and Mike, realistically, if somebody's been there 2 years, they're not there under false pretenses. If somebody's been there 5 years, they're not there under false pretenses. right? I think that maybe it's, and I'm not a legal expert, but maybe you need clarification on what false pretenses mean. All right, putting false information on a resume, misleading your experience, misleading the intent of your job, not disclosing information that that could prohibit you from the employer from wanting to hire you. Those are questions that we could look into, and if that's the issue.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I've been trying to think of some ways of like, are there some ways to amend the bill to address some of those kinds of concerns? And so maybe you may have given me some ideas around what to do there, because I see it as a potential big problem.
Yeah, there's nothing in the bill that actually prohibits people from disclosing information. It's just under the false pretenses. That's what we got to focus on, right? There's nothing in there about not being able to report. Anybody can report it. And we encourage people, if there's abuse, report it right away, not 6 months from now, not 2 years from now. Report it now. Why are people wait? If you're an animal activist organization and you care about the animals, why are you waiting 6 months to report something? Report it immediately and do it properly.
Okay, and Mariana, you've sent us a copy of your report. Is that correct? We have that.
Sorry. Oh, yes. I did send. I attached it
in more detail.
I attached the paper. I just gave the highlights now in graphical format, so it's easy to distill in 7 minutes.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's numerous reports similar to yours that other academics have done that's led to similar.
Well, we were the first that actually used a real life example to show that it's the downstream consequences of this type of law that really what we showed erodes public trust in agriculture. And I mean, the paper was cited in some of the, like the Ninth Circuit Court judge in Idaho used the paper.
Thank you very
down
much.
On the
This
ag-gag laws.
concludes this round of. Thank you. This concludes this round of questions. We'll now turn to the government side. Who would like to begin? MPP Pettipies, I see your hand, and then afterwards MPP Barrett. MPP Pettipies, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd like to direct my question to Alexandra and also to Franco, if they could give me concerning the false pretense part of the bill. As you know, we've consulted widely, and Minister Hardeman has traveled across the province to get input from a variety of groups in this legislation. And the intention of the clause is to ensure that someone cannot lie to get access to someone's private property. Since it's obvious that there's a lot of misinformation going around about it, what would you suggest as an approach to the matter? And if I could ask Alexandra to answer that first. Where is she?
Well, hi.
Here we are.
So I'm not sure that I agree that there's an issue to be addressed with respect to that. The purpose of the bill stated is to protect biosecurity of the farms and to protect farmers, their families, and employees. People that gain access to farms under false pretenses in order to capture video footage of what might be going on, to take a look at how the animals are being treated, those are people that are gaining employment, being trained on biosecurity issues, and having the same ability to affect their job as anyone else that isn't also undertaking to make footage. And that speech, the creation of that footage, is protected by freedom of expression. So that's where there's going to be a problem here. The purpose is not related to the expression that's actually going to be hampered, and I just fear that it's not going to survive charter scrutiny due to that.
If I just want you to listen to one clause here. It says, the intention of the clause is to ensure that someone cannot lie to get access to someone's private property.
Sure.
That's the intention of this.
Okay.
Is that a problem?
Well, the intention is to is to limit speech, which is contrary to
No, it's the intention
freedom
that
of
you cannot
expression.
lie to get access to someone's private property.
Right, and misrepresentation is a kind of expression. And it's been covered in a lot of the US law about how to sort of deal with that situation.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Franco, can I get your perspective on this?
Yeah, and I would say my personal opinion here is if someone's allowed to enter under false pretenses, where does it end? Right? Could someone if somebody doesn't like nuclear power, could they access that under false pretenses, go on saying it's their freedom of right to then get information about that business, to sabotage their business, to take things from that business? I don't know where the limitation, like where it's going to go. Where do people want to go with this freedom of rights? You cannot. It's a violation of my freedom if somebody's lying to me about getting access to my property.
Okay. You have would you suggest some suggestions around? Would you have some suggestions how we can clear this up a little bit or make people understand this a little bit more?
Yeah, I think the important thing is that if there's a challenge of there being misuse or mistreatment of animals, this reported, and we use the existing infrastructure and policies. And if there's a problem with the infrastructure or the policies or the processes, fix that. You don't have to create your own avenues to solving problems. There are existing avenues that the government's provided and the multiple layers, and I've listed some of them for you already. We have the SPCA/pause legislation to report abuse. You have the CFIA that you could report it to. You have OMAFRA that could be reported to. And if those two institutions aren't doing their jobs and they're still not satisfied, we have Auditor General that oversees them, and we have the Ombudsman that oversees them as well. How many more layers do we need to understand that? And all of you on this call, I'm sure at one point or another have heard about the regulations that processors face and the multiple layers of processing regulations they have. There's no shortage of eyes in this case, and I would welcome any one of you to visit any one of our plants to see for your own eyes of what happens. If there's systemic problems, let's fix them. But having private citizens do it on their own is not the answer.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Further questions? MPP Barrett, your hand was raised. No?
Yeah, my colleague has a question. Thank you.
Who? Oh,
my colleague, I think
MPP
Daryl has a
Cramp?
question.
Yep, I see your hand, MPP Cramp. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, and certainly good afternoon to our witnesses. Thank you so much for coming in here. There's no doubt that we have a lot of mitigating factors that are certainly adding some definite flavor to this discussion as well. Now, one of them, of course, being COVID. We're in unprecedented times that a lot of us would have never even considered, and obviously, biosecurity, food protection is critical. More so now than we probably ever realized. And so the last thing we need is obviously our food supply being contaminated in a number of different ways that we had never expected, certainly with visitors and or unwanted visitors coming in with no protection whatsoever. It could create some serious challenges. I know I have a major poultry operation, and I've been in there a few times. And it's interesting. It almost reminds me of going into a pharmaceutical establishment. When you go in, you have to put the coverage on the boots, you have to put the cap on, you have to put the gowns on, you have to wear the gloves, you go through the sanitation and clean room. Just absolutely incredible. And so at times like this, we should be very, very thankful that we have an industry that really takes our protection very, very seriously. And all of a sudden now, if we have a circumstance where someone is not pleased with that and they just go in.
1 minute left.
With basically just a mild little slap on the hand penalty or something like that for trespass, we could adversely affect thousands or millions of dollars and significantly a number of people. So I would really like Carol to comment on that, certainly for the groups and organizations. Are they deeply concerned with this, with potential contamination?
Yeah, it's a problem, and we're so careful. All our plants are so careful of what they do that having someone come in like you had described is unwanted. My husband and I own a freestanding meat plant, so we don't deal with the animals directly. But I've heard through all our members the cry for they need more ammunition to protect their facilities because these protesters have an agenda, and it's unsafe for all of us.
Thank you very much. That concludes this round of questioning. We'll now turn to the official opposition. You may begin. And with MPP Glover, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been, it's been a fascinating day of deputation. So thank you all for coming here and sharing your experiences and your perspectives. I think this particular panel, there's one piece, the legal piece, that's really come to the fore here, and Alexandra and Franco are expressing different perspectives on it. Alexandra, you said earlier that you can't have arbitrary legislation. That if it applies in one area, you can't have something like a criminal act or a legal act or legislation that only applies to one industry. It has to apply across the board. And so the question is, and Franco, you were saying that you support the false pretense section of this bill, which would prevent an investigative journalist from, falsely coming in as a potential employee to investigate the industry or investigate a workplace. And so it seems that the investigator, investigative journalist would not be able to go in with this false pretense. But then it seems that Alexandra is saying, and I'll ask Alexandra first, if there is such a law that prevents false pretense and prevents investigative journalism, then it would have to apply to all industries, not just one particular industry. Is that am I accurate in what you said, in interpreting what you said?
Thank you for your question. That's not what I was getting at, actually. The principle of arbitrariness, rather, is a constitutional principle that the purpose or the effects of the legislation cannot be completely arbitrary to the purpose of it. So what I was saying is a point that many of the other witnesses made, which is that biosecurity is an issue, is the problem, and I spoke about that a little bit earlier. If that's what the concern is, this legislation doesn't actually address that issue. So that purpose is not, it just has nothing to do with the effect that this is going to have, which is to silence a vast amount of expressive behavior, not just with respect to the false pretense piece, but protesters at the roadside dealing with transportation and other interaction that could be captured by that very vague wording. So I hope that sort of clears it up.
It helps a bit. So I guess the question is then around free speech and the definition of free speech versus false pretense.
Well, I'm not sure I understand that question.
So you were saying, and the question is, like, we as a society have generally agreed that investigative journalism is a good thing and that we want it, as a society, and that it's protected under our charter rights under free speech. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we were to restrict investigative journalism in one industry, could there be legislation that actually does that, or does it have to apply across the board to all investigative journalism?
I'm not aware of a legal principle that makes that point, but I think that it's on a policy level. I think it's certainly a slippery slope to starting to reduce the ability for people to perform investigative journalism in a whole bunch of areas. I think this is the topic of the day, but I don't think it could stop here if this is the kind of legislation we start allowing.
Yeah, and I want to ask, I'm just trying to get an understanding of this, the legality and the perspectives. But Franco, I want to give you an opportunity to, respond, make sure I interpreted what you said correctly, and ask about that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah, you used the term investigative journalism, and you assume that the only avenue they have is to enter the facility. Yet there's plenty of other things an investigative journalist can do to identify that there's a problem. And as soon as there's a problem identified, there's avenues to deal with that problem. So having to enter the facility is only one aspect of that. But if there's work that's done ahead of time to say, hey, we've identified a problem here, we need to dig deeper into this problem, let's put a process in place for that. Right? You don't need to be able to intrude into somebody's property under false pretenses to do that.
Okay, but it has been generally, and this is a new area for me too, and I'm just trying to get an understanding. I mean, it has been a generally accepted practice that investigative journalists will go in, they will get a job in a workplace because they want to investigate what's going on. They've heard some things and they feel that that's the best way to do it. But you're saying that shouldn't be allowed.
No, I'm saying all I've said is that's not the only way to get information.
Right.
That there's many ways of getting investigative thing. That's what one process that one investigator might use. Every investigator is different, and there's lots of. You're not stopping their journalistic integrity by requiring them to enter a facility with intended reasons or protective reasons of going into a facility. There's a reason why that we're protecting this. It's food that's going to go into your mouth. And if somebody has a misintention and they're there, and it's not an investigative journalist, it's an activist that wants to hurt that business, and they have the ability to do so under false pretenses, what happens if they try to do something to hurt more people and make it look like it was the business that did it? That's what we need to protect against. It's not the freedom of opinion or voice. We fully support that. It's the protecting of our food system that we need to protect.
Right. It's going to be interesting. And we've heard from several lawyers today who said that there will be a charter challenge if this legislation is passed as is. And I'm just wondering about, so if there is a charter challenge, is it worth having the legislation passed as is? Or would you be supportive of making some amendments to the legislation so that there wouldn't be a charter challenge?
1 minute left.
Franco?
Would you rather have a law that is effective and works, or do you want to have a law that kind of solves the problem? Just because it's hard.
Yeah, but that's not really my question. My question is, if this passes as is, it's not going to be effective or work if it gets challenged because it violates the charter.
I don't think it's a violation of the charter. I think it's there for the safety of our food system and should be protected.
Okay. It's an interesting debate, and I thank you all for your perspectives and for your experiences. And Debbie, I'm sorry about what happened in your farm. That's a horrible thing. I've got a lot of farmers in my family as well, and it shouldn't have happened.
Thank you. Thank you very much. MPP Glover will now turn to the government for a final round of questioning. I believe MPP Smith, you had some questions. Please begin. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My first question is to Debbie. It's with respect to the trespassing itself. So my wife works for the local Peterborough Police Department, and I've actually asked a number of the officers. We've talked fairly openly about this with respect to trespassing, and I asked why they don't lay that charge very often. And the answer was it effectively is saying stop, or I'll say stop again, because that's about as far as what that piece of legislation does. If we had something that was much more of a deterrent, do you think that there's less of a possibility of people coming onto your farm like they did?
Yes, I do think so, because as I said, for a number of years we've had protesters and peaceful protesters, and we've actually had kind of quite a cordial relationship with them. This time was different. They were a lot more aggressive. They were, I'd say that they were a lot more professional in their approach, and they did things that really went way beyond anything we've ever seen before. And I do think that it's because the laws aren't, because they aren't punished with the trespassing law. They haven't been followed through on that. So it makes it easier for them to get away with that.
So you're not opposed to you're not opposed to protesters out front of the farm on public property. Your objection is that they came onto the farm and did something.
Absolutely. I mean, we would never, ever, it's not our place to tell people what to believe in or how to feel, how to think, how to act. I mean, everybody has their belief system, and we're not going to apologize. We're in the food production business. We provide food to feed Canadian people and people all over the globe. We can never argue our philosophy with somebody who doesn't agree with that, and so we don't criticize. We don't do anything. We just accept them for who they are, and we just work alongside.
We've heard a number of presenters today who basically have said that it's okay to trespass because there's animals involved. Do you think it would be appropriate for someone to trespass on their property, go into their house, go into their place of work and do the same things that they did to you?
Absolutely not. And if it were turned around, as I said, we have a number of people who live on our farms. They're afraid. Many of them have come and said, "Hey, I've got children. But how do I handle this?" We've done training on how to interact with protesters, but they're afraid, and that's really unfair because I don't think that they have the right to do that. And we have every single employee has signed off on a code of conduct for animal welfare and animal care. So it's really of paramount importance to us to be looking after the ducks. And it's too bad that people think that we're not.
Chair, how much time is left?
You have just under 5 minutes.
My next question then is for Franco. Franco, it's my understanding that at slaughterhouses, at abattoirs, there's an inspector present whenever there is slaughtering going on. Is that the case, and do you think that that's effective right now?
Absolutely. Anytime that there's harvesting happening at an abattoir, there's always either a CFIA inspector or a provincial inspector or veterinarian or both.
So someone is overseeing the process to make sure that it is done in a humane way.
And it's the entire process. So they're there from the minute the animals are in the barn. They inspect the animals before, the health of the animals beforehand. And if there's ever a problem with the animal beforehand, it's immediately recorded and there's processes that they do on how to deal with things. So it's part of their checklists. And this is where I'm saying there's plenty of regulations and steps and balances in place where it's checked beforehand and during the process. The inspectors are witnessing every single process, and afterwards it receives another inspection. So there's 3 points in that touch point where there's an inspector during the entire process of harvesting.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to my colleague, MPP Barrett.
Thank you. MPP Barrett, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And actually, my colleague pretty well asked the question that I was interested in, and we do hear so much of this call for undercover journalists or whistleblowers to let people know what's going on. And I don't know whether this reflects, and I'm sorry, this would be to Meat and Poultry Ontario, whether this reflects a lack of government oversight. Franco has partly answered that. And I think if your membership, say with the provincially inspected plants, a typical day in a family-run operation, maybe there's 12 or 15 employees. How often during the day is there a government inspector in your facility alongside you as you work?
MPP Barrett, who was that question directed towards?
Oh, Meat and Poultry Ontario to Franco.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so anytime there's a harvesting, there's government oversight. 100% of the time. It is illegal to operate your facility if you're harvesting to not have a government employee there. And they're there 100% of the time. They're there hours before it starts, right to after it's been completed.
And I would imagine they've got to do some paperwork. They would file reports and document, of course, any perhaps disease or things like this. So this is all publicly available. Is it readily available for the public to check on this stuff?
I wouldn't be 100% sure. Daphne, can you maybe help us out with the answer to that? Do you know what's publicly available through OMAFRA on inspections? Did Daphne freeze on us?
Daphne, can someone please unmute?
OMAFRA records all their inspection activities in a system called 𝐸𝐳. I feel like I'm unmuted.
Yes,
yeah.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you're good.
OMAFRA documents all of their inspection activities in a system called 𝐸𝐳, and those documents are readily available through a 4-level process.
1 minute left.
Okay, that wraps it up for me. And I concur with what a number of other members of the committee have said. It's been quite an informative day and quite an interesting day, and looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, this concludes our final round of questioning. I'd like to thank all of the presenters for joining us today. It has been an informative conversation, and I'm sure that we all have a lot to think about. At this point, you may step down virtually. To all the committee members, I just wanted to thank you all for cooperating and making today go very smoothly. I'd also like to thank the clerks and Hansard and Broadcasting and everyone here who is helping to make this possible. At this point in time, that concludes our business for today. The committee is now adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. We will have a pre-hearing meeting at 9:45 a.m. Having said that, everyone stay safe and praise be.
This is the Ontario Parliament television.